Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all and a very warm welcome to the American Civil War Museum and to historic Tredegar on what is now a beautiful day. My name is Rob Havers, President and CEO of the American Civil War Museum, and whether in person or via live stream, and we have a lot of people on the live stream today, we are very glad you're here, and as I said, welcome to Richmond and to the American Civil War Museum's 20th Annual Civil War Symposium. Welcome also to our distinguished speakers, and of course, a very big thanks to our long-standing partner in this endeavor, the John L. Now III Center for Civil War History at the University of Virginia. Before we get started, I want to bring your attention to a few things to guide you through the event and through the day. Firstly, the full schedule for the day is available in your program. Hopefully you all got a program as you entered the building. Program of the event today and also a preview of our spring lecture series, information on membership of the American Civil War Museum and other upcoming and exciting events. Also to be found in your program is the network password and login information for the Wi-Fi in this building. Books by our speakers are available for purchase at the pop-up bookstore behind you. You probably saw that as you came in. And after each presentation, that speaker will be available to sign books, and museum staff are on hand to assist you in this program. Lastly, you will all have received a copy of the latest edition of Ironclad, the museum's quarterly magazine. The magazine, as you probably know, is a benefit of membership. So if you are a member and have already received your latest copy, please feel free to pass it on to a friend who may have an interest in the topic. If you are a member, I thank you for your support. If you're not a member of the museum, please consider joining. Our ability to put on great events like this, to bring superlative speakers to the American Civil War Museum, is down to the support of our members. There is a table at the back of the room as well with membership information, and our staff would only be too happy to help you join the membership program. And now what we've all been looking forward to, a day of discussion on the course of the American Civil War. As you probably remember, and there's a lot of regular attendees at this symposium, the museum's major initiative, current major initiative, is the Civil War and the Remaking of America, a multi-year exposition of the causes, the course, and the consequences of the American Civil War. And over the past 12 months, we have spent a lot of time looking at the causes of this conflict. And our newest temporary exhibition, The Impending Crisis, looks at those considerations. If you haven't seen it, it is still on display at our Tredegar site. Please, at some juncture today, take a look. But with today's symposium, we began our discussion on the course of the Civil War, looking at the evolution of military thought, of weaponry, of wartime medicine, and the rights and the agency of African-American soldiers and their families. In the coming weeks, we will also present our spring lecture series with each program a deeper dive into the leadership and the circumstances that directed the course of the American Civil War. For our live stream audience, you are welcome to pose questions through the chat feature on your screen. This will be monitored by our staff who will relay questions, and at the end of every speaker presentation, there is the option for the audience in the room to pose questions. Microphones will be circulating, so please put up your hand and we will come to you. Once again, this year, at the end of the day, we have planned a panel discussion among our speakers to follow the final presentation. The panel will be moderated by Dr. Carolyn Janey, Professor of History and Director of the John L. Now Center for Civil War History at the University of Virginia, and a Gilder Lehrman Lincoln Prize laureate. We are honored to welcome Dr. Hsieh back to our symposium once again. And now, without further delay, our first speaker is Dr. Wayne Hsieh, Professor of Military History at the United States Naval Academy and a member of the American Civil War Museum's Academic Advisory Board. Dr. Hsieh will be discussing Science and Daring, Modern Arms and Discontents. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Hsieh to the podium.
All right, thanks so much. First, I want to express my obvious thanks to Rob and his splendid staff for the invitation and for hosting me. And I hope, and thank you to all of you, right? So for coming here, usually professors are used to speaking to captive audiences who may or may not wish to be there, and it's nice that I don't think that's going to be the case today. I hope. First off, also, as a Department of Navy employee, I'm sort of obliged to say everything I say here is my own personal opinion, or professional opinion, I guess, and it doesn't represent any kind of official endorsement of anything. All right, so with that said. All right. Was the Civil War modern? That's the question I want to start out with. There are obviously different ways to approach this question, but I think it hangs over much of even the public discussion on the war. In order to not belabor the point, especially in front of a knowledgeable public audience such as yourselves, I'd simply first point to the famous depiction of Lee and Longstreet in Michael Charles' The Killer Angels, without wading into the question of the novel's accuracy. It's great novelists can get in people's heads, historians can't. Was Longstreet really an apostle of modern warfare who realized that changes in infantry arms and warfare made Pickett's charge doomed? And was Lee really a noble but doomed throwback to a bygone era, throwing his troops forward in some last gasp of what would become the lost cause? Did the world fundamentally change on top of Cemetery Ridge on July 3rd, 1863? Observers might argue about whether or not that change was for good or for ill, but most, I think, would agree that what came before was fundamentally different than what came after. And are we, who ourselves living in a moment of great change, coming out of the pandemic in the wake of a seemingly controversial election, all right, amidst discussion of supposedly civilization-ending phenomena such as climate change and artificial intelligence, with future generations also facing the prospect of their own deep and fundamental changes. Perhaps the American Civil War wasn't the beginning of the modern era of continual and globalized change and dislocation. Maybe there was the American Revolution or the English Civil Wars or the Italian Renaissance. But whatever the origin, from this perspective, this idea of modernity, Morris Roberts saw his men march into modernity's fiery engines and lost the war. What I hope to persuade all of you today is not only that this narrative or storyline is oversimplified. I'm sure many of you will be shocked to hear an academic historian and a former student of Eddie Ayers tell the audience it's complicated, but that it also, I would argue, that narrative also obscures that eras of great technological change can actually mask deep continuities in our collective human experience. And that it is precisely because we live in an era so marked by technological change and discontinuity that it is all the more important to recognize what actually stays the same, and that it is actually a singular conceit of moderns to believe that a vast gulf separates themselves from the past and that they have somehow liberated themselves from the psychic burdens borne by their ancestors, even if it is only to bring about some man-made Armageddon tracked by a doomsday clock served by scientists with a capital S. It is not that deep and profound technological change did not occur during the American Civil War, and that this did not collide with cultural perception and expectation, But this was not simply a story of technology overwhelming old ideas and forcing new ones into dominance, of Lee losing because he could not take the Council of Longstreet, of Grant and Sherman emerging victorious because they understood logistics and attrition. What I will really argue here is that military naval officers of the mid-19th century, precisely because they stood at the vanguard of change on battlefields on both land and sea, most profoundly perceived the modern world's shortcomings and illusions, its deliberate masking of fundamental desire, of the fundamental human desire for purpose, freedom, and will. Okay, first off, in order to avoid the charge of being a contrarian for contrarian's sake, I want to highlight the one area where I will argue that the American Civil War represented an indisputable change. That is logistics and transportation, driven in large part by steam power. The steamship and railroad both played crucial parts in the war because of the conflict's continental scale. You can see here on this map a comparison. It's an overlay of North America and Europe. It may see that if you, I know I guess it's a little light, right? That's England. Okay, this is Spain. This is the boot of Italy. Okay, and it's been overlaid on the United States. Okay, to give you some sense of the scale, the distance from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, to Northern Virginia is about equal to that from central Germany to Moscow, right? And the reason I use that analogy is because Napoleon actually attempts to invade Russia, right? And it does not go well. He fails in large part due to logistical problems, and in large part because there are no things like railroads available, okay? I mean, obviously there's lots of other things going on, but that's part of it, all right? Now, this is especially important is because in the American context, the vast spaces of North America, or American North America, and the projection of military space and the low population density, all these are, for the Union especially, well, obviously for the Union, this is a huge problem because it has to project military power at continental distances. And steam propulsion, and you see here, obviously, is, on the left, the U.S. Military Railroad Construction Corps plays a vital role in that, okay? And I want to point out, too, that railroads are a big deal everywhere, or not everywhere, but you see the importance of steamers in places like Taiping Civil War, obviously the German Wars of Unification. There's a lot of attention paid by the Prussian army to railroads and things like that. So this is not just an exclusively American phenomenon, but it is incredibly important in the American context because if federal forces want to project military power into the Confederacy, they will have to solve this logistical problem, and having this, the technology to do it obviously is very, very important. To give some other examples, David Glasgow Farragut would found it impossible to take New Orleans without his steamship's ability to sail against the current of the Mississippi, to run past Forts Jackson and St. Clair, right? But I'll also point out that while this is all very important at the strategic level, war involves more than just the movement of forces, right, across these kind of big spaces. It also involves the ability to see and not be seeing, the ability to reach out and touch one's opponent in an unfriendly way, right? The current argot would be contact and fires, and the ability of commanders to communicate with both their superiors and subordinates to coordinate their actions on the battlefield. These factors are all, of course, all connected to one another. I would also argue that the characteristic trait of modern warfare today is the compression of all these factors I've just talked about. It is what's sometimes called the kill chain. So if we give an example from a place like Ukraine, you have troops in Ukraine on both sides who are trying to survive on a battlefield that's kind of perpetually surveilled, that's perpetually washed over by drones, and they're all trying to the drones are communicating, and they're communicating with each other, and everything is working really, really fast because of modern munitions, modern ordnance, and things like that. So everything's been kind of compressed, right? So the problem of survivability is very difficult. So there are some, you see some of the beginnings of this. This is, here you see This is a map drawn by a topographical officer who goes up in a balloon over southern Maryland. Okay, so you have military ballooning that starts out during the Civil War that kind of gives the beginnings of this notion of aerial surveillance. The military advantages of this, I think, are obvious, right? This famous, if we go back to Gettysburg, go back to the Killer Angels, think of the famous depiction of John Buford by Sam Elliott, right, about the high ground, right, in the movie. But I also want to highlight here is, I just talked about where steam engines are really important. This technology in many ways is very, very immature. Right? And there are various things that start in the Civil War, but have various flaws because of that. The inability to control a balloon's direction of flight meant that you either had to attach it to the ground, which obviously limited its deployment, or if you didn't do that, you might drift over enemy lines, which is another set of problems. There are issues with things like they used hydrogen gas for these things, and to produce the gas, I think they did some weird chemical reaction, and that's all very, very cumbersome. You have similar issues with, on the left here, you have a Beardsley telegraph, right? So telegraphic communication. I talked about that kill chain thing. There's this issue of seeing the enemy, and then there's this issue of being able to communicate with forces on the friendly side. So telegraphy is obviously an important aspect to that. But that also is, in many ways, an immature technology, right? So on the left, the Beardsley telegraph is a portable telegraph. If you're going to do electronic or electric communication, you need power. So they actually used, I think, a hand crank to make it work. The problem with all telegraphy, though, is that when the power you could get from these portable units was not sufficient, and you've got the limitation of the wire, right? So on the right, you see here, this is a U.S. military telegram construction core. So there's this gentleman here sitting on top of the pole, right? Origins of kind of linemen. I don't know if there are power outages recently because of all the storms. You have to build the wires, right? And if you look into this, beyond the inherent difficulty and limitation of running wires, they have all sorts of problems. Soldiers sometimes vandalize them for fun, because soldiers are soldiers. Even if you can build them, and then your enemies can sometimes even intercept signals. So there are all sorts of technical limitations to that. And so a lot of this technology, I would argue, is still very immature, but I think it's useful to highlight that you do obviously have the beginnings here, but I want to emphasize how half-baked a lot of these innovations are. I also would point out that telegraphy is obviously really important and most useful at the more strategic level, right? Someone like Lincoln talking to his army commanders, right? But even there, I would argue that there are downsides with it. You can sometimes have, think of, I'll be blunt, think of all the fake schooling that was done during COVID, right? And a lot of that occurred because technology was deceptive. Oh, we can just do everything over Zoom. It's the same. Well, it isn't, right? So, so the Civil War analogy would be Lincoln's attempt to more directly coordinate military operations during the First Valley Campaign, right? Which he could, in theory, do because he can send a telegram, but that doesn't. The technology makes you think that you don't need that situational awareness of a commander on the ground, right? To give a more modern analogy of this, Martin Van Creveld, a fairly famous Israeli military historian, has written about how the very high level of communications technology that the United States had in the Vietnam War was actually in many ways a hindrance, right? Because it gave higher headquarters the illusion of control, the illusion of knowledge, the illusion of knowing what was actually happening when it really didn't. And if it didn't have that technology, it would not have been able to deceive itself in the same way, right? So there is a kind of a double-edged sword here. So I've given an example of kind of Transportation, where the modern thing is definitely, the modern change is real, and I'm giving some examples here where it has been kind of half-baked, okay? This is sort of in the middle, right? This is the Monitor versus the Virginia, the famous battle at Hampton Roads. And this is kind of new, but I also want to highlight some of the other aspects of it, the flipped aspects. These new ironclad ships made cultural ideas about courage and bravery rooted in the world of the age of sail obsolete. And they also raised questions about the relationship between human will and these new machines. As Nathaniel Hawthorne, the famous novelist, put it in the spring of 1862, after the famous showdown here at Hampton Roads in March of '62, henceforth there must come up a race of enginemen and smoke-blackened cannoneers who will hammer away at their enemies under the direction of a single pair of eyes, and even heroism, so deadly a grip is science laying on our noble possibilities, will become a quality of very minor importance when its possessor cannot break through an iron crust of his own armament and give the world a glimpse of it. Contrast this with the results you will find if you Google the Death of Nelson painting. Now, I didn't have my act together, so I should have had a slide of this, but I didn't. But if you Google Death of Nelson, you'll see a bunch of paintings. Nelson at Trafalgar, right? The famous Royal Navy battle. And you'll see that in these paintings, most of them are him. I mean, he dies, he kind of dies literally at sea during the battle. You'll see him visible to the open air, to gods and men. Okay, he's there, he's surrounded by his crew. Okay, it's a very public, see, it's in the kind of the wind. It's not like this where you don't see a human being anywhere there. They're all enclosed in these iron boxes. Contrast that kind of seeing of Nelson's death at Trafalgar with Hawthorne's query about the Monitor. How can an admiral condescend to go to sea in an iron pot? Indeed, the seeming invulnerability of the ironclad's enemy fire seemed to raise the question of whether or not sailors could prove their manhood and courage while fighting in such an invulnerable iron box. If a sailor or soldier holds an insurmountable technological advantage over their opponent, does that mean they lose any moral credit for their victory? The crew of the USS Monitor certainly felt this burden. As the Monitor's paymaster, William Frederick Keeler, put it, quote, "We are in no danger from shot or shell," end quote. Unfortunately, that also meant that, quote, "There's not dangerous enough to give us glory." Indeed, some reconciled their disquiet by pointing out a different opponent, not the technologically inferior Confederate Navy, but the demands of the machines themselves. The bulk of the crew of the Monitor might have had little to fear from Confederate guns, as opposed to its commander, John Worden, who was wounded when a shell struck the pilot house, where his eyes were exposed to enemy fire. But the crew as a whole struggled with the unhealthy working and living conditions within the ship, which were all exacerbated by the rushed wartime deployment of the ship without a proper shakedown cruise. The ship's low freeboard, meaning the distance between the deck and the water line, and its poor construction made it vulnerable to taking on water in poor weather. In the summer, interior temperatures rose to a measured 156 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know if that's really accurate, but it was really hot, okay? And the ship's ventilation depended on blowers that were prone to flooding because they were these stacks that were only 4 feet high above the deck. So it was easy in rough weather for water to literally come down these blowers. Conditions could become especially dire in the engine room. As Second Assistant Engineer Albert Campbell put it, "We left New York on a beautiful day, and the next afternoon we broke both our blower belts, which spoiled the draft of our fires and drove all the gas into the engine room. This was, of course, rather inconvenient, for carbonic gas and hydrogen is not calculated to support animal life. I found myself getting weak and lost all consciousness and did not know any more until I found myself on top of the turret with a couple of engineers lying alongside of me, looking more dead than anything else. The water poured into the engine room around the smokestacks and ventilator like a miniature Niagara, and it's doubtful whether we would float during that night. This is the first voyage down. Remember that there's no shakedown cruise because of the crisis that's by the CSS Virginia. They have to sort of deploy the ship immediately. In the end, the engineers made the repairs by splitting the tasks they needed to do into smaller slices, which individual crewmen would complete in short intervals before they would become overwhelmed by the noxious gases. They would literally just do short shifts, go down, work, do the little small task before they passed out literally, and then come back up, and then when they would cycle through. I just want to point out, these procedures almost sound like analogous to, if any of you know, the limits on radiation exposure they put on nukes in the Navy, right? You can't have too much radiation exposure, so they wear these. It's all very carefully tracked, right? As Keeler, the paymaster, put it after the battle, quote, "I think we get more credit for the fight than we deserve. Anyone could fight behind an impenetrable armor. Many have fought as well behind wooden walls or none at all. The credit, if any is due, is in daring to undertake the trip and going into the fight in an untried experiment and in our unprepared condition." As the Monitor's captain, James Warden, put it after the war, quote, "Here was an unknown, untried vessel with all but a small portion of her below the waterline, her crew to live with the ocean beating over their heads, an iron coffin-like ship of which the gloomiest prediction were made, with her crew shut out from sunlight and the air above the sea, depending entirely on artificial means to supply the air they breathe. A failure of the machinery to do this would be almost certainly death to her men." Concerns about our relationship with machines had deep roots in American, even Western culture writ large. The interior of the Monitor was the naval counterpart to Charles Dickens's famous criticism of industrial mill towns, describing Coketown in the novel Hard Times, published in 1854, not too long before the Civil War, the American Civil War, as a, quote, "a town of machinery and tall chimneys, out of which interminable serpents of smoke trailed themselves forever and ever and never got uncoiled. It had a black canal in it, and a river that ran purple with ill-smelling dye, and vast piles of building full of windows where there was a rattling and a trembling all day long, and where the piston of the steam engine worked monotonously up and down, like the head of an elephant in a state of melancholy madness." Stephen Blackpool, one of Dickens's characters, came out of, quote, "the hardest working part of that town, an innermost fortification of that ugly citadel, where nature was as strongly bricked out as killing airs and gases were bricked in. The iron turret of the Monitor, or its engine room, was a nautical version of Dickens's industrial mill town, likened to an ugly citadel, isolated from nature's window, sun, and sea." Dickens wrote about the plight of an industrial working class forced to subordinate themselves to the remorseless and inhuman demands of machines owned by capitalists. While the proletarian aspects of both soldiers and sailors has received more attention from historians, or at least academic historians, as of late, I'm thinking especially of William Marvel's provocatively titled Lincoln's Mercenaries, which argues that economic motivations drove much of Union Army recruitment, as opposed to ideas of duty and patriotism, kind of the first cause and comrades interpretation of James McPherson. Also, I'm part of a digital history project that's been digitizing these muster rolls of Union Navy sailors. And it's clear that if you look at all of these records, you have this very international crews of sailors who serve in the Union Navy, a lot of whom are definitely doing this mostly for economic and financial motivations. All that being true, I think it would be a mistake to see sailors and soldiers' relationship to technology as entirely analogous to industrial workers in a place like Lancashire or Lowell. Unlike the capitalist owners of factories, military and naval officers shared with their soldiers and sailors serious risk of harm and injury on both land and sea. Furthermore, soldiers and sailors did not just serve machines, for some industrial purpose. They also collectively waged violence against their opponents. That violence gave them a sense of purpose and volition, but only if they felt that their actions had a real effect on the battlefield, whether it was on land or sea. The dilemma presented by the armored box of a monitor was that it shifted sailors' efforts away from proving their valor against the enemy and also proving it to each other, and also the home front, to serving the needs of inanimate machines that were indifferent to these displays of manly courage. As Henry Adams put it, writing in London after the battle, quote, "Man has mounted science and is now run away with. I firmly believe that science will be the master of man. The engines he has invented will be beyond his strength to control. Someday science may have the existence of mankind in its power, and the human race commits suicide by blowing up the world." As it turns out, the executive officer of the Monitor, Samuel Dana Green, did in fact commit suicide in 1884, shortly after writing his Battles and Leaders piece on the Battle of Hampton Roads for the Century magazine. His piece is on his time in the turret. As you may or may not remember, the battle between the CSS Virginia and the USS Monitor had essentially ended in a stalemate. Green took command, neither were able to penetrate each other's armor. Right? Green took command of the Monitor after Worden was blinded by the shell strike on the pilot house. He insisted that he had not initially pursued the retreating Virginia due to orders to protect the grounded USS Minnesota, and that various technical problems in the Monitor's design prevented a successful pursuit anyhow. John Erickson, the irascible inventor behind the design and construction of the Monitor, rightly saw this as an attack on his engineering prowess, and he became a partisan in a long-running feud over the battle's actual outcome and who deserved credit or blame for that outcome. By the way, as a side note, Confederates insisted that the Virginia had actually won the battle by destroying the USS Congress and USS Cumberland before the arrival of the Monitor. Enlisted sailors on the Monitor also complained that they had missed the opportunity to sink the Virginia due to Green's cowardice, supposedly, while most officers, including his captain, John Worden, defended Green's conduct. As the historian David Mendel puts it, and I highly recommend his book, which is titled Iron Coffin, War, Technology, and Experience aboard the USS Monitor. I want to highlight it because it's Johns Hopkins University Press, so it may not get as much attention as it deserves. But as he puts it, debates over both the success of the Monitor in battle and its failure at sea counterpoise the heroism and experience of the machine's operators with the technical competence of the constructor and the engineer. Right? So you see these two debating figures here, right? The naval officer and the inventor who produced the machine. Despite a distinguished post-Civil War career, the controversy shadowed Green, and it is hard to believe that it played no role in his suicide. One could view this as a triumph of machine over man, the naval officer who found his honor impunged because he could not answer the remorseless demands of an iron coffin driven by infernal engines emitting noxious fumes hostile to human habitation. In describing his condition shortly after the battle in a letter to his family, Green writes, "I had been up so long, had had so little rest, and been under such a state of excitement that my nervous system was completely run down. Every bone in my body ached. My limbs and joints were so sore that I could not stand. My nerves and muscles twitched as though electric shocks were continually passing through them, and my head ached as if it would burst. Sometimes I thought my brain would come right out over my eyebrows. I lay down and tried to sleep, but I might as well have tried to fly." One finds all the undeniably modern military innovations in Green's experience, and in this letter, the submarine-like existence of the Monitor's crew, with much of the hull submerged, right? And also, the CSS Hunley also obviously comes to mind about submarines. The beginnings of electric or electronic communication, right, in the aforementioned telegraphy, but which he's applying to his own nervous system being wrecked, right? And even flight. The Monitor also encountered observation balloons during its brief time in service. But this is not only a story of technological advance and innovation. It may be, in fact, be an example of how technology stretched human limits beyond their physical and psychic breaking point. Worse yet, the demands of machines exposed Green to disgrace in the eyes of his shipmates, and he may have chosen to rectify the situation by taking his own life. Regarding these themes, Mindel actually spends a lot of time on Herman Melville's poem on the duel between the two iron behemoths, and I actually want to read the poem. This is a little bit of a risk, I feel, because I'm not an English professor. But Ed Ayers had an American Studies degree, and his teacher at Yale was David Bryan Davis, who was also my teacher as an undergraduate, so who came out of History of American Civilization. So I will do my best with the poem. A utilitarian view of the monitor's fight. Also, I want to do this because as a college instructor, we have this big crisis because things like ChatGPT let our students write these papers for us. So how do you, what does authorship mean in this era? And I feel that in some ways we may have a revival of things like poetry because this is a type of thing that ChatGPT can't replicate, right? Okay, as opposed to a Wikipedia entry, right? A utilitarian view of the monitor's fight. Playing be the praise, yet apt the verse, more ponderous than nimble. For since grimed war here laid aside his orient pomp, 'twould ill befit overmuch to ply the rhyme's barbaric symbol. Hail to victory without the God of glory, zeal that needs no fans, of banners playing mechanic power, plied cogently in war now placed where war belongs, among the trades and artisans. Yet this was battle and intense, beyond the strife of fleets heroic, deadlier, closer, calm mid-storm, no passion, all went on by crank, pivot, and screw, and calculations of caloric. Needless to dwell, the stories known, the ringing of those plates on plates, still ringeth round the world, the clangor of that blacksmith's fray, the anvil ding, resounds this message from the fates. War shall yet be, and to the end, but war paint shows the streaks of weather. War yet shall be, but warriors are now but operatives. War's made less grand than peace, and a singe runs through lace and feather. Melville's reference to a utilitarian view of the battle harkens back to Dickens's character Thomas Gradgrind from Hard Times, who begins the novel as a severe schoolmaster focused only on facts, but who eventually sees the error of his ways. In the poem, Melville describes the passing of military conflict with glory and banners to be replaced by mechanic power from the trades and artisans working via crank with calculations of caloric. Melville sold no pacifist dreams of the end of war altogether, but warriors, in his view, are now but operatives, wars made less grand than peace. In 19th century usage, operative referred to factory workers, such as the female textile workers in places like Lowell, Massachusetts. However, the belabored debate over the actual outcome of the battle raises questions about how much warfare had really changed. Erickson certainly seemed to never feel satisfied with the public and official recognition of his efforts, even if the U.S. Navy did transport his body back to Sweden after his death in 1889. And to this day, there is no Erickson Hall at the Naval Academy, but there is a Warding Field where the midshipmen parade still, not too far from the history department. The inhuman industrialization of war at sea had analogs on land. One Union officer, William W. Blackford, who had been a civilian railroad engineer before the war, described siege warfare in Petersburg as, quote, a mode of warfare strangely differing from the dashing cavalry service on the outposts. Instead of the movement and excitement of rapid marches, sudden attacks and thrilling personal adventures, alternating with periods of gay social intercourse, I was now thrown into the very jaws of the grim death struggle in the trenches of a vigorously besieged town, and was to being a strange sort of warfare underground. However, warfare on land, by its very nature, did not see the same sort of collective subordination of human will into a single machine like the Monitor. Soldiers fought as disciplined groups, but they still mostly fought in the open air, wielding either musket, saber, or artillery piece in public view of friends and foes. There was no analog to the way observers might think the Monitor and Virginia to have wills of their own with no human effort, no visible human effort, driving and fighting ships. Contrast here the famous story of Louis Armistead putting his hat on his sword during Pickett's charge. Right. The problem in land warfare was whether or not increasing lethality, to use the current favorite Pentagon argot, of infantry firearms had not just made the pageantry of a mass frontal assault like Lee's on the third day of Gettysburg suicidal, but it had made all offensive action futile. Here you see two examples of the new firearms. At the top, this is the Prussian needle gun deployed in the starting in the early 1840s. All right, so you can see here, this is the bolt. It's a breech loader. Okay, that's its innovation, so that means that soldiers can load it more quickly, and they can also more easily load it while lying prone. They don't have to stand up. You can load a muzzle-loading rifle musket lying down, but it requires like a complicated drill. Right? I've seen diagrams of them that kind of look ridiculous in manuals. And then here is this is kind of the venerable model 1861 Springfield rifle musket. So these are two noticeable weapons, one because of this increased rate of fire. So let me briefly talk about what makes the rifle musket a rifle musket very quickly. Rifles are used before the Manet bullet in the 1850s, but they're specialist weapons. The reason they're specialist weapons is because what makes a rifle is it imparts a spin to the bullet, right? That stabilizes in flight, makes it much more accurate. The problem is, for the bullet to get that spin, it has to grip the inside of the barrel, all right? And with black powder weapons who foul so easily, right? The earlier rifles, you sometimes they'd have to use a hammer to put the ramrod in. So after a few shots, it become very dirty, very foul, maybe even unusable unless you could clean it, which is difficult on a battlefield. So the Manet bullet resolved this problem was that the bullet, there was plenty of windage, there's plenty of space between the bullet and the side of the barrel so it could easily drop in. But the bullet had a cavity in the bottom, and when the gunpowder charge went off, that cavity would expand, and then it would grip the bullet, and then it would be able to have that spin, right? And then this would allow it to kind of have both the accuracy of a rifle, but the ease of use of loading and rate of fire. So rate of fire and accuracy are both connected things, and they're both important aspects of how effective a weapon is. Now, this is a big era of mid-19th century is a big era of a pretty rapid change. You even see this in the Civil War, right? That you get the Union cavalry arm gets the Spencer repeater as a standard arm by the end of the war. It's pretty late, right? So even in the war, that happens, and you see the effects of some of these firearms as early as the Crimean War, and then obviously the Franco-Prussian War. You've got like steel artillery. There's a lot of things going on in this period, and so obviously historians have talked a lot about this. I don't want to get too in the weeds of the rifle musket controversy, but I guess I'll talk about it. Scholars such as Earl Hess, and I'm on Earl's side of this for the most part, the old interpretation was the reason the rifle musket causes a revolution in warfare, right? The reason why Longstreet's right, in Killer Angels, is because the old Napoleonic system where you could roll up artillery in front of an infantry formation and blast it with canister and still be out of range of their muskets no longer exists, because the rifle musket now has an effective range of about 300 yards, right, which is within canister range, right? Also, in the Napoleonic model, which doesn't really happen much in the Civil War for a variety of reasons, there's no mass cavalry charges, right? But with the rifle musket, supposedly these cavalry charges become completely suicidal because the ability to shoot down the cavalry troopers is going to be much more enhanced by the increased range. So is that what causes Civil War battles to become indecisive? Is that what causes Pickett's charge to be doomed, right? That's the question on the table. Scholarship like Earl Hsieh, though, would point out that, one, yes, you have enhanced range, but to use that range, soldiers actually have to be trained properly, right? Right. So to be able to hit a target at 300 yards, you have to, when you have shooting experience, you have to elevate your rifle properly, right? Which means, and it's a curve, right? So, and if you don't do it right, you're not going to hit the target. Also, you have dead space, right? The muzzle velocity of these weapons is lower than like a modern, more flat trajectory of a modern rifle, right? So the first 100 yards, it's not going to go too high. That's still good killing space. But after that, it's going to go over anyone's head. And at the back end, because the decline is steeper, your killing space is going to be 75 yards only, right? If the range is misestimated, that's not a good word, but anyhow, if the range is not estimated correctly, right, then you'll just shoot over someone's head, right? Also, if you read accounts of Civil War soldiers, there are all these accounts of people, the infamous, supposedly they found a musket at Gettysburg that had like 12 charges in it because the soldier forgot to cap it, right, in panic. Even very basic weapons handling can kind of go to ruin. So there's a question of whether or not, just to say the technical specification was better doesn't necessarily is used. Also, there's a relatively low rollout of these weapons. Remember, the American mobilization is very chaotic and confused. As late as Chancellorsville, it's a smoothbore volley that killed Stonewall Jackson, right? And even for the Union Army, some of Grant's men are exchanging their smoothbores for Enfield rifle muskets after the fall of Vicksburg, right? And this is the much more better supplied Union Army. So there are a variety of things that are going on there that I don't necessarily want to go into big detail of, but are also significant and important. Where I do want to talk a little bit, though, about is how military professionals in this period, they don't see the rifle musket as necessarily causing this kind of indecisive. They actually see the rifle musket in some ways and new weapons as an opportunity to kind of find more agency and will in the battlefield, right? Because the argument as they would have is that things like the rifle musket require soldiers to aim at individual targets, to requires them to have a higher level of training, to actually have a higher level of will and purpose. I want to avoid the term agency for a variety of reasons, but have a higher degree of will and purpose, right, than the kind of stereotype of the Anxiang regime, 18th century European army, where everyone's taught to act like a robot and is kept acting like a robot because they're bludgeoned by their Prussian drill master, right? That this is not, like modern warfare actually requires a higher level of training and a higher level of will and purpose amongst individual soldiers. And I want to point out that this is this world of people like Emory Upton, who I've put up here. His wartime career is in some ways like, how do you resolve this problem of indecisiveness, right? And at Dole Salient, at Spotsylvania, he's able to resolve it, not necessarily like on relying on improved firepower, but one of the reasons that Upton's attack at Dole Salient works is he actually orders. It works because it's better organized. But part of the organization is that he actually has some of his regiments not cap their muskets, right? Because then they don't, so that when they do their charge, they don't stop and fire. Because the moment troops stop and fire, it's almost impossible to get them going again, right? If you go to Fredericksburg, not too far from here, is the famous, infamous swell, right? Everyone goes for cover, everyone gets stuck there, and then they get in a firefight. All right, it's this importance of keeping one's momentum, right? And he's actually successful with doing that, partly because he is able to kind of take advantage of what they would have called shock. But also he does things like he tells his regimental commanders, like, your job is to take these guns, your job is to take, he actually, there's actually a proper briefing, right? Instead of just go forward. Now, it fails at Spotsylvania because it's not coordinated with the larger army, because there's a problem like Upton's able to coordinate a brigade-size assault. Unfortunately, Civil War armies struggle with anything at the division or corps size level, right? But this, my point is simply here that this technology question is not a simple one of these weapons have more range, therefore they're more important, right? Or also, it's not as simple as Robert E. Lee is an old-fashioned soldier who's a knucklehead who doesn't realize that weapons are different now, right? And Longstreet is not, right? So this is not to say that Pickett's charge wasn't a mistake, okay? But there's a different dynamic going on here. To give another way of putting out this is this attempt to deal with this kind of, let me give another, the Zouaves, the famous Zouaves, right? You have these improved weapons, but it corresponds with actually this romantic view of warfare in these colorful uniforms that are borrowing from French North African experience, right? There's a lot of stuff going on here. I want to emphasize that isn't just about the technology, right? To use the words of a famous French military writer from the mid-19th century, maybe should be more famous than he is, man does not change, he cannot change. What needs to grow with the power of machines is the power of organization, right? So Dupuy fights in the Crimea, he dies in the Franco-Prussian War. He recognizes the improvements in technology, but he thinks that actually makes the question of morale and fighting spirit all the more important, and therefore shifts the question is how do you build the organizational methods to do that, right? Now, I'm running out of time. Emory Upton does that. Emory Upton also commits suicide. All right. It may be because of health problems, we're not sure. Let me read you, this is his, let me read you. This is an account from one of his subordinates, also a West Point classmate. He was unreasonably sanguine about his tactics. He told a gentleman in San Francisco that there would be no more war after his tactics were published, that the system was so perfect that, given two countries and their resources, the result of a conflict between them could be calculated with mathematical certainty. Right, so this is him talking about this tactical, he's doing an update of the Army tactics. He does one after the Civil War, and when he dies, he's working on another revision. But for me, what I would highlight here is this notion of, if war really becomes a science, if it really becomes modern, if it becomes predictable like a science, then where's human will? Where's freedom? All right. Okay, I'm happy to take anyone's questions. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Doctor. If I may, could I ask two questions? One was, you mentioned that the telegraph was sort of in its infancy and maybe had minimum impact on the battlefield. Do you think it had a greater impact on the ability to move around the material and logistics? And would both sides have been able to benefit from that equally?
That's a great question. The question is absolutely, because the railroad's always connected with the telegraph, right? Because the organizing railroads is really difficult. And in terms of making timetables, of keeping trains from not colliding one another, and obviously, the telegraph provides some of the quick communication that you need to make railroads actually function, right? If you look at Earl Hess's book about Civil War supply, I point out that the Confederacy's logistics are in some ways okay, or surprisingly. I mean, the Army of the Tennessee has a really bad time of it, but it doesn't completely fall apart, right? But all that being said, while it's maybe not a hopeless cause, of course the Union would be a much bigger beneficiary of these technological innovations with its much more robust industrial base. Or it has an industrial base, which the Confederacy almost doesn't have one at all, right? That, however, is countermanded by the fact that the Confederacy is not, for the most part, not trying to project military power into the loyal states of the Union, right? So in that way, it doesn't have the same challenges, right? But it does have to sustain its own armies over what are actually pretty serious and large distances. And in the end, toward the end of the war, it starts to fail to do that. I mean, that's partly why Lee's army melts away, because they're all starving. I mean, it's a bad supply situation, right? But the telegraph is definitely connected. Things like time zones, things like, this is all part of the modern world. Like, why do you need time zones? Well, if you don't have synchronized time, you can't do a timetable, right? I mean, imagine how bad air travel would be even worse, right? So everyone needs to have the same clock. And so things like the telegraph are crucial and vital for that.
And my second one is actually kind of maybe a bit of myth busting that involves Tredegar here. Supposedly at the Battle of Gettysburg, one of the reasons that the Confederate barrage was so ineffective is that they weren't able to get the normal ammunitions that were provided here and had to go to a different source, so they were not, they were too potent. I'm not that familiar with it, but how widespread was there a push for standardized weights and measures, and was one side of it, were the Federals or the Confederates markedly better at that?
So I believe you're referring, this is the fuse issue, right? So actually this is a great question. So, which I didn't feel I had time to talk about. Porter Alexander tries to deal with the problem of the strong federal position by that preparatory barrage, right? And most of the ordnance goes high, right? So some of this is probably faulty fuses. The thing is, I would point out, though, is that artillery, Civil War artillery at distance ranges is just not that effective. Like, even if the fuses were good, whatever that means, it probably wouldn't have made that much of a difference, right? There's a different, at long ranges you have problems like everything in the Civil War, unlike, let's say, World War I, is a direct fire, right? There's no way of correcting ordnance. I think you have a few very early examples of doing it through balloons, but you can't do it at scale, right? But in the World War I, you'll have artillery that goes, and then there will be fire observers who then can use things like radio or telephone communications and say, the round is 50 meters off, and then the artillery crews can then adjust, right? And they can do that even though they can't see the target, right? Because there's a communications infrastructure. None of that exists in the Civil War. All right, none of that exists in the Civil War. The ordnance is going to be much more primitive on both sides, even for the Federals. It's going to be much less accurate, right? So its ability to suppress the defenders to make an assault like Pickett's charge work is probably pretty doubtful. By the way, and Alexander even has various schemes. Like, he has an idea that he wants to take some 12-pounders and just kind of do the Napoleonic thing and blast them. And I think he doesn't try it, probably because it probably wouldn't work. But in many ways, the artillery hasn't caught up, right, to that problem. And I point out that in World War I, artillery is much better, and it still isn't good enough to do the kind of the suppressive barrage, right? But that is a good question. Like, that's one attempt to solve this problem. But it's also where the technology is not mature enough to be able to surmount that challenge.
Thank you. It's been a very good presentation. You talked a little bit about Steamboat and not being able to capture New Orleans if you had to rely on sails and not steam. Can you talk a little bit, as you did in your book, A Savage War, about the importance of the steamboats and the river system in the Western theater for logistical purposes?
Yeah. So steam frees people from the vagaries of the wind, right? You can get a boat, in theory, up a river, a sailboat, but it just takes forever. And the problem in a military context is someone's shooting at you. That's gonna be a big problem. So it's in a way it's sort of simple as that. It's just because it frees human beings from the tyranny of nature, of the wind, and of being prey to the wind. It allows for a greater degree of vulnerability, allows one to go upriver, right, or to just go faster and things like that. You see that very early on in the early North Carolina campaigns, the suppression of Confederate fortifications, right? It's not just the armor, it's the mobility, right? I think when we talk about the Civil War a lot of times, because of the iconic monitor CSS Virginia clash, everyone wants to talk about armor, right? But it's also propulsion. It's also the ability to move a lot faster, right? The ability to, I mean, that's why the Minnesota needs to be protected, because it ran aground, right? So the monitor's first task is to prevent them from being kind of completely destroyed because they're stuck. There's a mobility kill, for lack of a better term, right? So steam is for that reason, it just kind of gives such a dramatic freedom of movement. And it's not just the American context. You have, there's a big civil war in China between Taiping rebels and the Qing dynasty about the same time as the Civil War, or literally almost the same time. Or they overlap. But much of the fighting is in these southeastern, around the modern day Changjiang, the Yangtze River, right? And there are lots of canals, and the Yangtze River you have steamers that go up and down it, and they're really important. So like Chinese, on both sides of that Civil War, there's this desire to hire Western steamers. If you're a Western merchant, if you're a Western steam captain, you actually can make good money running these ships, because you can do things like go upriver. I mean, it's an incredibly important and truly revolutionary kind of change.
Would you comment on the theory, going back to Pickett's charge, that Lee's miscalculation was he expected the Union Army to retreat as it had in the face of such charges in the past, and he didn't take into consideration the courage exhibited by people defending their own ground?
Yeah, I think that is Lee's error, right? He thinks if he pushes hard, they'll break, right? And it was a mistake. And the terrain was against that. And when you go to, if you go walk the ground, you look like maybe this wasn't such a great idea, right? But this is kind of Dupeak. It's also true, though, that a lot of warfare remains, even in an era of technology, it is still a question of will, it's a question of morale and a fighting spirit, for lack of a better term, right? So it's in some ways a mistake to say that doesn't matter. It's always a balance. It's kind of a balance between kind of what can material weapon systems do, what can human beings endure, it's a balance between that, and it's not an easy question to resolve, right? I mean, if Lincoln's famous second inaugural address, where he kind of comments on how the war, in many ways, lasts longer than most people expected, maybe everyone, including himself, right? Because it turns out the pain tolerance on both sides was higher, right? But it wasn't unlimited, right? It wasn't unlimited either, right? So I think Lee misjudges, obviously, the question of fighting spirit, for lack of a better term. He thinks that his army's fighting spirit can overcome that kind of material reality, and in this case, he's certainly wrong, right? But the question of fighting spirit is an important one, and not one that also should not be ignored.
Do you see the Union Army's use of logistics played a role in the Franco-Prussian War on how Germans mobilized and moved forces to the front? Was there a connection there, or did they develop separately?
I would say they developed separately, all right? I think Sheridan, if I remember correctly, famously kind of like, well, you guys are not that impressive when he observes the Franco-Prussian War. But Europe the big difference with Europe is that Europe is much more dense, right? The population density is much more, right? So that's why, if you look at the Napoleonic Wars, if you look at the Battle of Nations, the Volksschlacht at Leipzig, it's something like 300,000 troops can engage. It's bigger, right? It's not because the Europeans are smarter, it's because the terrain, a lot of it comes down to how many civilians are around can you steal food from, so your army doesn't starve, right? And the American landscape is relatively empty, so there's not a lot of civilians to steal food from, so your armies can't get too big because you can't supply them, right? So in Europe, you have a more dense population. But the Prussians, guys like Moltke is the chief of the German General Staff. He He's investing in railroads. He kind of sees the importance of this stuff. The French have railroads, right? The German rail, 1870 and later, is a very different problem set. Remember that in Europe, the Union Army, this is my first book, right? Or the only book I wrote by myself. In 1860, the regular army is about 16,000 officers in Meng. The officer corps, about a third of them go Confederate, so they split. You're creating these gigantic mass armies from scratch, right? And both sides are doing it. And that's kind of the argument I make, is the real reason the Civil War is indecisive on the battlefield is because both sides are learning at similar rates because they have a similar institutional background, right? So of course, neither side is going to get an advantage because they're in a sense fighting mirror images with one another. That is not an option open to either the French or the Germans, right? They both have big standing armies, and behind those standing armies, they have large numbers of reservists that they can call up and do call up, right? So part of the problem of European war, up until the 20th century is who can mobilize faster, who can get their troops to the front really, and that's what the German General Staff becomes obsessed with, right? Is building a network for rail, but an organizational network that allows you to get thousands of troops to the front as quickly as possible at the start of the war to gain an early advantage, right? This is a very different problem set than what you have in the American Civil War. It's kind of because you have very different political circumstances.
Last question.
And my question is about the rifle, the difference in rifles and the smooth bore. Were there, because the common thinking, at least in my mind, is that the rifled musket or the rifle made a difference, a huge difference in the Civil War between it. Is there ever an instance? Was there a battle where in fact the tide turned because the Union had better rifle technology as opposed to the Confederates having muskets? Was there ever an instance of that, or is that just a generalization we think of?
So let me, this is a good question. One, I kind of, because I felt a little pressed for time, where do rifles definitely matter? It's in sharpshooting, and there are certain operational tactical contexts where that matters, in something like the siege lines of Petersburg, right? I didn't really have time to talk about it, but the famous Winslow Homer painting of the sharpshooter in the tree. Right. Obviously, it's true that the average Civil War soldier doesn't have very good firearms competence, for lack of a better term, but obviously there's a fraction, relatively small fraction, but significant enough, especially in certain circumstances, who is, right? John Sedgwick gets killed, right? I mean, so you have things that happen. And I do think that in those circumstances, and by the way, this is one way of human will to assert itself. Right, is the kind of the prowess of the sharpshooter, although it becomes controversial among Civil War soldiers. Some Civil War soldiers feel that's the kind of an illegitimate type of warfare. So there's a kind of a complexity that goes on there, and then supposed rules like it's not okay to shoot someone while they're relieving themselves, et cetera, et cetera. Related to that, I would say I talk about operatives and factory workers in the Melville poem, right? The current language that in the special operations communities, they like to call themselves operators. It's kind of a curious, and that's supposed to signify their superior level of training and skill. These things can actually be flipped, right? In terms of your general question, I would say probably the best case to be made is the Union cavalry at the end of the war, who have a magazine-fed repeating rifle with metallic cartridges, right? And that allows them to kind of have, one of the reasons it's really important for troopers is because when you fight dismounted, what happens to the horses? Well, every fourth trooper someone has to hold the horses, right? So that takes a lot of guns off the firing line, and the Spencer allows to compensate for that deficit in firepower can be compensated now by the superior weapon, which is entirely a product of the Union's superior industrial base. Right. So you could probably make an argument, I think. The strongest argument would be, especially in the last campaigns of the war, right, is that, Sheridan, when he has guys like this, troops like this, they definitely have an advantage. The problem is disaggregating that from what else is going on. Yes, it's an advantage, but this is also the time when the Army of Northern Virginia supply situation is in more and more crisis. Would it really have mattered? I mean, does it, is the Confederacy going to hold on for another year if Union troopers don't have Spencers? That's kind of a difficult thing to disaggregate, right? But the strongest case to be made, though, is because it's not just the technology, it's the fact that marrying it to the mobility of people who are mounted, right? That you start to have a real kind of step change, so to speak, in kind of what firearms can do. All right, I guess.
Dr. Hsieh, thank you very much. Fascinating exposition of technology in the Civil War. Just before we take our break, and we'll run with a break till 11 o'clock, a couple of quick points. It would be interesting if when you pose a question, you could say your name and where you're from, and also on how many occasions you've attended the symposium. I think that would be great to hear. Our storied panel of speakers are also accessible. Please come and speak to them. They don't bite. They're very friendly. They'd love to talk about their work and research. So please, at break times, come and have a chat with them. And also, of course, the famous sword that General Armistead wielded at Gettysburg is on display in the museum, part of our fantastic collection. Great first session. Thank you, everyone. Bit of a break until 11 o'clock, so grab some coffee and pastries, and we'll reconvene at 11. Thank you. And also, Dr. Hsieh will be signing books at the back. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can encourage you to sit down, and we will begin the next session. If everyone can return to their seats, we will start session 2. Thank you very much, everyone. One of the great facets of this symposium, it always strikes me, is everyone's willingness to discuss Civil War questions in these breaks, and I know it's very tempting to keep talking, but we have a very good reason to sit down again. Session 2 of On the Battlefield. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Andrew Bledsoe, who is Professor of History at Lee University and a former Fellow at the United States Military Academy at West Point. And Dr. Bledsoe will be discussing the evolution of military thought in the American Civil War. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Dr. Bledsoe.
Well, thank you very much, and I'd like to echo Wayne's comments earlier in thanking all of you for being here. It's gratifying to be able to speak with you today, and thank you to Rob and Kelly and the rest of the staff at the museum for making us feel so welcome here. All right. Now, I'm keenly aware that I'm the only thing standing between you and lunch, so I will try to be judicious with my time and comments here as we dive in. Military thought during the Civil War marked a transition from the European military heritage to new approaches tailored to the unique conditions of that conflict. From tactics to trench warfare, weapons and technology, as Dr. Hsieh has already spoken about, logistical concerns and the laws and politics of war, military thought during the Civil War was dynamic and constantly evolving. This talk will explore how the military thought of Americans North and South developed in response to the challenges of war. And we can at least begin to consider if there is specifically an American strain of that thought that emerged. It's a big subject. And as I like to tell my students, any big subject begins with a big question. So that may be the best place for us to start today with the big question. What was the nature and evolution of American military thought during the Civil War? Well, the war, as I mentioned, represented a moment of evolution for American military institutions as these massive and hastily mobilized citizen armies faced off in a war of unprecedented scale and destructiveness. Commanders were responsible for armies of massive size and astonishing, at least for the time, mobility, bound by complicated strategic, tactical, and political considerations, forced to adapt to unique circumstances of the moment, and subjected to immense pressures. Generals had to negotiate these obstacles without much in the way of a staff or staff system, or really any institutional supports to aid them with things like command and control, logistics, standardization, or operational planning. The overwhelming majority of new recruits to these mass armies were volunteers. Regular Army officers educated at West Point were precious commodities in both the Union and Confederate armies, and most ascended the ladder of command rather quickly, taking commissions as colonels of volunteer regiments or rising to senior leadership posts after a relatively short period of time. Though some had antebellum combat experience, many Civil War generals could be quite inexperienced when they assumed their posts, and thus had to learn their military responsibilities in a hurry. The Army's senior leadership expected all officers, no matter what their background or military training, to eventually conform to the intricate and sometimes Byzantine administrative standards of their respective war departments. This created a rather steep learning curve in the first years of the war. The Union and Confederate staff departments both required a substantial level of technical knowledge and bureaucratic acumen to learn the procedures, paperwork, and customs of service that regular officers had presumably already mastered as part of their professional training and experience. Both sides followed many of the same antebellum United States Army practices and procedures, and Union and Confederate leadership defined their formal military responsibilities in similar ways. The guidelines, rules, and traditions governing the roles and duties were quite similar in both armies, adapted as they were from a long lineage of formal regulations, manuals, and customs stretching back to the War of 1812. Some of them became the standard from the tactical manuals of William Hardee and Silas Casey. Others have been forgotten or left behind. But the central ideas, a unified theory of Civil War military thought, becomes legible to us, or at least more legible, if we know where to look for it. Well, in any conversation about military thought, I feel obligated to bring up Clausewitz. But truthfully, Clausewitz and the American Civil War remain a bit of a puzzle. Karl von Clausewitz, who you see here, born in 1780, was a Prussian military theorist and officer, and is widely regarded as one of the most influential figures in the modern study of war. His work has had immense influence on current military theory, although his writings didn't enjoy as much influence in the United States until the middle of the 20th century. Clausewitz, who served in both the Russian and Prussian armies, which is quite a combination, throughout the Napoleonic Wars, looked for universal principles of warfare inspired by the experiences of the era. Superintendent at the Prussian Kriegsakademie until 1830, after which he resumed field service as the chief of staff of the Prussian army. He is, of course, best known for his principal work, Vom Krieg, or On War, which has become standard reading for military thinkers today. This is a substantial volume that was published posthumously, and in it Clausewitz articulated his theories regarding the fundamental principles of warfare. He saw war as an inherently violent phenomenon, not governed by fixed strategic doctrines. Instead, he argued that elements beyond human influence, which he referred to as fog and friction, shape the trajectory of conflict. For Clausewitz, war represented a continuation of diplomatic efforts or politics serving as a mechanism to force the enemy to acquiesce to your demand. Similar to the views of Napoleon Bonaparte himself, Clausewitz contended that effectiveness in war required dismantling opponents' military capabilities and undermining their resolve to engage in combat, rather than merely seizing territory. War should not be viewed as an ultimate goal, he argued, but rather as a means to achieve specific objectives. One of his most significant contributions to military theory is the concept of the Trinity, which encompasses the three elements that influence the evolution of warfare: primordial violence, chance or fortune, and reason. Clausewitz was not translated into English during the Civil War era, and if he had a direct influence at all, it is somewhat ephemeral. The ideas that shaped Clausewitz were more important to our big question than On War itself ever really was. So I think it's safe to say that the lion's share of the Prussians' influence on American military thought is something that in many ways postdates the Civil War and actually only fully emerged in the 20th century, maybe even as late as the post-Vietnam era, as the U.S. military struggled to make sense of that specific conflict. Antoine-Henri Jomini, if you'll pardon my French, that's one of those times I can actually use that phrase and not be joking, pardon my French, but in any case, he's a Swiss officer and a military theorist, and unlike Clausewitz, I think probably is perhaps the most influential external force that shaped American military thinking in the Civil War era. And so I think he's far more important to our question here. Jomini's ideas on warfare, particularly the art of war, drawn from his own experiences in Napoleonic War, were absolutely integral to the strategies and practices employed by both the Union and Confederate armies in the 1860s. Jomini's influence on American military thought stemmed from his belief in the importance of understanding what he saw as the principles of warfare. He saw war, as he argued, as an art rather than a science, although on reading Jomini, I think you will find he takes a rather scientific approach to the entire subject. He focused on a number of key concepts, such as the centralization of effort, the importance of interior lines, and the importance of terrain in war. One of his most significant contributions was the idea of the decisive point, locations or moments in battles or campaigns that could lead to victory when successfully leveraged. He also advocated for the principle of concentration of force at critical points and in time to achieve overwhelming success, which had a lasting impact on the way military leaders approached both strategy and tactics in Civil War operations. Jomini's influence on the organization of campaigns, the application of resources, and the swift movement of troops were also central to the thinking of American commanders north and south. And although Jomini's theories were based on the tactics of Napoleonic warfare, they were continually adapted to the singular conditions of the American Civil War, from command structures to logistical considerations to the physical geography of the American landscape. So, Jomini is important. And early on, antebellum U.S. Army officers were already examining the implications of the Napoleonic Wars in a Jominian fashion. And naturally, the U.S. Military Academy at West Point emerged as the focal point for these studies. So, how important was West Point to the leadership of the U.S. Army in the Civil War? And the answer is, of course, very important. Officers who graduated from West Point increasingly filled the ranks of the Army Officer Corps in the antebellum years and would continue to do so throughout the 19th century. In 1817, graduates from West Point represented 14.8% of Army officers. By 1830, this figure had risen to 63.8%. And by 1860, on the eve of war, West Point accounted for 75.8% of the active Army Officer Corps. One reason for West Point's importance is that the process for appointments to the Academy changed significantly during the 1830s, allowing for one appointment from each congressional and territorial district, along with additional at-large appointments. This approach not only ensured a geographically balanced, although not necessarily diverse, student body, but it also fostered congressional interest in the Academy. This was an effort to address concerns during the Jacksonian era that the Army had become too elitist and lacked an essential egalitarianism. But the result was that the majority of the American Officer Corps prior to the Civil War benefited from a shared educational background and military culture. The curriculum at West Point also evolved as the institution grew in significance and influence. Superintendent Sylvanus Thayer began incorporating elements of strategic theory into the coursework following the War of 1812. Thayer's travels in Europe during this period introduced him to contemporary military literature, particularly that of the French, whom he saw as the thought leaders of military studies. Thayer aimed to create that comprehensive military strategy for the United States, integrating maritime defense concepts with emerging theories on land warfare, and attempted to incorporate this into the Army leadership's thinking. Despite Thayer's efforts to introduce a strategic component into the Academy's curriculum, various external constraints limited the amount of instructional time available for these subjects. Factors such as a traditional American aversion to a standing Army, budget cuts leading to a decrease in the Army's size, insufficient funding, and a correspondingly low number of cadets, and quite predictably, long periods of peace hindered Thayer's initiatives and kept West Point primarily focused on engineering. Additionally, President Jackson's severe criticism and heavy-handed interference with the Academy ultimately led Thayer to resign from his position in 1833. Following Thayer's departure, his mentee, Dennis Hart Mahan, emerged as the foremost advocate of Jominian principles at West Point. Mahan, perhaps more than any other figure, save Jomini himself, helped define Civil War thought and therefore I think merits a close look. Dennis Hart Mahan was born in 1802 and graduated from West Point himself in 1824. And over the years, Mahan's professional life was defined by his expertise in military theory and engineering, and his time as a professor at the Academy, a post he occupied for much of his career. During his tenure on the Hudson River, Mahan developed the curriculum that Thayer had introduced, and this emphasized the importance of military engineering, fortifications, and the serious study of military history and strategy. Mahan's influence as a teacher also extended far beyond the classroom, as many of his students would later become key figures in the Civil War, both in the Union and Confederate armies. One of the most important aspects of Mahan's legacy was his written work, which synthesized European military thought, particularly Napoleonic thought, and applied it to the American context. In 1847, Mahan published, and hang with me on this title here, an elementary treatise on advance guard, outpost, and detachment service of troops and the manner of posting and handling them in the presence of an enemy, with a historical sketch of the rise and progress of tactics, etc., etc. They loved long titles in the 19th century. People who deal with Mahan, now we typically call this book Outpost. It's a little simpler. Outpost is an important work. And for anyone who is interested in strategy, tactics, Civil War thought, I think that this is a good starting point. For anyone hoping to understand how armies functioned, how and why operations during the Civil War unfolded, this is the beginning point. Mahan wrote in Outpost and in his teachings that Napoleon Bonaparte was the master of war. And thus, by studying Napoleon and his campaigns, Mahan believed you could learn the art of war. Mahan sought to systematize these principles, including military strategy and tactics, and implement them in the curriculum at West Point and in, more importantly, I think, the Napoleon Club. It's a seminar for discussion of these ideas. Mahan pushed his students to engage in key concepts such as the importance of decisive battles, the need for proper fortifications, and the strategic use of terrain and logistics, using Napoleon's campaigns as examples and case studies. Mahan also focused on military engineering and the construction of fortifications in his teaching. His own background as an engineer helped him to appreciate the tactical and strategic importance of strong defensive works. This influence on the officers he trained is particularly evident in the Confederate defense of places like Vicksburg and Petersburg, where entrenched positions played a vital role in the course and outcome of war-changing operations. Mahan also emphasized the importance of field fortifications, which became a hallmark of Civil War combat, particularly during sieges and in battles like Fredericksburg, Gettysburg, Atlanta, and Franklin. His ideas on the construction of forts, earthworks, and defensive lines provided a technical framework for both Union and Confederate engineers to employ throughout the war. As a result, the Civil War saw widespread use of fortified defensive positions and even trench warfare, which, as is often pointed out, may foreshadow future conflicts like the First World War. Mahan's military thinking was characterized by a healthy dose of carefulness. He was cautious in his discussion of the movement of forces and the security of defensive positions, for instance. As for the offensive, Mahan likewise warned against recklessness, instead suggesting that the best offensive is the one that gains position through deception and maneuver at the least cost to one's forces. In particular, he was deeply concerned about advancing too quickly without protecting one's flanks. George McClellan took note. This was not, however, an endorsement of a Napoleonic willingness to accept tremendous losses in order to destroy the enemy's forces. On the contrary, his focus on fortifications, for instance, is of particular relevance in the Civil War, where the use of these positions becomes increasingly important over time, especially in the later stages of the conflict. Mahan's long tenure at West Point, which ended, I suppose, strangely, with a common theme that we've talked about today with suicide. He actually killed himself as well. In any case, it shaped a generation of military officers who later rose to prominence during the Civil War. Notable students who knew or studied with Mahan included both Union and Confederate generals, most notably Robert E. Lee, Ulysses Grant, George Thomas, Thomas Stonewall Jackson, and William Tecumseh Sherman. Their education at West Point under Mahan's tutelage or near his influence provided them with a foundation in a kind of American military theory and a common language of practices, procedures, and principles of war, which would guide their strategies and decision-making during campaigns and operations. While the Confederacy struggled in many aspects of the war, the influence of Mahan and Jomini on Confederate generals, particularly Lee, should not be underestimated. For Lee, Mahan's emphasis on the importance of fortifications and defensive tactics is evident in his approach to a number of battles, again mentioning Fredericksburg, where he took advantage of entrenched positions and high ground to repel Union assaults. Lee's understanding of terrain and fortifications, as at Petersburg, reflected Mahan's teachings, and Lee's campaign, such as his approach to the 7 Days battles and the invasions of Maryland and Pennsylvania in 1863 and 2, highlighted his understanding of the importance of Mahan's belief that attacking with concentrated forces could decisively defeat an enemy, even a superior numbered enemy. Lee, particularly early in the war, took these ideas to heart, often with success, but also with a high cost. Later, as Confederate resources waned, Lee evolved. He sought to wear down Union forces with attrition rather than to risk large-scale offensive engagements, balancing principles with practical considerations. Stonewall Jackson and Sherman both also applied principles from Mahan's curriculum in their respective campaigns. Jackson, for instance, used rapid, concentrated movements and his understanding of strategic surprise, and that echoes Mahan's teachings on the importance of momentum and of concentration of force. Sherman's famous March to the Sea was an embodiment of Mahan's ideas on the strategic use of terrain, logistics, and on things like morale and even economic war. Back to the Union side, Ulysses Grant's understanding of military logistics, the decisive importance of positioning, and the need for persistent offensives were key to his successes during the war. Grant's recognition that a war of attrition was necessary against the Confederacy was grounded in Mahan's emphasis on maintaining constant pressure on the enemy, even at the cost of heavy casualties. One of the most prominent examples of this influence is seen in Grant's strategic use of interior lines. Grant's ability to move troops rapidly within the Union territory, even as the Confederate Army sought to isolate his forces, reflects Jomini's emphasis on the centrality of interior lines and Mahan's interpretation of that principle. Grant's 1864 overland campaign also is marked by his determination to keep his forces concentrated and moving in coordinated efforts toward decisive points, much in line with Jomini and Mahan. Grant's campaigns in the Vicksburg area also demonstrated the importance of capturing key geographic locations, a concept Mahan stressed in his writings about terrain. So, if there is a culture of military thought in the Civil War, and I believe there was, Mahan's influence on it is indelible. There is another side, though, to Mahan's reach, best illustrated in another of his students, Henry W. Halleck, who became the first American military officer to write a major book on military thought and strategy. Published in 1846, just as the war with Mexico began, Halleck's Elements of Military Art and Science applied Jominian thought to the American strategic situation. On the surface, Halleck promoted the Jominian principle of offensive warfare and concentration of mass on decisive points. But Halleck's book gradually strays away from this, and his approach is a much more cautious one. In his mind, the primary role of the American military is to defend the nation against foreign attack. And Halleck sought to protect American resources within the continental United States. And so for Halleck, offensive war still had a role, although he never seemed fully comfortable in endorsing it, and he favored defensive fortifications and a cautious, maybe overly cautious approach to attacks. So for Halleck, better or worse, he is also a reflection of a strain of Mahan's thinking. Now, before we move on from Mahan for a bit, it's important to understand, I think, the strategic context that influenced Mahan and his students. The United States didn't have a truly serious worry about a foreign invasion from the 1820s through the Civil War. In fact, quite the contrary, we were often the foreign invader ourselves, as in Mexico. Nor did American military officers spend much time actually studying Jomini, Halleck, or even Mahan, sad to say. The strategy course at West Point represented only a small portion of the overall curriculum, which remained dedicated to engineering, mathematics, and French primarily. As educated military men, many American officers thus had only a cursory understanding of Napoleonic warfare, mainly that a climactic battle to annihilate the enemy's force was guaranteed to bring victory. Even so, Jomini's ideas on the importance of geography, as filtered through Mahan and his students, were pivotal and a very American twist on Jomini in the thinking of these Civil War leaders. Both Union and Confederate leaders recognized that the vast terrain of the United States presented unique challenges, but also opportunities. And so the concept of interior lines became increasingly important, over the course of the war, as both sides had to navigate long distances and manage the efficient movement of troops and supplies over difficult terrain. One of the characteristics of antebellum and Civil War military thought is its preoccupation with the tactical and the technical. Let me jump ahead here for a second and show you all. Actually, let's go back. Excuse me. Pardon me for 1 second. Here we go. Preoccupation with the tactical and the technical over the theoretical or the doctrinal, and imagining war as a science. Perhaps the best example of this way of thinking about war is Winfield Scott, who we see here, whose long tenure at the head of the American military establishment also played a pivotal role in shaping American military thought in the early to mid-19th century. Scott's influence extended far beyond the battlefield, impacting military doctrine and strategy that guided the U.S. military for generations. And his career, which spanned over half a century, saw him involved in conflicts from the War of 1812 to the Mexican-American War to the opening days of the Civil War itself. A Virginian born in 1786, Scott graduated from the College of William and Mary before joining the Army in 1808. He predated West Point in that regard. His early military service won him accolades in the War of 1812, but perhaps the most defining chapter of Scott's military career was his role in the Mexican-American War from 1846 to 48. One of his key innovations was his use of combined arms tactics, which involves coordinating infantry, artillery, and cavalry, rather than simply mainly focusing on infantry as a way to achieve military objectives, and doing it in a way that's highly efficient and complementary to each branch. And so this approach allowed American forces in Mexico, for instance, to operate much more effectively in varied terrain at the end of long supply and communication lines and faced with overwhelming numbers in the campaigns of Mexico, particularly in the planning of the siege of Veracruz and his subsequent march toward Mexico City, which none other than the Duke of Wellington acclaimed as one of the greatest campaigns of military history, set new standards in things like coordination and planning. Scott's use of logistics was also revolutionary, and he had, I think, an innate understanding that modern warfare required more than just tactics. He was a meticulous planner and a fanatic almost about supply and training among his troops. And he paid very careful attention to things like lines of supply and communication. Although Scott is perhaps best known for his role in the Mexican-American War, his military influence continued to resonate through the U.S. Army during the Civil War. And although Scott had retired within the first opening moments of the war itself, his strategies continued to shape military thinking in the Union Army, particularly through his development of the so-called Anaconda Plan, a strategy Scott proposed early in the war, which called for a blockade of the Confederate States and the capture of the Mississippi River, as well as penetration of the southern interior via river and rail. Though initially criticized for being too cautious and slow, the principles of the Anaconda Plan would eventually shape Union strategy, war aims, and ultimately victory. Jomini's ideas about geography influenced Scott's Anaconda Plan and the Union grand strategy that it birthed. Control of rivers, rail junctions, and other strategic points followed Jomini's principles of seizing key geographical locations that could cripple the enemy's capacity to fight. The Confederacy, on the other hand, often struggled with their own decentralized approach, an offensive-defensive strategy that at times failed to capitalize on geographic advantages, such as their vast and often defensible interior, or the use of interior lines against superior federal numbers. But both approaches certainly incorporated elements of Jomini and Mahan, and even Scott. And Scott's emphasis on economic warfare and blockades was a significant evolution in military tactics. All right. For all the talk of strategy, tactics, and theory, sometimes lost in the process is an unescapable fact, maybe more than any other factor. The human element is among the most essential variables shaping both war and military thought during the Civil War. I see the human element then manifesting in at least two important ways. One of them, the practical, and the second is ideological. So maybe we can quickly take them in turn. The practical, Command of Civil War armies and execution of plans in war broadly was usually a matter of problem solving. Commanders had to see the problem themselves in order to arrive at a solution. They had to marshal their theory, their experience, the limited or flawed information, and then implement all of that into an action plan to accomplish objectives. Military thought prior to the Civil War had very little to offer directly on either of these lines. Civil War commanders' spheres of influence or force of personality often dictated their ability to manage their armies and dictate actions through orders. This arrangement often turned on the nature of commanders' relationships with subordinates, their ability to issue orders to those subordinates with clarity and precision, and the Army's capacity or willingness to execute those orders. The problem, of course, is that there is a possibility, even a probability, of intervening human error, chance, the random friction and fog that Clausewitz warns about, and something which Mahan and the educational apparatus for the antebellum Army provided little to no actual guidance for. So, to borrow a 19th century idiom, then, often used at the time, common sense, or my preferred 19th century term, horse sense, mattered a great deal, perhaps too much, in determining the ultimate success or failure of commanders in their operations. And both Northerners and Southerners seem to agree that great generals were born rather than made. Civil War generals seemed to understand this at the time. As the always colorful William T. Sherman cautioned Ulysses Grant in 1864, quote, "My only points of doubt were in your knowledge of grand strategy and of books of science and history, but I confess your common sense seems to have supplied all of these." Sherman's a bit of a suck-up, isn't he? But who can blame him, right? All right. The ideological, really quickly. As antebellum military thought took shape and evolved or was disregarded or ignored, which sometimes was the case, there was a different sort of evolution also taking place within military thought leaders, within the Army officer corps itself, and within both the Union and Confederate armies. With small forces at the beginning of the Civil War, which numbered around 16,000 men at its outset in the U.S. regular Army, and with promotion in the officer corps based on seniority, Army officers faced poor prospects for professional advancement in peacetime. There was an elaborate system of brevet promotions based on the British Army system, but nevertheless, most antebellum leaders found themselves trapped in their grade by a glacial arrangement based on seniority. It wasn't unusual to see middle-aged captains and lieutenants even in the antebellum Army. But there is a sense of unity and shared experience, I think, that comes as part of that, because they are held as a group to a collective standards, they're meticulously educated, and they are provided with a stable lifelong career and are entrusted with a degree of autonomy by their government and by the American people. So between 1830 and 1860, about half of the officers in the U.S. Army had served there for a period of at least 20 years. By 1860, nearly a quarter of regular Army officers had careers spanning 40 years or more. This is a relatively permanent and very stable kind of profession, and thus I think led to both professionalization as well as the expansion and kind of ingraining of this thought culture. The ordeal of the Mexican War, however, revealed significant problems, ideological in nature, with the volunteer system, as well as tensions between professionals and regulars and the amateurs of the militia system, which composed most of what was the expansible Army model of the early to mid-19th century. Not only did the American citizen soldier ethos clash with the regular Army discipline of the officer corps, but it impeded efforts to fully execute the military thought and the ideas preached by Mahan and Jomini. The perceived amateurishness and inexperience of volunteer troops, particularly in the Mexican War, mortified many regular Army officers, and they widely panned in their letters the indiscipline, the inefficiency, and even the outright savage behavior that some volunteers exhibited towards non-combatants in Mexican campaigns. Overall, though, I think that perhaps the idea of ideology, the idea of citizen armies mobilized in haste on an unprecedented scale has to factor into any consideration of military thought. The ideological component, in fact, may represent what is perhaps the most unique thing about American military thought in the Civil War. Reckoning with citizen armies on a vast scale with little to no guidance or training in an institutional level is quite an accomplishment, and it applies both North and South. All right, since we were drawing close to the end, let me see if I can sort of land the plane here if I can. Although the American military establishment had something close to what we now think of as a general staff, they actually called it this, and it was established in 1862, but the U.S. Army and the Confederate Army had no actual general staff in any sort of modern sense. They used staff officers instead. These are sort of personal staff that were often attached to individual generals in order to carry out staff functions. And so in that respect, the United States Army, the Confederate States Army, both resembled the British model of staffs rather than the Prussian or the French model. And as far as staff went, Army officers in the Civil War received virtually no practical or specialized instruction on how to carry out their duties. So when you study a military campaign or operation in the Civil War, and perhaps one of the criticisms is poor staff work, that is why. And that is more or less the rule rather than the exception during the Civil War. Only in 1862 did an officer named William Craighill, who was an engineering instructor at West Point, publish something known as the Army Officer's Companion, which dealt with the staff duties. And even that provides very little guidance, and it's more about how to build bridges, how to write proper orders, how to do paperwork, these sorts of things, and very little on theory or operational planning or advising in that particular work. And so while a general staff did exist on paper, it functioned not at all as subsequent incarnations would. So, were there innovators in the American military context with thought during the Civil War? Yes, though innovation and experimentation, like staff work and like rigorous officer training itself, were usually the exception rather than the rule. Through initiatives like the West Point Napoleon Club, it became clear that effective communication channels were essential for any profession to address inquiries and deliberate on issues critical to operational success. There were already publications like the Army and Navy Chronicle and the Military and Naval Magazine of the United States that provided opportunities and platforms for discussion of theory and what we would today potentially call doctrine. And while they address many topics in these journals, it's unclear what the actual reach or penetration of this professional literature was at the time. Certainly in 1861 through 1865, few, if any, officers are spending their free time reading military journals. Instead, they are waging a civil war for the most part. So it is an open question, but I think it's still a worthy one potentially for historians to address. Practically speaking, though, the best innovator probably during the war itself is the guy we're looking at here. This is Emory Upton of New York, as Dr. Hsieh also alluded to. And he was, in fact, a key figure in transforming and modernizing U.S. Army tactics in the late 19th century. His contributions are significant in the development of modern warfare, especially in the context of maneuver, which emphasizes speed and flexibility and the use of surprise to defeat an enemy. Upton is a colorful figure. He is a bit of a prodigy. He had achieved a general's stars by the age of 25. He had commanded troops in all three major branches, and he was seen as an iconoclast and an innovator at the time. As a young colonel, famously, Upton devised and implemented a really bold tactical approach to infantry assaults at Spotsylvania, involving speed and maneuver and discipline. And this was, in fact, a measure that was well ahead of its time, although it didn't succeed, primarily because it wasn't properly exploited by the rest of the forces that were with him. But after the war, I think, is where we really see Emory Upton's influence. His book, The Military Policy of the United States, which was published in 1904, remember he's a young guy, and he had a fairly long life, although this was published posthumously. It helped to shape how the U.S. Army approached warfare. He advocated, among other things, for more flexibility, for what he called realism in exercises and training, and adaptability, moving away from rigid linear tactics to a more modern, what we would think of as a modern approach, including things like firing and maneuvering. Upton was also a strong proponent of modernizing the Army to cope with changing natures of war. He was highly critical of outdated Napoleonic approaches, including mass frontal assaults, and instead advocated for a dynamic and decentralized approach to tactics, aligning this with the growing role of technology. He was also a major advocate of the offensive, arguing that offensive spirit of the Army, the fighting spirit that we hear so much about, rather than defensive or static strategies, was key to achieving success in modern combat. This, of course, later influenced U.S. Army tactics both in the First and Second World Wars and even beyond. And perhaps more important, or most important, at least in my thinking, is what he called the Upton Doctrine, which called for an organized professional army with a focus on training, preparation, and realism in combat tactics, drawing on real-world scenarios, things that had actually happened in reality, rather than hypotheticals that are invented in a classroom or a seminar. In short, Upton's theories and reforms laid the groundwork for a more modern, effective, and updated military that continued to influence U.S. military operations throughout the 20th century and even beyond. And his push for innovation, realism, and flexibility marked a turning point in military thought. So perhaps we have identified, at least here, an innovator. All right, and so in conclusion, the Civil War experience and the post-war reforms it helped to inspire shaped the subsequent military thought and policies of the United States. And the challenges they faced and often overcome helped set the stage for the transformation of the American volunteer system in later decades. Despite the best efforts of post-war reformers like Upton to repair the manifest shortcomings of it, the volunteer system persisted for at least 3 decades after Appomattox. The Spanish-American War, for instance, marked the beginning of the end for the militia system of states, whose death knell had been foreshadowed for some time. Inevitable tensions between U.S. Army and militia or volunteer officers arose, as well as training and organizational defects in the volunteers became abundantly clear in the war against Spain. These problems led postbellum Army planners to rehash their arguments for change and modernization. Secretary of War Elihu Root, embracing the reforms proposed by Upton and his adherents, was the one to institute the first major energetic program of reforms. And so the Dick Act of 1903, which aimed to remedy these long-standing problems, and Root's additional measures are going to bring state militias finally under federal authority. These reforms also required militia units to conform to the U.S. Army's standards, structures, and the like, and incentivize these changes with federal financial support. And so by the first decades of the 20th century, volunteers represented only a small percentage of the national armies in comparison to the vast majority of Civil War armies in the 1860s, with their elected officer corps and their nascent intellectualism and uneven training practices. So we return to where we began, to our big question. The legacy of Jomini, Mahan, and Upton, I suppose, and the rest continue to remind us that a close study of antebellum and Civil War military thought illuminate the Civil War as a key moment of transition, as Northerners and Southerners alike labored to adapt older ideas to new realities of war in a uniquely American context, with important implications for their future and our present. Thank you.
Hi, Keith June, Arlington, Virginia, and I think this is the third of the symposiums. Just want to thank the American Museum, Civil War Museum, for the outstanding job you've done every year with the symposium, great speakers. And my question has to do, you mentioned the ideological. Would you talk about the ideological differences between the United States Army, Confederate States, and I might even add the role of black soldiers later in the war?
Yes,
Thank you.
Wonderful question. I love this question. It's tempting to lump Confederate and Union common soldiers into the same basket. And I think in some ways you can and maybe even should, particularly when you're talking about ideology. And I think it's important to remember that both Northern and Southern soldiers drew from the same well and the same kind of common history, and even in many ways the same common understanding of what it meant to be a citizen and a soldier. Both sides saw military service as a duty, as an obligation, in fact. Both of them, I think, had similar interpretations of what all of that meant to them, including the idea that military service for a citizen soldier is not the same as military service for a regular soldier, a professional, for instance. And there were enlisted professional soldiers in the antebellum U.S. Army. And the key difference, or one of the key differences, is that volunteers serve voluntarily, and they serve temporarily. So this is not a permanent status, this is not a profession, this is a season in their lives, and they are doing it out of a sense of love of country, obligation, adventure, honor, all the things that we talk about with common soldiers. But I think the key thing here is that this is a conscious decision on their part. And yes, there were conscripts, but keep in mind that this culture, this idea of voluntariness, is baked into both the Union and Confederate armies so strongly that I think even conscripts begin seeing it in those terms. So in a practical sense, I think what that means in war is that you have to account for that feeling. And you see it over and over in both Union and Confederate leadership. They have to think about and consider, how do citizen soldiers react when we ask them or tell them to do things, and when they resist it, or when they insist on, as was very common, officers explaining why. It's not enough to say, do this. Volunteers wanted to know why. Why do you want us to do this? And they expected to have a good answer for that. You see it again in things like election of officers, particularly at the junior grade, at the field and company level. Officer elections will persist throughout the entirety of the war, and they are loathed, particularly by the regulars and by the generals. They hate the idea that units can choose their own officers from among their ranks, and yet this is, I think, one of those important concessions to ideology that has an actual practical effect even on the battlefield, right? So I don't know if that addresses your question, but you did mention African American soldiers, USCT soldiers. I think that the consideration of being a citizen soldier also applies to them. Remember, USCT soldiers were overwhelmingly volunteers as well. And then you layer on top of that consideration, as an African American soldier, facing the prospect of capture is a dire consequence. I mean, it's never great to be taken a prisoner of war, but if you're an African American soldier, the Confederate Army essentially promises you will be returned or put into a state of bondage, which is not something that happens necessarily in the same way to a white soldier who's taken as a prisoner, right? So there's a unique element, I think, to looking at African American soldiers and their ideology. But I do think, again, these concepts, what I in my books call the democratic prerogatives that soldiers insist on, are incredibly powerful. And in some cases, they are rather disruptive from the command perspective.
So, thanks. Steve Gannon from Richmond. So, George McClellan graduated second in his class at West Point. Nathan Bedford Forrest was irregularly educated, if at all. But their success was quite a bit different. McClellan ultimately failed. Forrest was brilliant. Does that say anything about the actual value of the learning of operations, military history, and philosophy at West Point? Forrest didn't have any of that, but was incredibly effective. McClellan had all of it and really couldn't win very many battles.
Good question. In some way, and I'll quibble with it a bit if I could, in some ways this is sort of an apples and oranges comparison too. McClellan's an Army commander, and Forrest is at best a Corps commander that occasionally has independent command. and is a cavalry commander who engages in things like raids and reconnaissance. So it's an entirely different skill set involved. Also, I would suggest that Forrest, while he is an example of an outstanding leader at what he does without any real formal education, is again rather exceptional. He becomes Forrest because he is Forrest, right? There aren't a lot of Nathan Forrests around. So looking at him might be a little bit distorting in some ways. But I do want to remind everyone to keep in mind that while Mahan and outposts are important, it's not clear what the actual direct reach of all of that is in terms of, some general sitting down to plan an operation, and he thinks back and he goes through his West Point lecture notes and says, well, what did Professor Mahan say? I don't think that that's really what's happening at all. What Mahan actually is doing is he is distilling, in many ways, common principles that were kind of in the air and had been for decades prior to even him writing his book. And so Mahan is a way to focus those ideas, but the ideas are already there. In fact, they're part of, I think, the Army culture on both sides when the war begins. But certainly I do think, though, that while, McClellan, again, is an example of a guy who is academically brilliant and all of that sort of thing, and of course he receives due criticism for his failures, I'm always hesitant to try to rank generals. And I don't see it as war as a kind of performance evaluation. And certainly I'm not arrogant enough as a historian to put myself in the position to judge how a general performs along, specific lines, although it is kind of fun to do that, isn't it? So in that case, I'm more willing, I should say, to give a little bit of grace to a George McClellan sitting here in the comfort of this beautiful facility in 2025, rather than sitting in the saddle in 1862 in the peninsula. So.
My name is Dale Harder. I live in Chesterfield County. This has, I think, been my third symposium so far. I think you just answered this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway because I think we have people here in the audience of the same age. But I remember the movie Patton with George C. Scott, and there's the famous scene where he defeats Rommel's troops, and he goes, Rommel, you magnificent bastard, I read your book. And so I thought about that, and I think you just answered it, though, but was there any instances in post-war recollections or during the war where Lee or Jackson or Sherman or any of them said, he's Professor Mahan, I will do this? Is there any reaction? But it sounds like there wasn't. You
no.
Answered that. Yeah.
There may be. I'm not an expert on every general's memoir, but in the big ones, the big Army commanders, the ones that left detailed memoirs behind, very little, in fact. And I think in some ways that it sort of reinforces the idea that as far as there being a kind of doctrine or a kind of solid strain of this is the military thought of the day, there really isn't one. It's there, but it's being developed during the war itself. And the idea that that war is in sort of the modern sense the product of how well or how poorly you apply doctrine and accepted wisdom and all that sort of thing. It's not really the same way of thinking, I think, in the 19th century. And again, it's always dictated by the conditions on the ground, the specific characteristics of each campaign and operation. And again, it's a great way to think about it, though, is by looking at maybe post-war generals' writings and trying to see if you can draw those connections. But, I'll add one more thing about memoirs. With all the pitfalls of memory and all of that sort of thing, it's important when we're reading a Civil War general's memoir to remember they are writing this for a reason, and it's usually a self-serving reason. They are burnishing their record and they're defending their performance. So that's always something important to keep in mind. You're getting distortion upon distortion at that point. I've never read a truly honest memoir, I don't think. Maybe Grant, sort of.
Hi there. I have a quick question from the online streaming community. They're watching the streamline right now. They wanted to ask if you could comment on the efficiencies or deficiencies of staff use by Grant and Lee. Of
staffs by Grant and Lee? Well, it depends on how you define efficiency and deficiency. That's the professor answer, right? It just depends. And it does. If you define efficiency as being able to effectively implement general's plans and execute flawlessly and all that sort of thing, I think there's great deficiencies in staffs throughout the war, all the way up and down the line. But at the same time, remember that what we think of as a staff officer's duty maybe today is not exactly what staff officers or staffs were doing in the Civil War. And also the immensity of the task is almost incomprehensible. For instance, take Grant in the Overland Campaign. And he's running, at that point, he and, of course, General Meade are managing the largest field army in American history, well over 100,000 men at various points. They are doing it with a staff of about 15 men. One of them, John Rawlins, the chief of staff, is not a West Pointer. He is a lawyer and a friend of Grant. Of course, he did a fine job, but imagine running a company of 150,000 people with a staff of 15 people. I can't imagine it. And you don't have cell phones and email and texts and all that stuff, LinkedIn and Teams and things like that we all kind of hate, right? You have written orders, you have maybe telegraph machines, and that's about it. So in that regard, I think staffs, both Grant and Lee's staffs, do heroic work. But as far as being difference makers, shaping the course of operations and campaigns, I'm not sure that staff are really supposed to do that, and they certainly don't think really do. So again, online person. I hope that answers your question a bit. Thank you for that.
Yeah, good morning. Great presentation. My name's Paul Severance. I'm with the Blue-Gray Education Society. Curious as to your thoughts about the Bureau of Military Intelligence in George Sharp as a massive innovation in the melding of intelligence sources for planning and command.
Yes, very important. Of course, intelligence in war is absolutely essential. If you're acting on bad information, you're making mistakes. And so, the idea of kind of centralizing and consolidating efforts to gather intelligence, to do it in a systematic way, is in fact innovative, it's important, and not to be underestimated, for certain. The Confederate side don't have, I think, the same kind of network in place, although they do have their methods. But it does, I think, raise the kind of the idea that there is something different happening maybe in the American Civil War, something akin to maybe becoming more modern, at least in our sense of it, the idea that you should have specific elements that are focused on gathering intelligence and disseminating it and processing it, even analyzing it and presenting it to commanders, which is driven largely by necessity. This is required, this is necessary. And you can see, again, to pick on poor George McClellan, the problem with acting on faulty information and misapprehensions, and can lead to strategic consequences and failure, in fact. So yes, to answer your question, very important.
My name is Joe Service. I'm a teacher at Appomattox County High School. You talked about the impact of what they may have been reading. How much of it is trying to learn from mistakes? Was there any time or thought given to, like, the failed U.S. invasion of Canada in 1812, or even more close to the time, all the things that went wrong in the Crimean War?
So, kind of one of the hallmarks of modern military thinking is deriving lessons and applying them and making them into new doctrine. That really, there is no systematic effort to do anything like that. The Napoleon, of course, is always held up at West Point as the ultimate example. And while it is true that they did study American campaigns, from what I understand, the War of 1812, there's not much worthy of study because not much good happened for the Americans during War of 1812, save the Battle of New Orleans, really, which was fought by not regulars, militia. But that kind of reflectiveness and that idea that you focus on case studies from the past. You see it in the Napoleon Club, focusing again, I always thought it was ironic that there's this obsession with Napoleon. How did Napoleon's career end? With a stunning defeat, right? And a massive overreach and all of that. But in any case, he is held up as the standard. And so I would imagine that if you were able to speak to an antebellum or an early Civil War general and ask them, what guides their thinking, you would probably hear more about Napoleon, maybe even Caesar, than you would about Winfield Scott or, the campaigns in Canada in the 1812 war, things like that. It's not because they're dumb. It's because there's just not necessarily a culture of reflection in that way at that time. That's more of a later innovation. It's something that Emory Upton, for instance, really pushed. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Dr. Bledsoe, thank you for that. Another great engaging presentation. Dr. Bledsoe will be signing books at the back of the room. It is now lunchtime. In your name badge, you will have a small ticket that will, once redeemed, will bring you or give you the lunch of your choice. There's a lunch table at the back, so please make your way to the back, pick up lunch. We will resume at 1 p.m. The museum, as I mentioned earlier, is open till 5:30, but after lunch, or after you've eaten your lunch and before 1 o'clock is a good time if you want to have a quick look at the museum as well. Thank you, everyone. Great morning session. Enjoy lunch. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you. If I can encourage you all to retake your seats, and we will begin the afternoon session of the 20th Anniversary American Civil War Museum's Symposium on the Battlefield. Our next speaker is Dr. A.J. Cade, 19th century military historian and executive council member of the Association of African American Life and History and an historian for the United States government. Dr. Cade is also a retired United States Marine. Today he shares his presentation, We Will Never Stop, the Louisiana Native Guards as Change Agents of 19th Century America. Please welcome Dr. Cade.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me get myself situated. Perfect. Oh, let's get the first slide. All right. So as Rob said, my name is Dr. Anthony Cade, and I'm here to present my paper on Louisiana Native Guards. Now, quick disclaimer, because I'm a federal historian. The opinions and views expressed today are not my own. They're not the opinions of the Department of Veterans Affairs, Department of Defense, any federal agency, and this presentation is in full compliance with all executive orders as of 20 February 2025. So if anything happened yesterday and today, I'm sorry if I violated something. I also want to thank Kelly and Rob for putting all this together, giving me an excuse to come down here, visit the museum. This is my first time able to tour it, so really enjoyed walking through it. Now I have about 40 minutes to talk to you all today. This isn't a lot of time. My book on the subject is titled Death or Victory, The Martial History of Louisiana Native Guards. It's going to be coming out next January from LSU Press, so if you enjoyed the presentation, you walk away with a lot of questions, please feel free to buy a copy when it comes out. All right, those are my obligatory introductory statements, past everything. Now we can begin. So I'm going to discuss New Orleans Black military resistance during after the American Civil War. So out of everyone's presentation, I think mine is the most focused. I'm not talking very big military history. I'm talking very specific on a set of regiments in New Orleans, Louisiana. So I'm going to be very focused in this presentation here. You can see on here on the screen a little overview what we're going to be going into. Going into Reconstruction, when the Federal Army liberates New Orleans from 1862 all the way through 1876. Primary actors are going to be free and enslaved people of color who go join the Louisiana Native Guards. And the argument is going to be that free and formerly enslaved black citizens used the military as a means of black military resistance from white tyranny they suffered under for generations prior to 1862. From that point forward, there is a surge of free black media, education, even the bank for a few years, and not to mention desegregation of public transportation and outright fighting in the streets of New Orleans and Baton Rouge on more than one occasion. So we're going to have a few things, but unfortunately I can't go into everything. If this will go with me. We won't cooperate? There we go. Now, some of you may have already heard about the Black Creoles in Louisiana and New Orleans prior to the Civil War. Others have not. So I'm going to try to make sure we're all on the same page. Now, even those who have often heard of it sometimes misunderstand their history. So part of what I want you to understand as we go into this is first, how black people were able to become political and social change agents during the war. And second, why those changes they created were so significant for both themselves and for formerly enslaved individuals as well. Now, to start off with, Louisiana had a very different social structure when compared to most of the Deep South. And that was because of the history of the wealthy black Creoles, such as the two you see pictured up here. They had very European heritage and educations, and as you can see, they could sometimes even pass for white. And as a little teaser for you all, the man on the right, his name is Sergeant Muanoy, and he later on serves in Louisiana Native Guards, and that's his wife, who actually assists with the regiments for quite a time all the way through the American Civil War. Now, that history has to do with the French laws and customs which governed black people in Louisiana dating back to 1917. The French government codified the Code Noir in the law, and that made it where numerous avenues existed towards freedom and wealth for black people can be accumulated inside the territory. French people also openly married black people, which subsequently produced these generations of children who look like the individuals you see here. Those laws made it so that black Creoles could serve in the militia, hold political office, own and inherit land, and many more rights that made them legally on par with French and then even later Spanish settlers of the region. Those children inherited so much wealth and land from their parents that they often attended schools in Europe, causing them to be highly educated as well. So we're talking about a very large class of people with education, money, political connections, both in the U.S. and in Europe. After the United States took over the territory, Black Creoles had enough wealth and political connections that they could fight back against many other racialized laws which plagued the rest of the nation going into the 19th century. For example, other southern states were wholly against black men serving in the militia, but Louisiana was the exception, as they had black men in militia as early as 1811, serving in some capacity up until about the 1840s, where there was a big deluge of racialized laws that started to affect the state. For most of the early 19th century, Black Creoles were treated pretty well, and they had many of the same rights as whites. They can even attend schools in France, which means they continued to remain highly educated as they're going up to the Civil War. And they also meant they were very literate. When you compare that with the rest of the American populace, you had a significant portion of Black Creoles that were much more literate. Some of them even continued to marry in American white families before and after the war. And having met some of their descendants today, I can tell you that even their descendants today, you wouldn't be able to tell that their ancestors were enslaved unless they tell you, like, oh yeah, my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather was enslaved here. I feel like it doesn't want to cooperate with me. Now, enslaved people, however, lived very different lives in Louisiana prior to the war, even during the 18th century. Enslavement in Louisiana was extremely tough because of the climate and soil. Thousands died within years of being forced into the region, and their situation did not improve during the 19th century by any means. Once America took over the territory and made it into a state, Louisiana quickly grew to become the internal slave trade hub. Okay, I don't know why I did that. I told you it doesn't want to cooperate with me. So if a slave in Virginia wanted to purchase a southern slave person, they would send someone to New Orleans to get that done. And that created this inflows and outflows within Louisiana and made it one of the largest states with enslaved people. And it also made New Orleans one of the wealthiest cities in the South. Now, I'm not going to shock you all with the horrors of black enslavement in the state, as I'm sure you've heard a lot of them, but what I will say is that many of those accounts that I've read in the archives are oftentimes worse than what we've even seen in movies and books. Even with the book that I discussed earlier, I was cautioning them to take out some of the more shocking points just as they thought it'd be too much. Overall, the quality of life for enslaved people in the state were some of the worst leading up to the war. And if you can see the picture up there, I could point out to you some of the devices that he was wearing. But if the picture ever comes back up, it says no signal detected. So I don't know if it's disconnected or something, but it looks like they're about to work on that. There's these chains on his neck, on his legs, and they have to actually put paddings on him for the picture because it's just so abrasive that they couldn't morally put him in those again, even for just to take a picture for a few minutes. Now, American laws removed a lot of the pathways of freedom which were codified by the French in the 18th century. So the state was able to quickly form a hierarchy of wealthy whites, wealthy free blacks, poor free blacks, and enslaved individuals. Black Creoles in particular held a social status that often blurred the lines between them and white because of their wealth and knowledge. Now, there were some of them who owned and enslaved people as well. And although the few that did had done so because they inherited them, they tended to treat their enslaved people pretty well when compared to others. But nevertheless, they did have enslaved people among themselves, and they were to make a difference because of it. Now, Black Creoles, at least some of them, not all of them, did not fully see themselves as black. While many of them among them were abolitionists, there were some who argued for and argued against enslavement as we were going to the Civil War. But one thing that was very common was this phrase of it was a us and them, even among the Black Creoles who were abolitionists, where they would say, oh, we're going to free them, they're not freeing us. And I want y'all to keep that in mind for later on. Here we go. Now, Civil War begins when a white Creole from New Orleans actually orders the first shot. And from there, it devolves into a full-on war that we still see the effects of today. Now, shortly afterwards, the man that you see pictured up here, whose name is Jordan Noble, he began organizing regiments in New Orleans in response to that. Now, Noble was a formerly enslaved man who fought at the Battle of Chalmette during the War of 1812. After the battle, he earned his freedom, and he made sure everyone in New Orleans remembered that he served in that war for decades to come. He would literally walk through the street in his uniforms just to make sure they remembered he was there. When the Civil War starts, Noble leads the effort among free blacks to do something about this. He knew this was an opportunity for formerly enslaved people to possibly earn their freedom as he did, and then free blacks to secure a space for themselves in a fomenting nation, as at that time, the Confederation became a standalone nation. So he argued to everyone and who attended that they should try to form some type of unit in New Orleans to secure our place. However, the laws of the time barred them from joining the military or even the militia. So after a series of meetings, they put together a petition to form what is called a Home Guard unit inside New Orleans. Now, the petition was sent to Governor Thomas More, who really realized the propaganda that such a unit could have. And he has approved it and established Louisiana Native Guards on May 2nd, 1861. So keep these dates in mind as I go through them. Now, there's something that needs to be made clear before I get on this, because I know this is a topic that's very controversial. The Home Guards were not part of the military, they're not part of the Confederate military. There's this great debate in the Civil War historiography regarding if black men served in the Confederate military, and the Louisiana Native Guards is just not proof of that. The reason is quite simple. That's how the governor designed it, and that's how he wanted it. That's how President Jefferson Davis approved it. When Moore created the Home Guard units, he specifically wrote to Davis that they were not going to be part of the Confederacy or its military. As such, they cannot be ordered out of the state or used within the CSA, as an entire premise that they were going to defend the city only. And they want to make it clear that these black men would never be equal to white. The service inside the Home Guards was entirely voluntary, and the fact that later caused issues for Moore. And he had to use the mayors of the cities if he wanted to use the Home Guards, because they were purely volunteers. Actually took more over a year before he realized the fallacy of that, and that was shortly after New Orleans was already liberated. So Home Guards never had a chance to even assist in anything outside of the city. So per the governor's own orders and Louisiana laws at the time of their service, the Native Guards were never part of the military, and the black men who did so were never Confederate soldiers. Something analogous. It's not exact, but it's analogous today, if you can imagine. If you set up a Home Guard unit here in Richmond, then Alexandria's been invaded, and everyone's wondering, hey, are we going to go down there to help Alexandria? And everyone in Richmond's like, no, we're only here to help Richmond. Like, we're only here for Richmond and nothing else. Now, we can look at the big picture today and understand the Native Guards were not part of the Confederate military. In 1861, there was a bit of confusion about their use, and it created a conundrum for President Abraham Lincoln and the Union Army. As Moore predicted, the Native Guards, they were a huge propaganda piece for Louisiana, and it gave the impression to European dignitaries that the Civil War may not be wholly about slavery. Furthermore, if the South was willing to use black soldiers, then why isn't the North doing the same? Now, these 2 points started to plague Lincoln and the War Department during the first year of the war, to the point that the first Union Secretary of War, Simon Cameron, submitted a report to Congress detailing the use of these units like the Native Guards, and he requested Union Army to do the same. Now, some of Lincoln's generals used similar arguments that the Confederacy had this famous units of black soldiers and the Union Army should do the same. And Lincoln decided all these actions, even removing Cameron for his report to Congress, and then he started chastising some of his generals who were repeating the same things. Now, while Lincoln did not change his war strategy, the Native Guards were known and spoken of throughout D.C. and even in the halls of European governments quite a bit in 1861. Thus, their positions as change agents was already taking foot as various governments began to monitor the regiments and their actions. Give me a second, let that train pass. I was thinking the exact same thing. Yeah, I'm looking, I was like, we might have to just push through it. That train's not going to end anytime soon. Now, there was a good reason these regiments were discussed so much throughout, and that was because of the people who were serving in them. Nearly 1,000 Creoles of color joined the Native Guards, and they drilled through the city streets. Black men were serving as officers and senior enlisted leaders inside the regiments. They were commanding other free blacks as they patrolled through the cities. They were leading processions, and as you can see pictured here, they were checking passes as they were going through the area. Their mere presence was a boon, though, to black society, both free and enslaved, because black children actually started making these school projects about the regiments inside the private schools in the city. Black women were weaving silk flags and uniforms for their men. You even had enslaved people who started thinking to themselves it may be a place for them later on down the line as they saw other black men marching through the street. Now, eventually, the state legislature realized this is what was going on, and that was counter to what their plans were for having these Native Guards. Once they saw it was creating a space for potential black unity among the masses, they wanted to do something about it. So by February 1862, the legislature wanted to completely remove and inactivate the Native Guards. But they were quickly brought back in April of 1862 when it became obvious the Union Army and Navy were about to capture New Orleans. Now, the Native Guards never fought for the South because, well, the city capitulated without firing a single shot. Famously, as soon as Farragut passes the fort, as we alluded to earlier, New Orleans was done. Now, black officers from the regiments quickly approached this man you see pictured right here, Major General Benjamin Butler, to put their regiments in Union Army within weeks of taking over. Now, Butler, when he met with them, he flatly rejected any idea of enlisting the Native Guards inside the Union Army. He actually wrote to the Secretary of War, Edwin Stanton, that he hoped that the war would end before there would be a single black man inside the Union uniform. Excuse me. So some men began to look for ways against other units, and they looked for other allies who could help them. And what they heard of was this man named General John Phelps. Now, Phelps had already begun enlisting black soldiers to his command without authorization from Butler, Department of the Gulf, or the president. And delegations from the Native Guards actually worked with Phelps to help bolster his men. One of the officers who served in the Home Guard unit worked with Phelps to train his units that he had there. Phelps took those men, and he had a small cohort. He sent to General Neil Dow, who started teaching him how to form artillery batteries, and all this is occurring within a span of a couple months. And Dow, he thought that they were doing extremely well in artillery arts as well. So Dow and now Phelps were sending letters to Butler about how well everything is going. Butler, however, he was getting angry that Phelps and Dow are out there training black soldiers without his authorizations. And it actually causes a public tiff between Butler and Phelps that they eventually draw the president and a lot of other people into. That ultimately ends with Phelps resigning his commission because he felt Butler was going to force him to use his soldiers as enslaved people versus as soldiers. And that was a line that Phelps was drawing in the sand. Now, as they were about to leave, some more men met with Phelps, and Phelps told them, what I think you should do is go meet with General Butler since he has the final approval. And if you can convince Butler to enlist black soldiers, then you'll be able to get inside the Union Army once again. So he wrote a letter of endorsement, sent them back to Butler once more. So now they've turned to Butler once again. And after, like I said, us occurring between June and July, so I know it sounds like I'm saying this has all happened quickly. It's because it is happening very quickly. We're talking just the summer of 1862 to make sure you're all aware of this. Now, while Butler's doing that at the same time, inside of his own command, when he's taken over the Department of the Gulf, he's had to rely on a lot of the local populace to get things done. As we talked about earlier, staff officers. When Butler gets down to New Orleans, he doesn't have that many people who can read and write French. And Louisiana is a big, well, as everyone knows, French-speaking city. So he has to rely on actually some of these same black Creoles, some of whom served in the Home Guards, inside of his staff to get things done. So he's witnessing firsthand the work ethic, the lifeline that these people can create personally over the span of these months as well. So when the delegation comes back in early August to meet down with Butler, they once again ask him to reconstitute the Native Guards and Union Army. After back and forth on our arguments, and some promises on both sides as well, Butler did eventually agree. Now, he reconstituted Native Guards on August 22nd, 1862. So they were activated and trained within weeks, and Native Guards hold the distinction of being the first black regiments constituting Union Army and the first one to have black officers, as Butler promised to retain some of the structure initially set up by Moore. The only difference, Butler wanted to ensure that the regiments were no longer police force, so he made sure that in his order it was clear these are the volunteer forces of the United States Army, demonstrating that the men changed the mind of even a man who started off just a few months prior, hoping he can end the war before a single one of them was in a uniform. Now he's the one actually signing them into uniform. Now, the federal government was not ready for black soldiers, and they sure were not ready for black officers. But Butler's order made this pathway possible for both. And as you can see from the few of them you see pictured here, the officer corps was manned by educated black Creoles that I discussed earlier. One of them was even a former enslaver who enlisted nearly 100 of his formerly enslaved bondspeople into the 2nd Regiment. And the Native Guards, by all accounts, were great regiments. Even though Butler created them without approval, he received the War Department's approval within a month that said he could basically do as he pleases. They just said it's left to the field commander, and he was allowed to do it. The regiments quickly grew, and they were the first black regiments to fight guerrilla forces in the fall of 1862 near Donisville. They fought large Confederate forces in the spring of '63 in Florida, and they laid siege in the southern stronghold at the siege of Port Hudson in the summer of '63. Black officers gained enough notoriety and skill to warrant promotions, and actually the first black major to serve inside of the Civil War was Major Francis Dumas, who was promoted from their ranks. With their fame came growth, and the regiments expanded even more in the course of just a single year. Frederick Douglass was even asked to personally come and visit the regiments by Lincoln to help recruit more men for them. Lincoln also sent Generals Daniel Uhlman and Lorenzo Thomas to Louisiana as he recognized the importance of these regiments. Now, keep in mind, these are the same regiments with the same name that European governments were reading about a year prior. So when the regiments came back with some of the same men serving in them, it exploded around the world. To give you an example, I've read accounts of France, Bermuda, Germany, England, and one of my friends, he gave me some newspaper sources from Russia. So I can safely say that they were known around the world and people were discussing these regiments. The fact that they were led by black officers was the biggest draw initially, but their success on the battlefield also buoyed their position. Stories of Major Dumas, for example, nearly deified the first black major to lead troops into combat during the war, even though he only led troops to combat one time in Florida. Those same stories, however, were a double-edged sword, as jealous and racist white officers began to take offense that black officers were receiving so much fame and glory over them. Now, Butler was replaced by the end of '62 with General Nathaniel Banks because of the corrupt dealings of his brother. And a new commander was one of the officers who did not appreciate the presence of black officers. So he began to look for ways to purge them, and Major Dumas was one of the officers that Banks eventually purged. Nevertheless, the black officers who led the men formed a new unity among black Creoles and formerly enslaved people as the American paradigm started to shift on both societies. There we go. Now, despite the efforts of the officers like Banks, the Native Guards continued to perform extremely well in 1863. The drawing you see here depicts the 1st Regiment at the siege of Port Hudson during the summer of 1863, which helped secure the Mississippi River for the Federal Army. Now, as the headline suggests, success to the men necessitated change. They were being paid less than white soldiers. They were not receiving clothing allowances. Many of them did not even own homes. Their families were destitute. Their children were not without educational schools. Some of their wives were being raped by white officers in both the Confederacy and the Union Army, and none of them could legally vote. Now, there are just a few of the things. There are many more I could list, but I think you all get the picture. Just imagine you're a soldier, you're fighting multiple battles for your country, you've watched your friends get bludgeoned to death while you're killing others like you see depicted here, and while you're doing all that, you have that same government actively trying to oppress you. That was the life of these men who were serving inside the Native Guards, and they started thinking to themselves, we were doing all this, we need to see these changes. So the members of the Native Guards understood that success on the battlefield was clearly not enough. So they wanted to change the American paradigm for black people, and they realized the best way to do that was through politics. Now, similar to the actions of Frederick Douglass and the 54th, 55th Mass in the North, there was this two-pronged approach in Louisiana. One in the field, one in political circles. In that regard, there were many officers and their friends who wrote letters directly to President Abraham Lincoln, and after receiving no response, they organized a petition signed by hundreds of them and even sent a delegation up to meet with Lincoln personally with some of the officers and even a brother of the largest black newspaper in the city. Now, the petition had numerous requests, such as officer treatment, equal pay, but chief among them was that they wanted equal right to vote for all black people through the winter of '63. Lincoln met with this delegation, he listened to all their requests, and he was already impressed with the Native Guards and their success in the Department of the Gulf. So it made sense that he would walk away from the meeting asking himself what he could do to help these regiments. However, Lincoln felt constrained because he just pushed for new elections in Louisiana to form a new government, and they had a new governor and a new state legislature. So even though he could have used the rights of martial law, he didn't want to do that immediately after establishing this new government. So what he did instead was he wrote a letter to the man you see pictured here, Governor Michael Hahn, and he made it very clear to Hahn this is not an order, it's a suggestion. But in that suggestion, he argued that black Creoles deserve the right to vote, and at the very least, you need to give it to the educated and the wealthy ones if you can't give it to anyone. Hahn read the letter and he informed the legislature of the president's suggestion, but they did not act on it. Instead, the all-white legislature wanted to build something reminiscent of the old Louisiana, as they did with the one big caveat: there would not be any more slavery. Now, this did not stop the political and social movements begun by the men who served in the Native Guards. There was a newfound sense of unity among African Americans who were enslaved before the war and Creoles of color who were now already free. So newspapers in Louisiana were filled with black rhetoric, and they argued that the regiments proved all black men deserved the same rights as any man. Free Creoles continued to meet with President Lincoln and Governor Hahn to push this matter on numerous occasions. And when Hahn finally came up with a compromise, at least in his mind, where he would promise the right to vote free solely to the people who were free prior to the war, it was rejected. Instead, the Black Creole Society in New Orleans overwhelmingly supported calls for equal rights to all, not just a few. After fighting along each other for just 2 years, Creoles of color refused to ignore the plight of formerly enslaved individuals. And I want to take a moment of pause here because that's very significant to me. I mean, blacks will become this defining aspect of the changes for black Creoles that they push forward from this point forward. Like I said earlier, black Creoles did not see themselves as black prior to the war. They didn't even see it as the same social, political class as formerly enslaved people. But here you are by 1864, we see the shift towards total unity. These calls for it's either all of us or it's none of us. Every request made to President Lincoln and Governor Hahn from this point forward is about the group, not just the elites. The Black Creoles could have accepted a compromise that Hahn proposed and formed this new social status enshrined in the law that would have made them close to the right like they had prior to the war, with more rights than formerly enslaved individuals, and collectively, they refused to do this. So to me, this is just something that's very beautiful that you see develop over the course of a couple years. Now, the unified fight created a situation where the Native Guards had both explicit and implicit resistance to the status quo, both during the war and during Reconstruction. Now, explicit forms of their military resistance were conspicuous, and they usually involved a lot of violence in one way or another. Some of those situations, just to summarize, include killing white citizens outside of battle or forcing public changes in the city. Implicit forms of resistance were usually nonviolent, but they were still work to change the paradigm of the city. You have a lot of noises this afternoon. I hope they're okay, though. Now, some of these included changes how they want to be perceived by the media or simply carry themselves as soldiers and gentlemen, which helped to just rebuke decades of Southern rhetoric that argued that it was impossible for black men. Now, unfortunately, I don't have time today to discuss all of these forms. Like I say, once again, read the book. I love pushing it. But to give you some idea that some of what I'm talking about, these soldiers were willing to fight anybody, truly, if it meant protecting themselves and their family. When black soldiers were accosted in the streets, they would defend one another. In one famous incident, there was a civilian who was actually shot trying to fight one of the men. And another soldier was by himself after talking with his sister, leaving his former master's house. And after they got in a scuffle, he stabbed his former master and got away with it. He was adjudicated by the general that it was okay for him to do so. The streetcars in New Orleans were segregated, and soldiers in the regiments forced their way onto those cars. And in one instance, they even threatened to shoot the driver if he didn't move. That incident resulted in Butler desegregating the cars before Banks resegregated them. A more infamous example is the alleged mutiny at Fort Jackson that occurs during the end of '63, where soldiers in the 4th Regiment threatened to kill their white officers because one of the colonels was too abusive with the men. But thanks to their efforts, when they were fully adjudicated, punishments were changed to prevent another situation where black soldiers attempted to kill all their white officers for the rest of the war. There were numerous instances of violence between them, and the only way to change people's mind that they started to realize is politics and violence if they want to do this. Here we go. Now, these overt situations continued well after the Civil War as black soldiers retained their training and fortitude for decades. As early as 1866, former black soldiers from the regiments were called upon to protect the State House and fight against white men who were killing black people in the city. It turned into a massacre as many of the black men did not have rifles like their white counterparts did, but they fought back anyway as best they could and actually saved dozens of lives in the process. Now, this incident eventually spurred Congress to act on Reconstruction, realizing that the president's policies were failing. Still, the multiple skirmishes between whites and blacks during Reconstruction, former soldiers, and when they had to fight against the Klan in a white league without arms on multiple battlefields. So this became this constant back and forth inside Louisiana. Later on, the infamous Battle of Liberty Place, where it was an attempted coup by the White League in September 1974, was fought back against in large part by the Native Guard members who were inside the state militia at that time. That turned into an hours-long battle with many killed on both sides, so not to belabor the point, but in nearly every instance that you see these violences happen in Louisiana, you can find members of the Native Guards right there in the front and center of it all. That's not too surprising because by the end of the war, there were thousands of them who were spread across the state. But it's also disheartening. We have to imagine, even after the war, they can never leave a peaceful life because they're always getting inside these fights. Now, I think a lot of you have probably seen this picture, but I want to talk about it again anyway. This is that iconic photo of black delegates from Louisiana. And in the middle, you see Lieutenant Governor Oscar Dunn, and he's actually a former captain of the 1st Louisiana Native Guards. He's surrounded by over a dozen men, including the first black governor of the state, Pinckney Pinchback, who was also a former captain of the Native Guards, as well as Major Dumas, who attempted to run for governor, but he lost because his past as an enslaver was used against him. Now, without boring you with all their resumes, most of the men you see in this photo up here served in the Native Guards in one capacity, whether it's officer or enlisted. What I find interesting, like really interesting, is a stark contrast between how they're portrayed in this drawing versus how they actually look. If you remember that picture I showed you of Munoi, I'm going to show you a picture of Pinchback later on. You see this darkened complexion of theirs is completely different from how they actually looked. Looking at them now, you would never know that they were black Creoles of French ancestry. Nevertheless, it was evident to everyone during Reconstruction that people of color of Louisiana were ready to use their military service to fight for social and civil reform in the state. For a time, they were able to do so through politics, as evident by the elections, especially in 1868. But what occurs is black men start to ingratiate themselves in Louisiana politics. They were able to use that place for some changes during the early phases of Reconstruction, but not so much in the later phases. And this is that picture of Pinchback that I was referring to. Now, one of the reforms that can be traced to the men was the formation of a black bank before the Freedmen's Bureau even came into existence. At first blush, it's not fully clear how a black bank is military resistance, but they were very clear in their writing. They wanted to liberate themselves from black banks, and they were using their military paychecks to do so. It was through the military they were able to start this process, and General Banks actually loved the idea so much that when he told President Lincoln about it, Banks claimed it was his idea, and that's sort of stuck in the historiography ever since. Now, while the creation of a black bank was one thing, another was black schools. Black officers in the regiments, many of whom were educated Creoles, who went to universities in Europe, helped to form schools for black children and formerly enslaved men inside the regiments. These schools grew rather quickly, even under Banks, and the schools continued to grow going into Reconstruction. Thousands learned to read, write, arithmetic, essential skills that they all needed to live in and out of the military. Education became another form of resistance as Reconstruction went on for a time, and black children were even attending desegregated schools for a time in Louisiana. Now, on a smaller scale, black men in the regiments made sure they acted respectably, acted sure they changed the narrative of black people as they were trying to change this going through Reconstruction. Their presence in and out of uniform, their actions, their poise in and out of combat helped to sway public opinion. Eventually, the men who served Native Guards were held as this sort of premier example of what all black people should aspire to inside the nation. Lincoln was so impressed by these men that he even spoke of them during his final speech at the White House as an example of why black people deserve the right to vote because of the Native Guards. If you read the actual transcript, you see he mentions black Louisiana regiments, and this is these regiments. Now, while Lincoln did not live to see it, those same men found their way into politics and able to serve for some time. One of the heights is Governor Pinchback, who holds the distinction of being the nation's first black governor, but it wasn't for a very long term. It was only for a few months, unfortunately. If you look at it online, it looks like it's a whole year. It's just a few months he's actually in office. So his term came way too late, and it was way too short to have any sort of change in Louisiana politics that he really was hoping he could affect. Now, white racism and extreme violence curtailed many of the gains black people fought for politically, and eventually, black men were not elected en masse again as a state legislature gerrymandered the state enough to isolate the African American society of Louisiana. During the 1870s and 80s, fewer and fewer black men were politically appointed, and similar to most of the nation, there was never another black governor, such as Pinchback in Louisiana. Thus, the fight for social and civil reform in Louisiana continued in other ways. By the end of the Civil War, nearly 25,000 black men served from Louisiana alone. They were the largest of any state, and they took pride in calling themselves the Native Guards even after the war and the numerous designation changes up until when they joined the USCT. Now, most of the men who served remained in Louisiana during Reconstruction. They formed the foundation of the state's black resistance to white racism and violence during Reconstruction. Wealthy black people pooled their funds. They created schools, food pantries, veterans' homes for the injured, black newspapers, and they buoyed the bank, all with the government support, of course. Their efforts led to a unified African-American society in the city, which was reflective of a shift throughout most of Louisiana. Post-Reconstruction, these efforts continued, but they had to return to their grassroots efforts. Part of the problem that hurt this men a lot is that they did not want to be associated with Northern Republicans who actually could have helped them. So much of the post-Reconstruction work was done locally while attempting to fight against this deluge of racism going on in the Deep South in the late 19th century. However, there's still evidence of their ability to affect change in Louisiana even during times like this. Black Creoles still had a lot of wealth, education, and connections, which made them a force to be reckoned with. They were able to push for the creation of HBCUs. They created pro-black newspapers and media outlets. They formed veterans communities and veterans homes, which worked with other blacks in the state to support one another. Some of them, similar to Jordan Noble, simply went about making sure everyone knew they fought inside the Civil War, when others tried to write the history out of the Civil War. The most famous among them, some of you may have even read, is Joseph Wilson's book, The Black Phalanx. A book, if you haven't read, I do encourage you to read it. It's free to download on Google or anywhere else, so I'm not trying to pitch someone to make money. You can download it on your phone for Black Phalanx. He served inside the Louisiana Native Guards before he went to serve in the Massachusetts units. While the original members of the Native Guards began to die off in ever-increasing number, their fight continued well into the 20th century. The black communities of New Orleans in particular did not forget the sacrifices of their forebearers even when World War I began, and the same fight for black equality continued through 2 wars and the Civil Rights Movement. While historians in most of the nation started to forget some of their history and actually haven't written that much about the Native Guards for the last century outside of one book by psychologists, the people who were actually there and live in New Orleans, they've continued to remember it. Reading some of the speeches during the 1960s alone proves that the stories of the Native Guards was known in Louisiana and continued to talk about 80 years after the war. Last year, the regiments, well actually 2 years now, the regiments got a monument dedicated to them, which was I was proud to be there because the governor invited me down when they were setting it up. And this is a very large piece dedicated to all the black veterans of Louisiana, and on one of the portions is part of their siege of Port Hudson. It actually has this picture of Andre Caillou and his sacrifice. But nevertheless, their memory continues to inspire other black resistance in New Orleans, and I hope my forthcoming book on that helps out as well. Now I'm going to stand by for your questions. I know we're time to move into that. Oh, a little bit early. He had his hand up there. There were 2 of them over there.
Thank you, Professor. I'm Joe Muster.
Oh, I'm not a professor. That wasn't clear. They took away the first slide.
Dr. Cade?
There you go.
All right, very good. Joe Muster from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, but I'm going to sound like a student in the classroom. Could you review for us again the difference between home guards and native guards?
So the Native Guards is their unit designation, as their name. Home Guard is what they were joining inside of New Orleans. So New Orleans had a lot of Home Guard units. So they had the Louisiana Native Guards, they also had the Irish Guards, they had the German Guards. They had people, like if, let's say this table right here, you wanted to set up a Home Guard unit, you can come together, put together a petition, take it to Governor Moore or even Mayor Monroe at the time and say, hey, we want to do this Home Guard unit to protect our table. If they approve it, you got a Home Guard unit. Hey, who's going to be a captain? Who's going to be a lieutenant? Who's going to be your senior staff NCO? You put all your positions together, and now you have your Home Guard unit. So that's what a Home Guard is. They were one designated unit. Louisiana Native Guard was the name that they can pick for that table. So everyone, they can say, we are Louisiana Native Guard, but we're part of a Home Guard unit. If they want to set up another one, they could say, we are the German Guard unit. So everyone just have their own little name. That's where the Native Guard name comes from. There's another one over there. Yeah.
I'm Joe Service. I'm a teacher from Appomattox, Virginia. After the war, well, you were saying that there was definitely a distinction that the groups made between Creole and Black in Louisiana. When we get to the Plessy v. Ferguson case, had that distinction been changed, erased, blurred? And if so, was it because of the way that the two groups were being treated after the war as opposed to before the war?
Yeah, the Plessy Ferguson case was actually a very interesting case when it hit Louisiana. So the very next day after the case was announced in Louisiana, the state legislature wanted to put forth a change in their laws saying, hey, our Black Creoles, we could either take their land or potentially enslave them if they don't leave the state. So they were playing around with the laws, but the Black Creoles had enough wealth they could fight against that. But just to give you an idea of what I mean, you had the white populace who were thinking to themselves, does this change the way we have to treat Black Creoles? Do we owe them any rights? Just because they're Creole doesn't change the fact that, because of course at that time period, having just 1% Black in you was enough for them to say you're fully Black. Does that mean that we owe them any rights? Do we owe them any land? Can we say he can inherit this land? Can we say he can do these things? Can he even own this business? So they were these discussions, but they weren't able to affect them. And then by the time the Civil War began, and that was another thing, I've talked about this in the book a little bit more, but there's another thing that Noble put forward as well during these meetings, is that the legislature were discussing these possibilities of taking Black Creole land or possibly re-enslaving people. So they were thinking about forming this Home Guard unit. And when I say that they were trying to secure a place for themselves, they were truly cognizant of the fact that if we don't have some way of securing our spot for ourselves, we could very easily be re-enslaved or can just kicked out of the state or kicked out of the entire Confederacy, depending on how this plays out. So they were very aware, like, okay, we have to do something. If we do nothing, we're leaving ourselves out of the discussion altogether.
Tim Talbot from Fredericksburg, Virginia. I was just wondering how many of the regiments made up the Native Guard, and then eventually did they get USCT designations?
Yes, they did. Okay, so this is a complicated aspect of the history, and I didn't want to confuse you all, so that's why I'm going to put it up there. This is a very nuanced way of explaining it as a operational military historian. They have numerous designation changes during their time period. Now, the original Native Guards made up 4 infantry regiments, 1 heavy artillery battery, 1 light artillery battery. Those are the original Native Guard regiments that were originally designated Native Guards. In '63, those all regiments are redesignated Corps d'Afrique. Once they're redesignated Corps d'Afrique, they're still adding to them. Now, as they're adding to their designations, of course, because when they're coming in, now they're the 5th Corps d'Afrique, the 6th Corps d'Afrique, 7th Corps d'Afrique. They're not called Native Guards anymore. So that's why you have some people say, oh, well, are they really Native Guards anymore? It's like, yes, because they're all lineally connected. It'd be best way I can put it. Let's say a mother, she's married, she has 5 kids, 2 kids, she gets remarried, changes her last name, she has last name of her kids, has some more kids. Does that mean they're not related to one another anymore? Like, no, they all still have the same last name if you change all their last names. And that's what's happened to the Native Guards. They get these designation changes throughout. They do end up getting USCT regiments designations, though. So they changed in '64 is when they joined the United States Colored Troops. And then once that point occurs, they get up to, I believe it's 24, 25 regiments that they have total by the end of the war. And throughout their USCT, they have cavalry, artillery, and of course their large number of infantry regiments. The last page of my book is actually an appendix that has a breakdown of their dates that they actually change so people could follow it. And then when some come in, some come out, some are activated and inactivated within a few months, because it's like, I think it's like the 7th or 8th regiment is only around for 2 months before it's completely done away with because there was a problem with the command structure they were doing. But it's very hard to break down without visuals, and I didn't want to put that up here to confuse people. But if you, like I said, if you really are interested in that, it's in the appendix. So.
I don't really have a question. I just want to congratulate you for giving a good talk over every conceivable distraction outside as far as noise goes.
I appreciate that.
My name is Gary Hogue from Alexandria, Virginia. I'm also going to sound a bit like a student because years ago at a little Midwestern college in Western Illinois, I did a research project in something called the Port Royal Experiment, which was an effort by a Union general, I can't remember which one now, to basically provide 40 acres of mule, to break up plantations and provide 40 acres of mule to freed slaves, to freedmen. And I'm wondering if the Louisiana Home Guards, this is along the coast of Mississippi and Alabama, basically kind of Creole territory in a way. I'm wondering if the Louisiana Home Guards had anything at all to do with those experiments.
So it wasn't part of the Port Royal situation they were doing. That was a completely separate command at that time because the Department of Gulf was separate from them. But to give you an idea what was going on in Louisiana, there was a discussion of repatriating land for people who served in the military. So if you either took over the land, let's say you're a former slave person and you already took over that land, you were there, you were farming it, those situations were occurring in Louisiana and a lot of parts of the Deep South. It wasn't exactly 40 acres. If you happened to take over 10 acres for you and your family that you were already farming, you were living, let's say you moved in 63, and you were there from 63 up to 66, 67, then it became, okay, do we kick them out or do we not? And those issues did arise because you had some people, of course, who survived the war, and they're coming back, they're looking for their land, they're looking for their property. So those issues arise, but it was not a blanket, we're going to give you 40 acres and a mule issued in Louisiana by the Department of the Gulf.
Excuse me. General Butler became a strong advocate of use of USCTs in Virginia. Is there any chance that some of these Louisiana USCT regiments fought in Virginia? It probably would have been 1864 and it was a group of USCTs who entered Richmond when the city fell.
So the Louisiana Native Guards aren't in Richmond when it falls, but, and this becomes an interesting aspect of the history. So when Butler leaves and he has the Army of the James, he does actually take a few of the men with him because they love Butler that much. So they actually end up serving inside his USCT regiment with him and the Army of the James to answer that question. Now, where the Native Guards do end up is they're in the down south, they end up in Alabama. So as Richmond is falling, they're taking Alabama, and they are actually fighting on the very last day as Lee is surrendering to Grant. They're taking over, I forget the fort's name, it's not Spanish Fort, it's the other one. But they're like literally on the very last day of the war taking that fort, and everyone's worried that they're going to massacre everyone at the fort. They don't do it, but they're worried the Native Guards are going to massacre everyone at the fort. It's sort of a get back to what occurred. There was a massacre that occurred in '64. There was actually a few massacres, so they were worried that Native Guards were going to do the same. Thankfully, they didn't, so it didn't disperse their legacy by any means. But that's where you find the Native Guards is in the Deep South. And they're also manning Texas. By the end of the war in '65, you see a lot of them holding the border from Texas to make sure that French never come up through there. After we hold that, you even see some of them making inroads, trying to hold that area. So they're massively, the Department of the Gulf is trying to hold that southern border and the somewhat of the west. They're not too concerned about what's going on in Virginia, but there are a few, like I said, of his men with the Army of the James who's directly with Butler, and they're like happy to work alongside him. And Butler's at the same time getting updates of what's occurring in Louisiana. And just give an update of what I mean by that. Nathaniel Banks at one point in '64, he's really hated by the Native Guards. I mean, hated to the point that one of the former adjutants of Butler writes to him that you see the black soldiers shooting air guns at Banks at his back when he walks by because they hate him that much. And Butler thinks it's hilarious. He's like, well, he deserves it, sort of deal. So you know Butler's still in love with his regiments. He wants to keep up with them. Yeah, I think that's it.
Good job with all the distractions. Dr. Cade, thank you very much. Tremendous exposition with all the distractions. A great presentation. We finished a little earlier, so let's reconvene at 5 minutes after 2. Got 15 minutes or so for our final individual presentation, Dr. Devine, ahead of our group presentation at the end. So 5 minutes after 2, we'll be back to it. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can resume your seats, please, and we will continue with our symposium. And joining us now for the last of the individual sessions is Dr. Shauna Devine, Assistant Professor at the Schulich School of Medicine and Associate Research Professor in the Department of History at Western University in Canada. Join me, please, in welcoming Dr. Devine to present The Civil War and the Rise of the American Medical Science, 3 critical points in wartime medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Shauna Devine.
Thank you so much for that warm introduction, Robert, and thank you so much to Kelly, Hancock, and Jennifer and Robert for organizing this symposium. This is my first time here, but definitely won't be my last. I think it's beautifully run, and I'm honored to speak here today. And thank you for staying to listen to my talk, the last talk. I'll try to go quick. Okay. So, as many as 750,000 men died as a result of the Civil War. So it might seem counterintuitive to say that anything productive for medicine or the medical science resulted from this war. And this was a stat that I've always kind of been up against as a historian of 19th century medicine. So when I started this project, and I came into this project as a historian of 19th century medicine, and I was, as I'm reading, when I was doing my PhD, I'm reading all the books on 19th century medicine, and historians would gloss over the Civil War in those 19th century medical histories. So 2 of my favorite books, one was written by Michael Sapel, A Traffic of Dead Bodies, and he looks at all the anatomy acts and riots and things that happened prior to the war because of the lack of anatomy acts. And then he gets to the Civil War in his story, and he says, then the politics of anatomy changed direction because bodies were mass produced. And then he says, so, and then after the war, and it's literally 2 lines in his book, and I went, oh, okay. And then my other favorite book of the period is by John Harley Warner, and it's called Against the Spirit of the System. And he looks at all the elite American physicians that studied in Paris, and he talks about Paris and the role of Paris in the shaping of scientific medicine. And then he says, and then after the war, they all turned to the German states. And I went, okay. So I'm just thinking, then there's another almost separate historiography called Civil War medicine that would just look at the war. And this is where we get this impression of the war was a medical disaster. There were, at that time, 600,000 people that died. Nothing good came about this war. It was the doctors themselves spreading disease. And I sort of took, and they weren't interested in science, and scientific medicine was slow to develop. If you wanted a microscope, you would go to Germany. If you wanted a stethoscope, you would go to Paris. It wasn't like that. So I said, okay. So then I was doing my master's thesis, and I did an epidemiological analysis of Andersonville Prison. And when I got there, I was looking at the papers of Joseph Jones, and one of the first case reports I looked at, he talks about the dissections that he was doing on the Union bodies imprisoned in Andersonville. And he had an autopsy kit, and he was writing about the internal structures in tissues and organs. And then he went a step further and started talking about his microscope. And I said, there's more to the story here. So I switched gears and I turned to the Civil War as a 19th century historian. And my question really was, what impact did the war have on the shaping or development of the medical sciences in the United States? So today I want to look at some of the important points that I uncovered in the telling of this story. So war and access, bodies and patients, and the ways in which a new disease environment led to changing disease concepts, and through the course of the long 4 years, how ideas about medicine evolved. So some of the questions that engaged me as I was writing this book was, how or does or must the management and study of disease change in times of great upheaval? And to engage a historiographical question posed by Roger Cooter, who argued way back, even in the 80s and 90s, that specific developments that sometimes result from times of great upheaval, particularly war, generally are limited to that particular time or context. And I was wondering, did the gains or ideologies that changed during the Civil War lead to, or were they adapted in the post-war period? So these are some of the things, and this is what I want to look at today. So my presentation seeks to understand not only how the conditions of war reshaped existing ideas about scientific medicine, but also how changing ideas, patient demand, and institutional support helped develop medical practice. In wartime practice, ideas about what worked changed. Then strategies about how to reshape practice were developed within new understandings of how clinical problems could be managed by experimental science. While there were no great milestones, there were changes in attitudes, most notably a broader acceptance of the role and possibilities of science in medicine. This was a practical experience that was unparalleled. So my book, which some of you were kind enough to buy, argues that the practice of medicine evolved very gradually and unevenly between 1800 and 1900. But the Civil War dramatically reshaped long-held ideas about both the etiology and epidemiology of disease and provided an opportunity for many American physicians to learn the medicine of Paris, which I'll talk about more in a moment. It enabled physicians to work in a modern hospital. The hospital developed through the course of the war towards more modern standards in medicine, and to rethink the role of science in understanding the cause and management of disease. Fought between 1861 and 1865 and mobilizing some of the most prominent American physicians, the war years provide a crucial lens to understanding how ideas about science guided wartime practice and how these ideas had evolved by 1865, shaping scientific medicine in the final third of the century. For the very first time, more than 15,000 American physicians were asked to work under a common set of standards. So who were the doctors that served in the war? Initially, they were granted the power to license physicians by examinations, but eventually this gave way to medical, in 1800, 6 states had medical societies from colonial days. By 1830, nearly all states had them, issuing medical licenses and serving ideally as a professional form of control and identity. And initially, they were granted power to license physicians by examinations, but eventually this gave way to medical schools conferring degrees and medical societies issuing licenses. In the 1830s and 40s, in response to increasing appeal of so-called sectarian healers, including homeopathists, eclectic, Thomsonian, and wise women among them, urban physicians attempted to establish higher standards within the profession. However, they were eroded by the expansion of proprietary schools and independent medical colleges not associated with the university or hospital. These quickly outnumbered university medical schools, with teaching ranging from extremely good to very poor. By this time, the rapid westward expansion and population growth and the manifestation of Jacksonian attack on elitism included the withdrawal of recognition for medical licenses and the elimination of penalties for practitioners practicing without one. So you can see here, this was an agrarian nation, and many people had limited access to qualified traditional practitioners, and the spirit of the age actually led to a host of medical variants, what John Harley Warner has called the most open medical marketplace in the world. And regular physicians had to compete with a number of other practitioners, including homeopathists, botanists, and eclectics. And these physicians, these other alternative practitioners, as they were called, were remarkably popular with some segments of the patient community. Part of the problem that physicians had to deal with at the time, regular medicine was associated with anatomy. Anatomical science was the cornerstone of medical education at the time, and this was particularly off-putting for many members of the public. This was in part because there were only 2 states on the eve of the Civil War with anatomy acts, so preceding the years before the Civil War, there had been at least 17 anatomy riots, and physicians would look to freshly buried people to obtain cadavers for medical school. And the public had shared a huge distrust and suspicion of regular medical practices because of this, and especially because of anatomical dissection. These grave robbing incidents for cadavers, which were recounted in the newspapers, and even depletive remedies, drugs later to be determined harmful when used in amounts that were common in the antebellum era, drugs like calomel, mercurous chloride, ipecac, camphor, and these treatments were used widely and hadn't changed much since the 18th century. So by the 1840s, the elite of American medicine was increasingly pressing for stricter standards, the regulation of medical practice, and for the reform of medical school curricula, and they spoke in a new language of science. They wanted medical curricula to mirror what was happening overseas, and they wanted the curricula to be reformed along more scientific lines. So at the very first meeting of the American Medical Association, the committee's first reform agenda was discussed in Baltimore in 1848. But while the time was not yet ripe for larger reform, there were some important developments. Physicians understood that mortality rates were much higher in cities than rural areas, which led to discussions about disease prevention and the relationship between crowding, sanitation, and health. Secondly, the committee outlined goals for the association, including discussions about the role of science in practice and education, curricula reform, medical ethics, and strategies to better develop public health measures. In 1848, however, these proposals were too demanding, intrusive, potentially expensive, and broadly unappealing to the bulk of practitioners. So, as a result, many elite physicians in the United States seeking better training turned to the medical hospitals in France and the German states, seeing there the possibilities of science-based practice. And between 1820 and 1860, almost 1,000 well-to-do American physicians traveled overseas specifically for access to bodies, hospital training, and medical equipment, including the stethoscope and microscope. In the process, they not only became better at diagnosing disease, but more skeptical about traditional therapies. And within this context, new questions started to emerge. Were disease entities fixed or fluid? Could findings in an urban hospital be applicable to a sick person living in a rural area? Did each disease have a specific cause? Were diseases depleting rather than stimulating? What might physiological alterations, or rather changes in the normal function of the body, reveal about the disease process and therapeutic efficacy? For the most part, these ideas and questions remained remote from medical practice in the United States before the Civil War. On its eve, there were 55,000 practicing physicians. Some had been educated by apprenticeship, others in proprietary medical schools, while others still in medical schools connected to a university. The elite then believed that graduate training was a rite of passage. Training overseas was necessary to practice medicine. And though these were only 1,000 physicians, their influence loomed large because many of them were editors of journals, professors of medical school. They published widely. So it was just 1,000 out of 55, but they had an influence that loomed large. Few physicians, though, had regular access to hospitals, and again, only 2 states had functioning Anatomy Act, making such study, so anatomical dissection, the cornerstone of Parisian medical education at the time, virtually impossible for many physicians. It was, in fact, possible to graduate from medical school prior to the Civil War without ever having dissected a body, delivered a baby, or lanced a boil. So it could be tricky. These ideas, so Parisian medical education were impossible for many. However, because of the influence that these doctors had, outsized influence, ideas about disease and medicine were beginning to change among scholarly physicians, but still, the majority of American physicians were busy maintaining a sustainable community practice. So disease was considered an abnormality, a condition to be eliminated to restore health, and thus, in the case of the military, which they were going to find, restore bodies to the ranks. But causes of diseases, such as malaria, yellow fever, smallpox, cholera, nonspecific camp fevers, were still central to pre-war debates about contagion and the role, if any, that science and medicine could play in its shaping of public health. However, it was going to be the war years that more urgently demanded new approaches to the ways in which diseases were investigated and managed. So before the war, physicians were most of the war physicians that we're going to look at were occupied with the day-to-day practical concerns of medical practice. So the search for causal agents of diseases, poisons, fungi, miasms, and other putative agents really had little to do with general practice in 1860. Research projects and scientific medicine remained remote from the practice of most physicians. It wasn't that they were uninterested in science, it was simply that many didn't understand how science, how the use of a microscope was actually going to benefit their day-to-day community practice. And the pathology of William Budd and John Snow and the epidemiological and scientific research of John Simon and William Farr were only just beginning to suggest the application of sanitary science to clinical practice. With recent epidemics of cholera and yellow fever fresh on their minds, though, prescient American leaders were seeing the need for change and talking about it and writing about it. But this was not yet obvious to most of the rank-and-file physicians. So on the eve of the Civil War, we still very much see, this is a later painting, but this is kind of what it looked like. This was the traditional doctor-patient relationship. What counted really was your respect in the community, your book learning, your judgment, the way that you could comfort a family when there was really nothing much medical science could do. Medicine was practiced in the home, at the bedside, and there were many other ways in which people were treated, including home remedies and eclectic physicians. So this is really where the doctor-patient relationship was on the eve of the Civil War. But scientifically minded physicians in the country had a vision of how the war might accelerate the development of scientific practice, both in civilian and military medicine. And there were discussions about the opportunity to reorient the scientific culture of the Army Medical Department. So we've talked a little bit today about the culture within the military. This was very much prevalent in the Army Medical Department. So when the Civil War broke out, Thomas Lawson, who was nearly 80 years old, was the Surgeon General. And all of these scientifically minded physicians that had been overseas were pressing very hard behind the scenes to replace Thomas Lawson, which they did with Clement Finlay, who wasn't much better. So behind the scenes, you have members of the elite and the United States Sanitary Commission working to place Union Surgeon General William Hammond into the role. He becomes Union Surgeon General. So there is a period of mobilization and false starts, but politicians and even the public are starting to come around, and they are insisting for new leaders in the Union Medical Department. William Hammond had been to Paris. He had been to the Crimea. He was a friend of science. He resigned from his position as a lecturer in Baltimore at the medical school for this role. This was something that he wanted to do, and he saw from the outset this is an important opportunity for American medicine. He also understood, though, that medical practice did not wait on medical science, and his doctors would treat their patients and aim to prevent the spread of disease as best they were able. So he comes up with his idea. It is a revolutionary idea for medicine. So his idea is to orient physicians towards medical science, and he issues Circular Number 2. This is a copy of Circular Number 2, and this directs medical officers to, quote, diligently collect and forward to the Office of the Surgeon General all specimens of morbid anatomy, surgical or medical, which may be regarded as valuable, together with projectiles and foreign bodies removed, and such other matter as may prove of interest in the study of military medicine and surgery. And these were going to be studied in a new Army Medical Museum, which was going to be a social and physical location specifically for the study of diseases and wounds. So what he did, and these are the homes of the Army Medical Museum, and at the bottom is the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology. It's closed now, but that's where I did all the research for this book. And it was really interesting doing the research there, because as I would go, I would take the shuttle up to the AFIP, and then I would go in and I have to walk all through the hallways into the basement where the archives were, and I would walk by laboratories and histology labs, and I would see soldiers in various states of rehabilitation. And I don't know if Hammond ever could have envisioned what this institution turned into, but this was the seed, and it was a really important development for the shaping of American medical science. And what he wanted to do here was he wanted to create a location that supported research. And he talked about what research, Hammond, are you looking for? And he wanted to see research in the science of pathology, physiology, and physiology is not even in most medical schools' curriculum yet. This is going to come later. This is actually going to develop through the war. And he even talks about the shaping of the new bacteriology. So Hammond also issues a carrot to his regulatory stick and issues circular number 5, because he thinks, how am I going to get doctors on board with this? They're busy with the demands of managing patients in this war, which is an unfamiliar practice environment for many physicians. So he issues another circular number 5, and he says physicians are required to, quote, prepare for a publication of a medical and surgical history of the rebellion. So since anatomical knowledge, both normal and pathologic, was the dominant mode of scientific inquiry at the time, the museums and specimens collected were going to emphasize pathological anatomy, organic localism, and diseased tissue. So every time a doctor dissected a specimen for delivery to the medical museum, they had to write a case history, and the case history was going to be published in a medical and surgical history of the War of the Rebellion. And physicians wanted to publish inside this tome, this record of the war. So we start to see physicians become really interested in this project. By the end of the war, the museum had curated almost 10,000 specimens from over 12,000 individual practitioners in the Union service. So this is a bit of a boring graphic, but I just took a scan of the index of I picked any one of the medical and surgical history, and you'll see on the right it says list of reporters and operators. So if you go down the list, it's alphabetical, and this is a practitioner that submitted a specimen along with a case history, and there might be multiple. So you can go down to B. Allen and see how many he put, and this is just one volume. And this is the Union physicians that submitted, and this is one of the volumes. And remember, many of the case histories don't make it in, but you kind of get a sense of how big this enterprise is going to become. So by the end of the war, this is George Otis, and he said, the extent of these materials is simply enormous. The great body of medical officers have made the reports required of them with commendable diligence and promptitude, and their zeal is the more deserving of praise when the engrossing nature of their field duties is considered. The result has been the accumulation of a mass of facts and observations in military surgery of unprecedented magnitude. So up until this time, this is the largest educational endeavor conducted by American physicians for American physicians that that the world had ever seen. So what did it look like? They put Joseph Woodward, he was curator of the medical section of the Army Medical Museum. This is John Brinton, he was curator of the surgical section of the Army Medical Museum. So they're starting to staff it with career medical officers. And how did it kind of work? Because sometimes people ask me, well, how are they sending bodies all through the country? So they would provide clear alcohol to hospitals, and then they would fill the keg of alcohol with specimens that were of interest, and the Surgeon General's office would often send out to hospitals, we are having a lot of problem with diarrhea and dysentery, send in ileum and colon, and they would request what they wanted to see. And then they would get delivered through the Adams Express Company to the hospitals, and it became a huge enterprise at the time. So, let me see. So the AMM, you can see here, this is not a stage photo because you can see the bucket. So they're going to perform an amputation. And what became very common during the war was the teaching environment that Hammond stimulated, that he wanted to see, and he encouraged physicians, more senior physicians, to help, because in some cases there were hospital stewards and medical cadets that were still medical students at the time, and they would go mentor with a more experienced physician. So it became common practice to have mentors during the war. And what we see in Record Group 112 is really interesting because it's the letters to the Surgeon General. And there were so many established physicians like Joseph Leidy, like Valentine Mott, like Samuel Gross Sr., people that had, like physicians that had already been to Europe and that were editors of journals that did have prominent positions in medical schools. And they were begging, can I please have a hospital position? Samuel Gross says, this will help me write the book on surgery that I've always wanted to write. But in the process, the younger generation of physicians that are coming up, so the Woodwards and the Brintons, are now working with these leaders, and then they sort of become the elite physicians by the end of the war, then training the next generation. So you see this kind of really dynamic medical environment taking shape through the war. So what they're teaching physicians here is, you know what you need to do? You need to establish a clinical picture, because a lot of physicians didn't know how to write a case history. Before the war, many physicians had not kept case books. So writing a case history that was potentially going to be read by the curators at the medical museum or the Surgeon General, they didn't want to hand in something that wasn't good. So there was a lot of instruction about what do we write? So physicians were taught what you need to do is establish a clinical picture at the bedside and study functions. So look at respiration, look at temperature, pulse, maybe look at the chemical changes of urine. Kind of look at different physical changes in the body, anatomical, physiologically. And physicians were ordered to keep and submit detailed case history, and it was basically just focus on the course of prevalent diseases and then talk about how you're managing them. So literally thousands of American physicians had their first but desperately needed practical anatomical training in such a setting. So these are some of my case reports that I looked at, and I wanted to show you guys what they look like, because the first thing I did when I started writing this book was I did go and read the medical and surgical history. It was actually I got the 6-volume set as a gift, and I would read them and I would go through, and I thought, wow, they covered a lot, but it was mostly empirical. There wasn't a lot of questions. It was just sort of stating the facts of what they saw. And then I went to the archives on my first trip, and these are 11 by 14. Some of them can be 20 pages long or 25 pages, and they're all handwritten, and everything's crossed out, and then there's questions in the margins, and there's, all of the epistemological dynamism that defined the war years, which was edited out of the medical and surgical history. And even here, when you see history of specimens for the Army Medical Museum, and they're numbered, and they always say the name of the patient and his regimen, but they also start speaking in a language of science. So it's very much not the patient now. You start to see the language changing in these case histories. And this is one that came in a keg. So he says, I have the honor here to forward 9 pathological specimens for the Army Medical Museum. And it follows with a history and descriptive list accompanying each specimen. And then it's the name, the regimen, dilated heart. The name, the regimen, ileum and large intestine, and so on. And these are cases of specimens that would, kegs of specimens that would arrive at the museum, and then the workers at the museum would get to work curating these specimens. So it was a huge project. So this is an example of, this is Joseph Leidy. So Joseph Leidy was one of the elite American physicians. He was a huge proponent for change, and he worked in the Philadelphia hospital during the war. But this is just an example of how everything's crossed out. And it shows you, when you see just how the paucity of understanding about certain diseases among American physicians, but this sort of drive to understand what they were seeing. And then I just took a photograph. These were actual specimens that he submitted, that I photographed when I was doing my research. But that's kind of what it would look like. And then they would have the specimens there and a case report that accompanied it. And I'll get into this more later, but as the museum starts to get more, eventually Congress is going to fund the research at the museum, and doctors are seeing more and their ideas about diseases are changing, you start to see the investigative methodology becoming more sophisticated. These are just some samples of, and this is Leidy again, So as a lens into understanding or to be able to show how disease concepts shifted to the war, I chose to look at gangrene and erysipelas just as a case study. There's lots of diseases that I did look at, but I found this one in terms of the questions asked, the strides made, and the management strategies developed. This is a really interesting lens into understanding wartime medicine. So just to warn you, if anybody is queasy, I have a few slides of gangrene coming. And these photos, by the way, were submitted also. Medical photography had just started taking shape in the 2 decades prior to the war. And in addition to submitting specimens, physicians also submitted photos to illustrate their case history. So we have a beautiful record of sources that show us what was of interest and what they were studying during the war. So what's interesting here is this comes from Joseph Woodward. Now, Joseph Woodward is curator of the medical section of the Army Medical Museum. On his entrance exam, so when he's writing his entrance exam for admission to the Army, he has to write a thesis on hospital gangrene. And then he says, quote, "With regard to these, as my own personal experience in civil surgery has never showed me a single case for investigation, I shall be obliged to condense from my recollection of the graphic Rokitansky's Handbook of Pathological Anatomy." So this is a guy now that's in charge of investigating clusters of cases of gangrene where 1 year prior had never even seen a case. There's just an example of how impactful the war was for some people. So we see lots of theories related to the causation of disease that come out in these case histories. So they talk about constitutional, they talk about local, they talk about a combination of local and constitution, and Rudolf Virchow's cellular pathology had just been spread. So they're wondering if there's some kind of pathological cellular role that's allowing disease spread to be spread to the rest of the body as cells divide. So this is kind of where they come in. They don't really know, they haven't really seen. So when you look at 1862, we have almost a 50% mortality rate in the general hospitals from hospital gangrene. I think it's 45.6% in 1862. Because this is where we are in 1862. This is before, and when we go back to all those, Gone with the Wind, Dances with Wolves, horrific accounts of the Civil War, I think sometimes people have to remember we're in 1862. This is before Louis Pasteur has done his work on spontaneous generation. Joseph Lister has not pioneered his work with carbolic acid in the hospital. Robert Koch is still in school. So those are the central architects of the germ theory, but I think we've criticized the legacy of Civil War physicians for not having knowledge that wasn't available yet. This is kind of where we are. The 3 circles there, miasma, contagion, and germ, we're kind of moving out of humoral theory, but some people are still wedded to that, the Thomas Lawsons. But miasma, contagion, and germ, and they're overlapping. And this is where they are when they come into these diseases. And this just gives you an example of what a hospital looks like. This one in particular was pretty clean looking. This is a staged photograph, but you also get a sense of what can happen when these troops come into the hospital to be treated without a clear understanding of contagion. So this is how it worked. So the same way that William Hammond said, I'm going to issue circular number 2 and circular number 5, and this is this project, he would assign individual physicians a disease. So in this case, he assigns Dr. Middleton Goldsmith, and this is from his papers. And he says, I need you to marshal all the physicians working in general hospitals that have access to cases of gangrene, and I want to know the symptoms, the diagnosis, the pathology, and a treatment that works. Let me know what success you're having. And then Goldsmith and Brinton, and he would contract people along the way to work with him, would go along and they would visit general hospitals and they would encourage physicians to write up reports on gangrene. This is killing 50% of our troops that are admitted to the hospital. We need to get a handle on this. So we need to understand what we're dealing with. And this isn't something that happens 10 years after the war when they have time to get their head around what's going on. This is 1862. Okay, so we start to see, and as you can see here, this patient's going to lose his arm, but this is a sloughing gangrenous wound, and if you see the arrow through it, this becomes a teaching photo. And John Brinton, this is another case book that was really interesting. He actually goes on to publish, but his case book gives so much more, because this is just one of many that he has, but there's so many drawings and discussions and hypotheses about what this might be causing, and this isn't done in a vacuum. They're making a point of meeting in the Smithsonian. If medical societies are meeting, they're publishing, they're trying to get together to develop a strategy that can work to restore bodies to the ranks. And this is just, it gives you a detail. And this would be something he'd say, I see a small black spot appear, and then I know the worst is coming. And he goes, I'm trying to figure out what can I do to stop this spread of disease. So we have lots of pictures, and these are teaching photos. But as they go through, and as they write these case reports and sort of talk to each other and figure out what's going on, they start to change the language. So constitutional becomes physiological. And Hammond likes this. And Hammond actually says physiology is not even in the curricula of most medical schools, but Hammond actually says to Brinton, every student should have a copy of Dalton's Physiology under his arm. And this is really an interesting observation when physiology, they've moved quite quickly away from anatomy, just anatomy, which was the cornerstone of education, towards physiology, which defines medical school curricula in the final third of the century. But they start to say, is it the result of a constitutional disorder, or then this is new language, or is it disturbance in normal functioning due to some kind of interaction with a poison or an environmental influence? Or is it possible that these diseases are things or entities? And what's really interesting is in one of the hospitals, Benjamin Woodward, the Teamsters are and they're like the Navy SEALs of the time, and they go in, and he says they all got gangrene, and I never thought they could get gangrene because they're so strong. Their constitutions are so strong, and he said, but they were sharing a sponge. So then they start to say, no more sharing of sponges, no more, and they start to use, how is disease spreading? How did this happen to these so-called healthy soldiers with strong constitutions? And then we start to see discussion about strategies. So what should we do first? Prevent? Control? Do we trace? Environmental improvements. And one of the things that they found worked, they don't know why yet, but they would use empty quinine jars and fill it full of bromine. And they would start to use bromine disinfecting walls, disinfecting beds, not sharing sponges. So they would start to use disinfectants, not in the same way that Lister is with carbolic acid later, but it really is paving the way because it's the same thinking. So they start to now look at, they're interested in microscopy, and they start to think, what is the role of these cells, or animalcules, or fomites, or vibrios? Or is there something in the air that actually might be causing disease? So Hammond gets really interested in these questions, and he says, you know what? We need to give Army medical doctors a microscope. Okay. We have to give Army medical doctors a microscope. Now, like I said at the beginning of my talk, the microscope was always associated. This was the arbiter of scientific medicine. This was the image of the scientist. But you had to go to Germany to use a microscope. This was not part of American medical science, but it was. So Hammond sees this as being really important. So he actually, he does a lot of investigating about what the best microscope would be, and he comes up with the Zentmeyer. But Joseph Woodward he becomes really interested in this, and he writes back and forth to lens crafters in Philadelphia, in Venice, and in England, because the interesting thing, the lenses were not very good. So he could look under the microscope and he would see one thing, and then Brinton would look over and he would see something else. They weren't seeing the same thing. So they start talking about seeing, and then they become almost manic about really constructing the most efficacious microscopes that they can. So this is what it looked like. And the best part is this. So Hammond issues this circular, and you can see it's 1863, and it's information for those surgeons to whom a microscope is issued. And in his circular, he says, if you want to apply for a microscope, you can. But in your application, you have to tell me how you're going to use the microscope for the benefit of medical science. And so in Record Group 112, these are the letters to the Surgeon General office. There's hundreds of letters, and they're all the physicians are applying for a microscope, and they're talking about the ways that using the microscope is maybe going to help them become a better doctor. So an AMA committee consisting of Daniel Wright, Oliver Wendell Holmes, and W.H. Byward concluded in 1860, I think somewhat pessimistically, that there was, quote, a general lack of commitment to research among American medical teachers and students. The emphasis is just on simple instruction, but why not? Faculty members were not paid to perform research, which led to a general lack of interest for research among the many. But you see here, not everybody is reshaped yet, but you can see the war years reshaping ideas about the role of research and science in medicine. So the language, this is Joseph Woodward. Joseph Woodward, remember, in 1860 had never seen a case of gangrene, and he's now doing these really long, elaborate case history, trying to understand what these animalcules are. Are they the product of disease? Are they the result of disease? What do these mean? And this one is really interesting. Benjamin Woodward, no relation to Joseph Woodward, but this was sort of, you know, when you're doing research and you all of a sudden say, oh, I found a gold coin. So in this case report, he actually says, don't tell anybody that I did this, basically, I'm paraphrasing, and he said, but I inoculated a so-called healthy wound with the product of slough from an unhealthy wound just to see if the same disease would appear. So he's trying to reproduce the disease because he now has come towards contagion. Now remember in 1848 when Oliver Wendell Holmes says, Semmelweis was crazy. Nobody believed Semmelweis. When Semmelweis said that puerperal sepsis was being caused by the students moving from the autopsy room to the maternal ward, you know, he did die alone in a mental institution. He didn't commit suicide, but he was close to it. And nobody could say contagion. It was a political hot potato because it involved quarantines and businesses shutting, and so it was just widely resound. During the war, they start to talk about contagion, and contagion is going to pave the way for the germ theory to develop. So they start to come up with new remedies. This was an opportunity now for physicians to see diseases in clusters in ways that could never have happened in private practice. But we also see a lack of understanding that physicians had in physiology prior to the war. But we do see a new type of practice environment. So Goldsmith, as he's coming up with his new remedies, he starts experimenting with all of these remedies, but he believes bromine is somewhat of a miracle drug. So he continues to experiment with it in the wards for the entire war. So when gangrene or erysipelas made its appearance in a ward, physicians were taught, and this is a teaching photos, you need to clean and debride your wound with bromine or nitric acid, and then it was starting to show some success. So they didn't know, but it stopped or changed the septic changes in wounds, and it allowed healing to occur in more cases. And they started to see, and he publishes this, in 1863, and it's 125 pages. And it's all case histories and ideas. So this happens quite quickly during the war because of the urgency in managing these diseases. So he argues that bromine is stopping the septic changes in wounds, and it's allowing healing to happen more efficaciously than when they just let it try to heal naturally. So they also started to see that disinfectants somehow, they don't know why, but it seems to slow the spread of infection and epidemics, and this is later going to translate into public health practice and superior standards in hospital following the war. So physicians write a lot on this, and through experimentation, physicians see that disinfectants are successful. And they say, in addition to prevention, we believe they are acting in two possible ways. One, they're either altering a chemical process or they're killing an actual living body. And with the dissemination of the germ theory research following the war, putrefaction became specific microorganisms, but the management strategies so thoroughly tested during the war remain the same. They start to see that disinfectants controlled the spread of infection and epidemics, which translated into the development of public health practice and superior standards in hospital. But as we know, none of these developments transform therapeutic practice overnight. Ideas about germs and the cause of infectious disease and finding ways or effective therapeutics to treat infectious disease was anything but simple. But the important point that I try to make in my book is that it was the experience gained in hospitals and the opportunity to either engage in research or be aware of the research being public, and also this practical experience of dissecting bodies, tissues, and organs. So we start to see a shift in disease concepts. So remember, as I said, when the Civil War erupted, Koch is still in school. Pasteur had only begun his work on spontaneous generation, and it was apparent to some physicians that certain diseases, typhoid, diphtheria, had anatomical markers, but did not explain the disease symptoms. So there's still so much debated. So they would ask questions, what was to be gained by the creation of a disease entity like tuberculosis on the basis of the presence of tubercules in the lungs of affected patients? What's the meaning of heat and temperature in the study of fever? Was the temperature change the essential element of the disease or something more fundamental? But while they're producing this knowledge and asking these questions, they start to adopt new method of investigations, new physical measurements like microscopy, chemical analysis, which really is important in laying a foundation for physiological science to develop. So just after the war, so we see, I've covered this, just after the war, George Derby, a Boston physician, left his practice to doctor in the 23rd Massachusetts Volunteers. In 1866, he joined Harvard Medical School as a lecturer in hygiene, and became really well known for his ongoing efforts to develop sanitary science. In Civil War hospitals, physicians had seen the efficacy of disinfectants and learned about the power of prevention. Discussing the cause of disease, Derby noted of military medicine that, quote, our own belief is that they are found in the advance of medical science, which has given all of us physicians a better knowledge of the nature of disease, which was derived from our careful observation of cases and from our modern discoveries in chemistry and physiology. By the war's end, American physicians left, but seeing the need for more stringent requirements in medicine. So beginning in 1867, we now see the establishment of new licensing laws, the passage of anatomy acts in all states but one by 1900, curricula reform, which happens as early as 1866, hospital training, and support for scientific research. At the same time, the general public came to expect more from medicine. The war years were not a revolution for medicine or therapeutics, but it was a practical and educational intervention that was significant in reshaping the ways in which medical knowledge was produced in practice. And this laid the foundation and reception for the shaping of scientific medicine in the final third of the century. And just to leave you with some of the photos that they did submit, it was a huge project, not just covering gangrene, but everything. And these photos, as you can see with arrows, were bound into volumes of 50 and distributed to medical schools for continued study after the war until bodies became more available. And by the time we get to the end of the war, the Army Medical Museum becomes a huge and important foci of research for American physicians long after the war, and for physicians like William Osler and Harvey Cushing, who write their medical theses based on research from the Army Medical Museum. So it just looks a little different. We saw our resurrectionists at work by 1850s. By 1900, anatomical dissection, we still have anatomy labs at my medical school, became regularized, government supported, and invisible as it remains today. So as the war research, the program of research, germ theory research, became known and is accepted and ushered in what historians have called a golden age of microbiology, I argue that it was the Civil War, those 4 long years, but that played the key role in preparing physicians for this transformation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Gordon Berg, and I lived for 15 years in a Union Army Medical Hospital in Washington, D.C. 43,000 USCT died from disease during the Civil War, a much higher proportion than white troops. Can you talk a little bit about the underlying racist theories that underlie the difference between treatment for white troops and treatment for black troops?
Yeah, I mean, some of the case reports are so interesting in the discussion. It doesn't become widely known, so you have to go to the unpublished case histories. But there are some doctors that are doing anatomical dissection on African American bodies and white bodies, and they this distinctiveness in medicine that was so ingrained prior to the war, they say it looks the same, and they start to see that a body is a body, and there's not much difference in that body. So in my work there, and I would hope, I would have hoped that somebody would have grabbed that thread and run with it after the war to try to go against that ingrained racism in medicine. And then Benjamin Gold publishes his anthropometric study after the war talking about the difference in lung capacity between African Americans and white soldiers, further supporting racism in medicine. There were African American doctors that advocated, that wanted to doctor. There just weren't enough African American doctors, and I think there was a racism so embedded in medicine that you just unfortunately see the neglect that troops suffered. But there was a racism ingrained in medicine, and even though your doctors are seeing similarities, a body's a body, that never becomes part of the medical vernacular after the war. And there's an idea about distinctiveness in medicine that people in the 1820s and 30s try to sell so that they can justify the use of African Americans for slavery. But it becomes embedded in medicine, and we don't really see many strides among white doctors treating blacks, but we do see advocates for African American care in the post-war period in the form of black doctors treating black patients. You actually see the rise of lots of black journals written for black doctors and black patients that rise and fall after the Civil War. So there are attempts, but there's the racism in medicine is still quite ingrained during and after.
Doctor, thank you very much. Charlie Herbeck from Fredericksburg, Virginia. Just two things. Can you speak to the hospital here, Chimborazo, and the infection rates that were there, and anything reference the hospital at the University of Virginia, which functioned for 4 years during the war under Dr. Cabell?
Yeah, there were 67 medical schools in America on the eve of the Civil War. I believe there were 16 in the South, all closed but one, which was the University of Virginia. And a lot happens in the war. So the story of the South is so much different. They mobilize all their doctors. They have to use all of their doctors, so medical schools are closed. In the North, medical cadets or medical students become medical cadets and hospital stewards, and it becomes an extension of their medical school education. In the South, doctors are on the floor or in the field working. But the Medical College of Virginia stays open for 4 years. They collect specimens, they do research projects, they become a very important center for learning and the dissemination of wartime medical knowledge, particularly in the post-war period as doctors come home. So you actually see lots of specimens, and you actually see more medical specimens. So collecting and dissecting medical specimens in the South prior to the war was very common. So they continue that during the war. It's different because Joseph Jones was one of the lead medical researchers in the South during the war, but when he goes to Washington for Henry Wirtz's funeral, he can't wait to go to the Army Medical Museum, and then he says, we just didn't have anything like this in size and in scope where we could research. And he's so fascinated with him. But he does mention the Medical College of Virginia. That was a resource, but it's especially a resource after. And there's more sharing of knowledge. Now that I'm writing my book on the South, there's much more sharing of knowledge than I think has been written in the historiography, because a lot of the doctors had gone overseas together. A lot of the wealthy Southern doctors had traveled overseas. They all studied with Joseph Leidy in Philadelphia. There were friends. So even during the war, Middleton Goldsmith is sharing his knowledge about bromine and nitric acid, and there's actually, and then when they are looking for a new president for the AMA in 1868, they actually hire W.O. Baldwin from Alabama. So there is sharing of knowledge, but that was the medical school in Virginia. There was a huge research enterprise there that, and it was particularly useful after the war. They continue to collect specimens, but again, it brings the medicine of Paris, not in the same way though, in the North. It's very different, it's much more individualized, but you still see the same sort of epistemological dynamism. And Chimborazo is probably the best run hospital, I would say, in the North or South. It was so huge and it was so well managed. Nurses were crucial to the management of Chimborazo. The patient care was excellent. They would have entertainment, they would have sermons, they would print out dinner menus, they would have Christmas dinners. They were particularly good in therapeutic efficacy. So there were lots of emphasis on natural remedies. So in the North, you still see some old docs wedded to calomel and mercury, but in the South, there was a real emphasis on thick-based creams and beef stock and just sort of encouraging the natural process of healing because that was what they had. And so I think we see some really good therapeutic efficacy coming out of Chimborazo. So both really important institutions during the war for Chimborazo and particularly after the war for UVA.
I'm Donald King from Richmond, member of the board of the Civil War Museum, and I've been to a lot of these. We like to brag about Phoebe Pemberton, who came up here from Charleston, South Carolina, and ran Chimborazo Hospital and believed in sanitation. And like you said, she was magnificent. My question is, in 1881, 16 years after the Civil War, Garfield is shot, and he dies because the leading physicians from the North refused to listen to Lister and use clean instruments.
I know.
They used dirty instruments. Now, why, 16 years after the war, was that still going on?
I know. I've had that question 5,000 times. So it's true. It's true. They use a Nelaton probe without sanitizing it. They wake up Joseph Barnes in the middle of the night, and he is far removed from practice at this point, and it's poorly handled at 2 a.m. right away, and then he lives for a while after, but then eventually dies from infection. And it was just, again, this is it's a slow and uneven medical experiments. That's why there's no aha moments, there's no magic bullets, we're seeing the shifts happen in hospitals. Nothing happens overnight, but from the top down, things change, and you can see that happening. But that was a very poorly handled situation. The same thing happens in the Mexican-American War. I get that question too. Why is there so much disease in the beginning? And it's like, I always say, as medical doctors, we have short-term memories. They relearn it quickly, and then research is actually quite good. But yeah, it's a very poorly handled situation that they knew better. But I will say, anybody that reads my book, in the very last chapter, Joseph Lister actually comes to America in 1876, and he tours the hospital. And one of the ones he tours with is John Shaw Billings. And John Shaw Billings is really important. I skipped over that slide. He's actually a really important mentor to William Osler. So when historians, I talked about 19th century historians, historians at the beginning of the talk, when they look at the development of the medical sciences in the 19th century, it's Paris, it's Germany, but it's always Johns Hopkins, and it's always William Osler, and it's always, oh, this is what happened. What they don't realize is that John Shaw Billings used his blueprints, I've seen them, from the laboratory at the Army Medical Museum in the buildings of Johns Hopkins, and he was a really important mentor to William Osler. It's a small world. It's a small world, and I think when you look at how these, it wasn't just Johns Hopkins coming out of nowhere with these new ideals of medical science. This was a story, decade after decade, that was building. It was building, but I think the Civil War really accelerated the development. And there were some doctors that were still wedded to the old ways. They're going to go back and do their community practices. You're still going to see medical stories that kind of undermine what I'm trying to say here. But from the top down, even when you look at Flexner's report, when he looks at Michigan and Harvard and the Army Medical Museum and Johns Hopkins, these are great. They get A+. These are all really good. They're always connected in some way or another to somebody that doctored in the Civil War, an elite. And the other thing I didn't talk about in my talk, though, but it's specialties in medicine. It's so pronounced. In 1860 or 55, if you want to practice one particular branch of medicine, you're a quack. If you want to be a good doctor, you have to know how to treat the entire body. But by the end of the Civil War, you see the ophthalmology association develop. You see neurology as a specialty get its own association. You see heart disease. You see surgery. So you see the American Association of Surgery, and it's one after the other, and they get their own spot in their curriculum in medical school, and every single one of them is connected to the Civil War. You've got Samuel Gross, you've got Jacob DaCosta, you've got Silas Weir Mitchell, you've got, making the case for, well, this is what we saw. And Hammond was really important there too, because he gave funds to support the development of neurological study, heart disease at Turner's Lane Hospital, and then they could produce all these articles. Or Gurdon Buck, who wrote 21 articles on facial reconstructive surgery saying, this is how you do this. The pedicle flap operation works better than this one. And then he wrote 21 articles. That becomes the model until World War I. And people are saying, so these specialties actually have a role in medicine. How are we going to do this? And that's rooted in the Civil War experience as well. But it takes time for these things to develop. But it's the war years that I think causes a dramatic shift for some in the way that doctors think about the way science and medicine can be practiced.
And we have time for one more question.
Chick Feldmaner from Alexandria, Virginia. This is my first time at the symposium. It seems that if you look at death certificates after the war, consumption is more than just frequently the cause of death, which I'm not a doctor, but I'm going to say tuberculosis. Mm-hmm. Did you find much study of that during the war? I know in World War I it was a problem, and did it become a focus for any research or development that you've been able to find?
I was just talking to one of the doctors about it. Actually, I'm finding it also in my work with veterans, because it becomes a subject of intense research in the post-war period, because a lot of doctors or a lot of soldier patients go home with tuberculosis and die from it in the years following the war. So you don't see as dramatic a shift. Tuberculosis was always sort of a romantic disease. It was more easy to understand the causes of tuberculosis with a miasmatic theory of disease. So we don't see the same sort of shift in thinking about diseases during the war, but there becomes longitudinal research projects into tuberculosis into the post-war period. But I'm still looking into that. But it's a subject of study that continues. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Dr. Devine, thank you very much. Another great session. One brief 15-minute break before our final panel discussion, and Dr. Devine will be signing books at the back as well in that break. So reconvene at 3:25. Thank you. Either that or I'm too fat.
It's been a long day. Glad all our helpers are here. Yes, thank you. Okay, that's what I thought. I understand. Yeah, I'll grab. Oh.
Yes. At the podium, yes. Okay.
A shorter CEO is not needed. For example, if I had a guy.
Can I ask everyone, please, to resume your seats, and we will begin with the final session of the day, the panel session.
I do have one question. Sit wherever. Yes.
Was that what you were going to ask me before? That's one.
Yes, that's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can encourage you to resume your seats.
Oh, those lights are bright.
We will round out today's symposium with what has become a very popular part of the symposium, the group discussion about everything we have heard today, an opportunity for you all as well to ask some more questions, pose some more questions to the panel. You've heard everyone speak already. I will reintroduce, however, Professor Carolyn Janey, sitting in the middle, who is the John L. Now III Professor of History at the University of Virginia and the Director of the Now Center for the Study of the Civil War at the University of Virginia, a Gilder Lehrman Lincoln Prize winner, and also Chair of the American Civil War Museum's Historians Advisory Panel. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give our panel a very warm welcome.
So I'd like to echo everyone else in thanking the museum for putting on such a wonderful conference. I look forward to this every February. Thank you to Rob, thank you to Kelly, and everyone who has been involved in putting on today's production. I will make a plug on behalf of the Now Center. Two things. We have our annual conference coming up on Friday, April 11th. This year's theme is Reconstruction. And we have a host of panelists talking about various aspects of Reconstruction. We also, I know there are several of you that are teachers in the audience today, and I wanted to make you aware of the summer seminar that we now run that is a week long, the last week of June, 4 days in the classroom, 1 day on the battlefield. We bring in 25 teachers from across the country, so I encourage you to look into that. You can find information about that on the Now Center's website under Teacher Seminar, but the deadline is March 3rd, so if you're interested, applications are due soon. But I'd like to turn our attention to the wonderful panelists and papers that you've heard today, reminding you all, if you haven't noticed on the panels yet, that the theme of this year's conference has been On the Battlefield, building on the museum's overall initiative, the Civil War and the Remaking of America. And as we've heard, each of our panelists has spoken about a different aspect of waging the war, experiencing the war, surviving the war. And I'd like to ask each of you now to encapsulate what you've talked about in thinking about how your talk contributes to the remaking of America, both in terms of the Civil War era and in the longer scope. So I will go in the order of the talks. So Wayne, that means you get to be up first. So just to restate that, how did your talk in particular help us think about this bigger question of remaking America?
That's a great question.
Thank you.
So I think, I don't necessarily, if there's a thing I could add maybe is, and it's referenced at times in my talk, is to think of 19th century America actually in a larger context, like an international. I guess historians like to say transnational, whatever that means, but I don't know how that's a better term. But that there are forces
wrong. And that we kind of live with the consequences to this day, and a lot of them, I think, arguably do start to hit kind of escape velocity in the 19th century, but they're best understood as things that extend, way beyond the United States. I guess that's the way might approach that question.
All right. It is a great question. So, I think that, at least from my perspective, as I tried to emphasize in my talk, the Civil War is a moment of transition in all sorts of ways. And of course, as historians, one thing we are obsessed with is the idea of change over time. We want to see how things begin and where they end up, and then ask the question of why and how. So when you're looking at how Americans thought about war in the 1860s, I think it is, as I said, it's a moment of shifting and transition, but it kind of reflects larger changes that are happening globally, really, in the way that Europeans and others think about war. And the fact that Americans actually do think about war at all is, I think, notable, right? And you could maybe even carry it a little further, maybe even a little too far, if you wanted to try to argue that, the American Civil War is in some way exceptional and unique. But I certainly think there is maybe something to that. American military thinkers had to confront the problems of war within the context of the war they're fighting, and that includes dealing with the issue of the citizen soldier and ideological considerations, the unique geography and terrain, the kind of economic, political, social, racial issues that are central to the war itself. All of those things are connected. There's a connectedness to it. And you can even see these things play out in some ways on the battlefield, in the ways that battles are fought, in the ways that campaigns are conceived and executed. So there's a kind of connectedness there that I think is important. And these changes that we see reverberate. They continue on into the 19th century, into the 20th century, and here we are in 2025, and we still are studying them, and they are still relevant in all sorts of ways.
So I want to reiterate it is a good question, so I'm going to start off with that. But when I look at the Native Guards, and I think of how they played to change the country when we look at the American Civil War, you start to see these dramatic shifts in not only the personal lives of people, such as, like I mentioned earlier, General Benjamin Butler, actually being someone who doesn't want black soldiers in uniform to then signing the order that puts black soldiers in uniform in a couple of months. But then that larger picture of changing federal policy. One thing is, like, for example, I couldn't get into from the talk today, but I really explore a lot more in the book. You see that these dramatic shifts in federal policy start to occur in 61 and in 62 because of the Native Guards. And when the generals and the president are discussing these dramatic shifts of why they're doing things, they mention by name the Native Guards. They mention by name these regiments are the reason we have to make this change. These regiments are the reason behind why I'm doing this or why I'm doing that, or they communicate back and forth with one another. Give you an example of what I mean. Lincoln's chief of staff, he sent a letter to the Secretary of War saying, if the Native Guards do well in the spring of '63, we're going to have no choice but to increase the size of all black regiments by the end of the year. And then sure enough, they do well at the Siege of Port Hudson. And a couple months later, you see an explosion in the USCT regiments where they just explode across the country. And he even sends a letter back saying, I told you we would have to do this. So they understand very clearly what the Native Guards mean. And I really harp on that it's almost like an experiment for them, where you can tell they're testing to see, okay, how well will black soldiers do? And then if they do really well, how can we use that to justify expanding more black soldiers inside the Union Army? And then if they do really well, how well can we expand giving rights to black soldiers and their families after the Civil War? So seeing them change the political and social landscape of the country is really dramatic, and it's over the course of just a few short years. We're talking, you get constituted in '62 and the war is over in '65. And you start seeing these huge shifts in how everyone's viewing them and viewing a lot of other people. So I've always been fascinated, as I've been studying this story, of how much they've been able to change so much in just a little short time that most people would, shorter than your high school experience when you really think about it. So it's an amazing story to me.
Thank you for the question. I think Civil War medicine, or looking at the Civil War medical experience during the 19th century, is a really important lens into understanding possibly current medical crises. So when a lot of my colleagues at the medical school who are practicing physicians, when COVID hit, there were so many resonances in the challenges that they were dealing with day to day and the challenges that the Civil War physicians were faced with. So they would say, much like when John Brinton would see a black spot appear on a patient's leg and knew the inevitable gangrene was coming, one of my colleagues, Dr. Schwartz, said to me, you know, once you get to the point, and this is very early on in COVID, when you get to the point and you've intubated your patient and you've turned on your stomach, there's just not much we can do that we don't know. I think then when we think about what can we learn or how can we remake America, learning the lessons we have from the Civil War, I don't think the physicians came into the war thinking about the opportunity that the war might provide in terms of a cohesiveness and a research agenda in which all physicians could partake in that would ultimately lead to a better America. And I think it's a reminder we're still going to be faced with health challenges all along the way. And I think the way in which the physicians came to the colors and came together and navigated an unprecedented disease and health environment, one of which many would never see again. I think the messaging is important. Medicine is going in all kinds of different directions. My students feel nervous about the role that AI might play. My students feel uncomfortable with the role that telehealth has played since COVID. You know, they feel like they have a responsibility to be filled and sit by the bedside, but that's not a reality anymore. And I think in times of great upheaval, which, we came through with COVID, I think the Civil War becomes a lesson in how do we come together and navigate a challenging situation, come together and move forward. And I think that's a great lesson from medicine in the Civil War.
So thank you all. And I want to try to pull some of the strands of the different talks together. And I don't know whether these questions will be fair or not, but we'll just test the waters and see where we end up. So to Shauna, do surgeons ever talk about how the war was fought and whether or not that's changing the things that they're seeing?
A little, because one of the things Hammond wants to see is projectiles and missiles and mini balls. So he wants to see, and as the war becomes more sophisticated, the wound trauma that the physicians are dealing with becomes more challenging. The location, but sometimes things get better. So after Letterman's ambulance system comes into effect and they become more familiar with triage, then we see discussions around, we're now dealing with this battle, this location, this particular weaponry, but we now have these tools to deal with. So it's good and bad all the way through. At the end of the day, 750,000 people die, so there's a lot of ideas that don't actually work in practice because the combat environment is so difficult. But there are discussions about the same way they're talking about prevention. I'm mostly looking in the hospitals, but just as a Civil War historian, the same way they're talking about prevention in hospitals, they're talking about we might be dealing with this, problem because of this weapon or because of this hill or because of this challenge in evacuating. So you do see some of that, for sure.
So to follow up on that, whether we're talking about Letterman or otherwise, when they're sending in these samples, are they talking about this is where this, or is that changing over the course that they're saying this happened in this particular environment?
They always say it. They always actually, and one of the things I tried to do in my book was mention that. This was because the day that I went to the Walter Reed, and it was, I was just telling some of the new friends that I've met, it was the day that Santa came to the Walter Reed Center. So all the families and kids were there, and there were soldiers there rehabilitating. And one of the ladies in the cafeteria said, can you just, everybody just stand aside and let everybody go that's maybe in a wheelchair. And I must have stood for almost 45 minutes just watching these people. And then when I got back into the archives and I was reading about specimen number 1906, and I felt not emotional about it, but I felt like these were people that were fighting, that were engaged in this mission to try to do something for the greater good, but there was still a person at the end of it. So I think the same way that the doctors would always list their full name, their regimen, and where they were injured and what it was, there was a certain honor and respect for what was happening. And I felt like that in the sources. It is talking about a new language of science because they're now looking at this, but in the case history, there was always a name, a person, a regimen, and a place. And I think that's really important to remember.
So AJ, do the Native Guards talk about disease? Do they talk about the propensity? There was a question earlier about the USCT being more susceptible to disease. Do they ever have those conversations, or is that not part of what you were looking at, or what was part of their agenda?
So disease was a big part of the Native Guards' agenda because, as you can imagine, they're working in New Orleans, they're working in the bayous. Anybody who's been in Louisiana or those parts of Deep South, you understand disease is a huge thing. Yellow fever was their primary concern, but you had a lot of members of the Native Guards. There was this assumption given to them by their white officers and white leaders that because they're black Creoles, they're from the region, they had this natural immunity to disease. So they would send them out to certain forts, like after they captured Port Hudson, for instance. They put a lot of Native Guards regiments that stationed there. They also put the Native Guard regiment on Ship Island and left them all alone in '62. So white officers thought, if they're on Ship Island, they're at Port Hudson, they won't get sick from that bayou climate, they won't get sick from being that close to the water. So the Native Guards members themselves had to treat each other. Their wives tended to be their nurses who would have to, such as the sergeant's wife I showed you earlier, they would be the ones taking care of their husbands, taking care of their children, trying to keep them alive because sometimes they may not have a good doctor who wants to treat them. Or if they did have a good doctor, he couldn't get to all the regiments because they were dispersed throughout the Department of the Gulf from Louisiana, Alabama, Texas, and Florida. So he couldn't have that one good doctor go to everywhere. He might have one good doctor in New Orleans and everywhere else is hit or miss. And we're relying on our wives or our sisters to get through this. So disease was a huge part of their lives, and they had to continuously fight against disease. They had a lot of people who lost that fight. The person I mentioned earlier, Joseph Wilson, he got sick after Port Hudson, and he actually left. And that's part of why he joined the 54th Mass he left because he got so sick, he couldn't take living in Louisiana anymore. They medically retired him, and then when he went up north to Massachusetts, he was healthy again, and he was able to re-enlist inside the military. Just to show, so disease was a huge part of their lives, and they're continuously fighting against it throughout the war. And I think that's probably normal for most regiments, though, not just salient to the Native Guards.
So I'll ask both Drew and Wayne maybe the flip side of that question, and that is, do military leaders talk about how disease and or wounds would shape tactics and or strategy?
Well, it's certainly, if you, Winfield Scott during the Mexican War is actually very conscious of the disease environment. He wants to get his troops inland, right? He doesn't want to stay on the coast because he's terrified of yellow fever. There is there's a knowledge of these things. People have done work, for example, in the British West Indies regiments, which have huge, awful disease environments. But I think from the perspective of military leaders, it's more a question of, it's not health, it's really military effectiveness, for lack of, that's kind of a more modern term. It's, how can I prosecute the campaign, and I think their willingness to, cooperate with all of these medical things is the hope to have more personnel, more manpower, right? If you think even things like the invalid corps, like, okay, well, these soldiers are not fit for the most rigorous field duty, they can still do various garrisoning or other types of tasks. It is a very kind of instrumental, and honestly, I'll put it bluntly, to some degree understandable, but arguably callous. Rebecca Jo Plant, who came here, who gave that wonderful talk about her of age book, she's done scholarship about World War II Army psychiatrists, and a lot of what they're concerned with is getting soldiers back into the fight. Right? They're not, that's actually their first priority, which is understandable, right? That's their job. But I would say there is a consciousness of it, but it is a very kind of instrumental one that's related to kind of their profession, or their kind of what they feel is their task.
In war, it's always a balancing act for commanders trying to kind of gauge what resources they have at hand and what they want to apply those resources to. And so, when you're talking about trying to allocate limited logistical support, wagons and things like that, do you use those to move ammunition and supplies, or do you put wounded men in them? And all too often, the answer is the former. You worry about what's going to lead us to the quickest success in this operation. And so what we would think of as humanitarian concerns and that sort of thing are secondary. And again, it's a cold, calculating way to think about it, but at the same time, one thing that's kind of there's a refrain that you often see both in Union and Confederate writings is that the best way to end the war is to end the war and to do it as quickly as possible. So you end the suffering and the bloodshed by expediting the final outcome. And if that means that in the process you lose people and there's blood and hardship and all of that, well, that's war, right? Which is hard if you're not, I think, a military thinker to get your mind around, but at the same time, these are the decisions that they're faced with. And it's hard even now to look back and see the kind of the human toll of all of this, but it's very real.
So one of the terms that many of you have used is modern, and I'm wondering if we can dissect that a bit and tell us when you're talking about whether war is modern. Wayne, I'll start with you. Are you using that from our present vantage point, or are you thinking about how people in 1861 were considering, would they, if you had asked them, is this a modern style war, based on all the incredible changes in technology, even since the Mexican-American War, how would they have perceived the moment they were living in?
So when I say modern, I'm kind of the British story in the British Empire, C.A. Bailey. This part of that is the notion that we are different, right? So if you look at someone like Machiavelli, and he's writing about the art of war in the Renaissance Italy, he doesn't see his era's warfare as anything different from like the Roman times. So all the lessons that you have from Rome perfectly apply to him. There's I guess just escapes, but there's a famous painting that's set in like the 17th century. I think it's like during the 30 Years' War, but it's a painting of Alexander the Great at Isis, but everyone is depicted in those like 1600s era uniforms, and it's really odd, right? And the reason that painter does that is because there's a belief that nothing's really that different, right? And there's cyclical views of history, things like that, right? Like the Chinese dynastic system, there is change, but it's circular, right? There's a strong dynasty, it becomes corrupted, the emperors become corrupt and lazy and decadent, they collapse, there's some kind of civil war, someone emerges out of that, a new dynasty starts, and the cycle just repeats. There's no, this is not what the Communist Party believes, okay, right? So I would say 19th century Americans are definitely moderns because they believe that things have changed, right? That they themselves are part of this profound step change, this profound disjunction between them and the past. And part of what they need to do is how to grapple with that, how to cope with that, how to master it, how to take opportunities out of it, and maybe what might be the downsides of it. So that is, and I think that is something that comes. Some of these things definitely are connected to developments in the 19th century because this is also the era of the high tide of European empire. You're starting to have like non-Western societies that are relatively immune to Western influence have to cope with it, and Americans are part of that process and things like that. So when I say modern, I'm talking about kind of this sense of change is, in a sense, the norm. The whatever generation, like a Civil War generation, is dealing with the change, but there's also a kind of a sense of future generations, like Henry Adams' life, will also have to deal with that change. What that change might be is unclear, but it will be there, and it will be something profoundly different than what we currently experience, and certainly what people in the past have experienced.
That's a tough question. I mean, you get into all sorts of thickets when you start talking about what modern is and that sort of thing, but maybe I'm misusing it in the way that I think about how to apply that term to warfare, but I kind of see it as, every Wayne rightly points out that there's a kind of a shift in how people think about what modern means, but I imagine many generations think that their war is a modern war because, you're not thinking, well, I'm fighting the war of my father's generation or my grandfather's generation. We're fighting right now, right? But as far as, I sort of think about modern war and probably incorrectly apply the standards of maybe today to the 19th century. So you think, well, modern war to me now means amplified firepower and high-speed communication and movement and all these sorts of things that we associate with combat today. And I do think that you can see that in the Civil War, that you don't see necessarily in the same way a generation or two before. But the transition is happening. You see the Napoleonic era, then you see what happens in Mexico, and now in the 1860s, a lot of those kind of seeds are bearing fruit in terms of what we now think of as a more modern approach to war. But it sort of raises a bigger question, I think, about the nature of the Civil War itself. And people have argued that this is the first modern war, the first total war, and these sorts of things. And to me, I've always thought, and I think others have agreed, that the Civil War is deeply rooted in the past. It's rooted in Napoleonic tradition. And most thinkers were looking backward as they were also trying to look forward at the same time. So I don't know. The answer is, I think, short answer is, I'm not sure, Carrie. But the modern analysis, or the modern lens, is, I think, an important way to start thinking about the war.
But we asked that question a great deal about whether this was the first modern war and is this total war, is this hard war? And I think having a sense of what we're comparing it to, whether we're asking about our contemporary moment or whether we're asking how people in the 19th century were framing their view of the war. Do either of you want to jump in?
I'll say for what I saw, specifically in Louisiana, they thought it was modern for them, for sure. I mean, it's impossible for them to ever look at future 200 years later, 160 years later. But from what they saw, I'll give you an example of what I mean. When the war began, they're starting off wearing Zouave uniforms in Louisiana. They're trying to do very Napoleonic tactics. That's their entire life. Even when 1862 arrives and you see the Union Army in New Orleans, there was just one black Creole. He was actually a former Belgian officer, and his uncle actually served with Napoleon, so he was like very ingratiated in Napoleonic tactics. He worked with General Phelps to help train the troops that were at New Carrollton. And as he's training them, he's trying to train them as Napoleon would have done. And Phelps literally has to correct him and says, no, this is the tactics that I want you to use instead. So he starts off, as you said, looking at the past, and Phelps has to correct him, like, no, these are the current tactics of what I need you to teach these men. So they're learning real time that they must modernize. They are having to drop their Zouave uniforms that they wanted to wear in 1861 to go to the more blue and gray that they want for the current modern times. Some of them had smoothbore muskets. They're leaving their smoothbores because they're getting rifle muskets issued in the Department of the Gulf. So now they have to learn how to use rifled muskets as they're getting trained on them. So they're having this modernization occur real time for them, and these are shocking things to them that they just never have truly experienced. So when you start looking at the uniforms and tactics, how they have to approach war itself, they're learning very quickly and sometimes real time through trial and error why they must improve and continuously improve, why they must improve their tactics, why they have to improve their strategy, when they have something go wrong in a certain battle, what they can do next for the next battle to ensure it doesn't go wrong again. Having learned more modern cavalry tactics, because we haven't talked about that a lot, but cavalry tactics had to adapt quite a bit as those were changed during the war. So as these things kept modernizing for them, they were learning and going with it instead of struggling, trying to stick to the past once they were able to let go of it.
Yeah, for me, the word modern, I grabbed on that word because it was such a prevalent idea among the war physicians. Modern. In the slide I glossed over, I don't know if you had a chance to read it, with John Shaw Billings, he said, a feature of our National Museum now has to be for physicians from all over the world to come and visit our museum and show our modern medicine and show our modern laboratory and show, because there was this frustration among the elite and even the next generation of physicians about the state of medicine, before the war. No licensing standards, anatomy acts to get bodies, and when they would get a body, they would all dissect it till there was nothing left but, nothing to it. So it was just, there was a frustration, especially those that had gone to Paris and had seen the big hospitals and the equipment and, been exposed to some of the teachers of French science and medicine, and then coming home and being faced with all these roadblocks and having the homeopathist or the wise woman be the one that was the community practitioner when they just had old remedies that didn't work. And there was a lot of frustration. So as soon as they started, using a microscope or doing photomicrography or writing case histories and having their specimens that they'd carefully curated or dissected and curated being displayed at the museum, to them, this was medicine moving forward. This was something modern that they hadn't done before. This was science. And you see a certain pride and identity in that notion, in the idea of science and in the idea of modernity among the physicians.
So one of the things that we haven't, or one of the groups that we haven't really talked about today are women, with the exception of the call out to Phoebe Pember. Shauna, this too may be outside of your wheelhouse, but what about how nursing changes during the war and then the prevalence of nursing schools when they come about? Is there a correlation?
I mean, nursing is, everybody knows. So Hammond had gone to Crimea, and he knew we had 21,000 deaths in the Crimean War, 16,000 are the result of disease. Florence Nightingale had some success. She writes widely, notes on nursing. Dorothea Dix plays heavily in the beginning of the war. There were standards that women were expected to adhere to, and the men don't want to give the women credit. All the really well-run hospitals, Chimborazo, chief among them, was when they had a good nursing staff, when they had women. Women were also applying chloroform. Women were helping with some of the scientific enterprises that were going on. The doctors didn't necessarily want to share that credit, but if you read any of the Clara Barton, her legacy for medicine and the humanitarian work that she did is unparalleled. So you do see a sense of pride that's rooted in the Civil War experience among women, and you do see that changing. The change is not as quick, but you do see women wanting to go to medical school in Europe, in Canada, and women, talking about how useful they were, and they made a huge difference in the war. I mean, they were just natural caregivers in the wartime environment, but professionalized as a group and a gender as well. So it doesn't loom large in my work, but women nurses in the Civil War, they offered a transformative experience for the men that ended up under their care, for sure.
And union nurses are the one group of women that union veterans, that those are the only women they really talk about as being central to the war. And so there's shifting
I think
gender
women
dynamics.
don't get the credit for being interested in science or being, and they were, and there were discussions among women also about, like Florence Nightingale. She was hardcore. No, it's not contagious. It's it's the power of disinfecting, killing this miasma. It does start to change among women too. So they're part of this experience. Not enough has been done, but it's definitely a group that needs further study, because that experience is equally transformative for nursing.
We have a fair number of teachers in the audience today. So what about if we frame this question, regardless of your specialization, you are all historians in different capacities, but if you were talking to a group of middle schoolers and you were asked to say what was most transformative about the Civil War, what would you say? Anyone?
Well, you could say one thing is, you could say to a middle schooler, where do you think patients were treated in 1850? Where was a comfortable place for a patient to land if they got sick? And 99, unless you were poor or indigent, you're at home and you're with your partner or your mother or your community physician. It all of a sudden becomes a transformative experience to go into a big, huge general hospital with nursing staff and with equipment and with medicine and with somebody taking a case history and measuring your pulse and your fever and your respiration. So you might now convalesce in a physical location and physical and social location outside of where you might be comfortable receiving care from somebody who doesn't live 3 doors down from you. And that was a really new experience for many people, but paves the way for the idea of a general hospital.
So I would say something you could teach to the middle kids. I mean, number one, I think you should make it clear to them that the war is about slavery and, of course, the Civil War by the Union winning in slavery. But the number two to that is the social change that creates, because that's something that's not really touched upon. Of course, we all heard about, especially radical Reconstruction, or and I really don't like that phrase, but I know it's one that people understand. But the early phases of Reconstruction, we see these dramatic shifts in the social and political changes where you start seeing black people now elected to office. You start seeing them actually able to go to schools, especially in a place like Louisiana with desegregated schools. They start being able to have jobs and earn money and build homes, build families, marry their wives. I mean, they have some of the placards inside the American Civil War Museum here where they talk about now people can be legally married and actually take legal control of their children, take legal control of their home. These are big things that nowadays people take for granted, that it's just, you're born, you have it. My son knows that, well, all my kids, they know they're going to get my stuff when I die. They can do whatever they want with it. These are natural things to them. But prior to the Civil War, you could have someone born, die, and they never have any of these basic human rights that we all agree are just basic human rights, that anyone should be able to take their own father's possessions when he dies. This is something that's basic. They should be able to own their own home. They should be able to protect their own wife. These are very extremely basic things that did not exist prior to the Civil War. And after the Civil War, you see this shift, and now people have to get comfortable with this shift. And I think the fact that people never got comfortable with that shift is why we see some of the issues we even see today, where people are fighting against the teaching of African American history, because they're not comfortable with the fact that these shifts occurred, and they occurred so suddenly, and they wish it would go back to how it used to be. So if those middle school students could really comprehend that shift is a good thing, it's just giving people equality and equity, it would make things a lot better.
I have to follow that. Thanks. AJ. I would probably, if I was in a classroom full of middle school kids, I might ask them, why would you go to war? How would you fight? And how would it change you? Making it personal and relatable. And so, while I talked about Jomini and Mahan and all these thinkers, I really do think that the common soldier studies is a great way to kind of frame this for students in particular, because Civil War soldiers are relatable, they are people, and they had the same kinds of fears and hopes and disappointments and miseries that we do. And when you can put it in human terms and humanize people in the past, it becomes alive, right? It comes alive for you. So not a very highfalutin answer, but that's what I would do.
I mean, obviously, I think the kind of general historical point is going to be the end of slavery, right? I mean, that's right. That's in terms of my talk, right? Another point, like, what would be the biggest takeaway? And this is a less rosy answer. It's the power. The way I would phrase it in a more relatable way is, the Civil War is when the state, the government, now has the right to say, your father needs to go fight, whether he wants to or not, right? Because conscription, right, this is not the militia, because the old militia was associated with citizen rights. I mean, and it is, there are big draft riots in New York City. A lot of people forget 30 some odd conscription officers in the North are killed, right? Yes, not many people are actually conscripted but it's used as a cudgel, right? That's how you are able to make the bounty system work, right? And I mentioned William Marvel's book. I think there's a lot of romanticization about soldier motivation, right? And I know Matt Gallman wrote a good question, yes, I know, lies, damn lies, and statistics, right? But But he also has a lot of qualitative evidence that a lot of this there are a lot of powerful financial motivations. There's the Panic of 1857, like working class men are in a lot of ways in bad shape. The war is a steady wage. People make harsh. But the other thing too is the Of Age book, all the minors, the ability of the state to say to a mother, no, your 17-year-old son needs to fight. And I'm not saying, from the Army officer's perspective, I need men in the gun line, all right? And I've got a war to win, and I need someone to get in the ranks. But there's an edge here, This is an unhappy edge here that I think we sometimes kind of elide a little bit. And things like, we make a big deal about volunteers. And is it meaningful to say, does a 17-year-old really know what they're doing? Yeah, they made this choice to join up, right? And now the state is able to kind of demand that from them. That thing is something that's real and important. Is it maybe necessary? Is it just part of the modern world? Is it part of the fact that we live in a society and it has to have rules and structures and things like that? I think you could make that argument, but is there a kind of a personal side to that has costs? I think that's certainly true too.
So, turning the question to the field of Civil War history and to you all as scholars and historians, on the question of change, what are the types of changes in the study of Civil War history or the topics that you have found most interesting or the most compelling or new directions that you would like the audience to know about? Whether it's a new book or a new field of inquiry, what changes in the scholarship on the Civil War are you most excited about?
I think for me, personally, I'm still interested in. When I was doing all my reading for my book and dissertation, that there was two seemingly different fields: Civil War medicine and 19th century medicine, and I've seen a shift in the way in which medical historians are now looking at the 19th century. It's not Paris, German, Johns Hopkins, Civil War. There's more sort of a examination of the physicians themselves and the experiences they had along the way that shaped their ideas about medicine, which in turn maybe led to development or not. But just this idea that there's a long 19th century, and there's not just stops and starts. And I think there's been, in the last 10 years, more integration in the reading and research, at least for medicine. So for new directions, I'm really excited. I've got half my book done on the South. I don't want to give too much of it away here, but there's a chapter I'm super excited about, and it does involve the North, the South, physicians, Reconstruction, and there's a lot of interesting stuff that's happening in the post-war period, and I think it's an exciting new direction in Civil War. At least for me, I find it interesting. My gold coins.
I would say I'm excited for something I think some people are concerned about, and that's the introduction of AI inside of history. I know some people were concerned that AI, you saw that recent post, AI, this may make this the last generation of historians, and people are freaked out about that. But the way I look at it, AI is such a great tool for research and a great tool for integrating a lot of different fields, such as you discussed, but also a lot of different languages. To give you an idea what I mean, to do my work, I had to study up on my French. I had to make sure I could read, write French, and also French cursive. 19th century French cursive was its own separate thing. But with the introduction of AI, a future researcher, they may not have to spend all that time learning another language and really getting well-versed in reading that language from a different time period when they can use AI to conduct their research. So when you think of it that way, that opens a door for one researcher to now research in French and German and English and West African language, the East African language, and now they can bring together sources from all these different transnational places inside their manuscripts. And when I imagine someone able to produce works pulling from so many different archives at once, that's very exciting to me. So that's why I don't think we're going to be in that last generation of historians. I think we're going to see this turn where historians are now producing works that we could have never thought of before because we didn't even have access to those sources before. And it's a very exciting future that I'm looking forward to seeing.
I think of myself as a military historian, so that's what I focus on more than anything. And What I've seen and what I hope to continue to see is a sense that the drum and trumpet campaign studies books, the big 600 pagers that people buy for their grandfather on Christmas. Those things, people are interested in them, but I fear in a lot of ways that academic Civil War historians write them off and ignore them. And I don't know that that's the right approach. I think that what I would like to see going forward, and what I think I do kind of see glimmers of, is a sense that war matters, and if you are going to study the Civil War, you do need to understand the war part of the Civil War. And you can't simply glide past the fact that if you don't understand how an operation takes place or how armies work and that sort of thing, you're missing a major pillar of the whole story. So I'm hoping, and I do think, that more and more Civil War historians are actually going to take the military history part of it more seriously, and that we don't see as much of a kind of siloing where we, at least in the academy, we kind of relegate the war stuff to non-academics who do great work in many cases, but who maybe aren't as interested in the holistic approach of thinking about the politics of it and race and these sorts of things, which all have a bearing on how we understand battles and campaigns.
Although I also consider myself a military historian, and those are all great points. Let me take this a different tack. I think we're kind of, I already mentioned the Of Age book, which, Clark and Joe Plant came here to give a talk, Marvel's book. I think we're kind of in this nice resurrection, or not revival, of social history. Amongst academics, I think the so-called linguistic term, cultural history, a big focus on how people, discourse, which is the fancy academic term for how people talk about stuff, whether it's gender or the union or nationalism or identity. And a lot of that work was fine, and a lot of it talked about how people discuss their perceptions of things. And I think that maybe went a little bit too far, or not too far, but got mined out. And I think it's also important to look at what people do as opposed to how they rationalize what they do, right? And there are, ironically enough, kind of, looking at things like counting things or census data. These are some ways, for a period of time, I think academic history became kind of old-fashioned or old hat, and I think we're kind of returning to some of that stuff. And I think that's for the most part, I think, a positive trend. So that would be the way I would kind of, and then to also give a few titles, that would be what I would say. On the military history side, let me boost a book, Eric Michael Burke's book. The title escapes me. Please help me. I really didn't.
I'm going blank too. It's a study of Sherman's Corps.
One of the Corps. It's on sale in the museum bookstore. Oh, my brain.
I know, I've gone blank too. It's a great book.
What's great about it, I think, is it's a core level study, right? So when you think about military history, there's the bazillions of battle studies.
Soldiers from experience.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Takes 2 PhDs to figure out one book title. And then you've got a bunch of regimental studies. But the weird thing is you got nothing in between, right? Even though corps are a big deal in the Union Army, they all have a badge. They become obsessed with it. It's like the modern U.S. Army is kind of like the division and the division patch, if you're familiar with that dates from World War II, right? And the reason that's useful is, I was talking about what do people do as opposed to what they say, right? What his argument basically is that there's a certain kind of operational culture related to kind of its early leaders, its early training, and then also what it does, how it fights, and the specific context of its Western campaigns, and that this affects the kind of the larger organization and things like that. And the reason is it kind of, we got a great summary of people like Germany, but what does this actually look like on the ground, right? And it also it kind of evades the problem sometimes of some regimental level social history, right? Which is just one regiment and what community it came out of. but doesn't necessarily actually embed it into kind of what are the military operations it's really working at. And the core level is kind of a useful one, and I think is I hope other people duplicate that, honestly.
I hope so, yeah.
Well, I want to make sure we have some time for any of the audience members to ask questions of the panelists that you maybe didn't get a chance to ask before, or have questions that have come up from this discussion.
Sorry, I wish I got frequent flyer miles for this, but I just had one question. During the war, we see this tremendous expansion of executive power under Abraham Lincoln, followed by a contraction, of his assassination in Andrew Johnson. Is there any idea that you feel like in your field had that expansion and then, for whatever reason, contracts and doesn't become a lasting trend, even though it seemed like it might have been going in that direction?
I'll take a stab. I have a colleague of mine who's a German historian he's American, he's from Ohio, but he was a student at gymnasium. So he says he never actually had real American history because he went to high school in Germany. And he asked me after the Civil War, like, why don't they just go, I mean, there is the stuff with Mexico, but why don't they just take it, right? Because he works on German history, like the Prussians just like, oh, let's go conquer it, that's our thing, right? And you've got this gigantic military machine, like, why not, the whole thing with Canada, like, we got to avenge the hockey defeat, right? And my argument is one of the odd continuities is the demobilization. Right, I still got to read Cecily Zander's book. It's on my desk, but it's just and I think there is an expansion. I'd also make the argument that federal power is much more potent than people, including academic historians. Like if you're in a Native American tribe, federal power seems pretty strong in the era of the so-called weak American state. But there is. But those are per kind of people on the margin of the American empire, to put it bluntly, right? That demobilization is significant, and it does reveal, I think, some of the resilience of ideas about citizen soldiers and stuff like that, that it's no longer justifiable to maintain this gigantic military establishment once the crisis has passed. And I think that's an interesting example of things going back. It's part of Upton's frustration is his initial military experience is he becomes a division commander for a few years, and then he finds himself this colonel of a sleepy garrison, and I think that probably has something to do with his suicide.
I would say one thing I've noticed in my work, and as part of my next book project I'm going to be doing is going to look at Reconstruction in Louisiana, is you see an expansion of black rights and then you see this contraction of it shortly afterwards. And I'm sure a lot of you, I see nodding your heads, you're very familiar with this story. And why it seems to happen so severely in Louisiana is something I really want to discover, which is why I'm going to do a whole book project on it. But it's one of those things of you see this huge expansion built on the back of black Creoles, but then as it contracts, they're not able to fight against it as well as you would imagine they could have when they had the power prior to the Civil War. But now after the war, they don't seem to have that same ability to push back against it. So that's one of those things that's very weird, and I don't think it's been fully explored inside the historiography.
Any other questions?
Dr. Devine's thoughts on this growing genre of disability history.
Yeah, it's not just growing now. It's been a prominent field in medical history for a long time. I think there's lots of exciting work that's been done, and I think we can still do more in the field of Civil War history. I think I'm always telling my students when they're looking for good projects, we need to do more. We need to look at the veteran homes. We need to look at how the veterans were treated in the post-war period. We need to understand better why that certain mechanisms in place during the war expired after the war, and these people were not well looked after. I think that's another lens, into understanding the larger impact of war on certain patient populations, and maybe how we failed them and how we need to do better. So I think there's a broader story there. But I think there's been good disability studies done. But it is a growing field, and I think there needs to be much more done on the veterans, much more done on the soldiers that came home. I think we can do more. We're understanding more and more always about PTSD, and I think there's good records in a lot of the veteran files and veteran homes. I think there's lots of just reading the sources and reading the case histories and reading some of the challenges, and even challenges in there's doctors or patients that had heart conditions during the war that would try to travel to Philadelphia to continue their work with Jacob DaCosta. So I think that's a lens into the developing of specialties that needed to develop in different locales to be able to manage this new patient population. But I think disability histories is really important, and I think there's a lot that can still be done in terms of the Civil War, for sure. It's a good question.
Well, have you been to the archive for the Department of Veteran Affairs in Dayton, Ohio yet?
No, not yet.
Yeah, you definitely have to.
Yeah.
Senior students out there.
It's good, right?
Yeah.
It's Joanna Burke. Use those sources in your book.
I'm not going to ask a question. I'm going to offer a challenge to you all. I'm a middle school librarian here in Richmond Public Schools, and I used to be a high school librarian, and I was telling a fellow teacher that one of the reasons I dropped down to middle school was because of a lack of reading I saw in high school, and a lack of interest in reading. And I think in society, and these are all valid concerns, but I know in society so many people are worried about, my kid shouldn't read this, or my kid should read that, or we're eliminating this, or we're taking away that, or we're emphasizing that. Those are all valid concerns, but the problem is kids don't care. They're not reading. And so when I came to middle school, one of the things I loved about going to middle school, I said, great, there's so many more books, especially for boys, at the middle school level. You didn't see them at the high school level. And so I see all those books, but what I have noticed is a dearth, and I mean a dearth, of middle school level history books, nonfiction books. I had a history teacher that asked me I said, what do you need me to be from the library? And she said, I need these subjects. And I went to find those subjects, everything from Western expansion to Civil War. And either of these things are fourth grade level or they're high school level. And so I would challenge each of you and the students you influenced to write a book for middle schoolers, something that our kids can get them interested in reading about history, because they need it down here. We all love it at our level as adults, but we really need people to write more books for that level, 11th grade through 14. Thank you. 11 years old to 14.
And there are some good books out there for that age, especially in fiction. I have a 6th grader right now, and he's reading a book about Lincoln body snatchers, which has opened up all sorts of wonderful lines of inquiry, and he's reading it in a language arts class, not a history class. But I would also encourage those of you that are teaching high school, my kids meaning my students, don't read Red Badge of Courage anymore. They haven't read Uncle Tom's Cabin. So there are some classics that I know are at the high school level, but Red Badge of Courage could be taught at a 6th or 7th grade level as well. But I hear your challenge, and we'll work on it. All right, well, thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the final session of the day. Let me thank once again our wonderful speakers and panelists. Quick round of applause. Thank you. Thank you to you who attended today. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. If you enjoyed yourselves, we look forward to seeing you next year. Please bring a friend along as well. We really do enjoy putting this symposium on every year. It is the instantiation of everything we try and do at the American Civil War Museum, bringing great scholars and scholarship about the Civil War to those who care about this wonderful, wonderful topic. The museum will stay open until 5:30. The parking lot is accessible until 6 p.m. So please, if you haven't been to the museum yet, go and take a look. Thank you for coming. Look forward to seeing you all next year. Thank you.